Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the live coverage of the Northeast Open Doubles here at the Portland Sports Complex in Portland, Maine. My name is Sean Haley. I'm here at the production table with Bruce Taylor. We want to thank you for tuning in to the Flume Media coverage of today's event. Bruce, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm excited to be here with you.
This is great, man. This is the kind of the nightcap for the whole weekend, right? We started here Friday night with the blind draw. We had 250-something players. Yesterday is Nick Patuski. He's excited. Yesterday we had a great showing for singles, right? We had 160-something open-leveled singles, and we saw a great performance from Jacob Trzynski, Tony Smith. They had a little bit of fun at the end during the championship match with the airmail only. What can happen today, right?
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Yeah.
But overall, I think this weekend's been a huge success, and I'm excited. But before we get started, I do want to say today's broadcast is huge. It's sponsored by the Maniacs Cornhole and John Clark, and you can see those beautiful Maniacs boards on the main stage. The Maniacs are a competitive group of cornhole junkies, putting the 207 on the map. Goals are developing an already strong base of players, encourage new players, and embrace the game as we do, and improve systems and equipment to keep competitive and having fun at the highest levels of the game, locally, regionally, nationally, and specifically here in Maine. And our broadcast is also brought to you by Wicked Cornhole. Bruce and Stacy Taylor right here. Bruce, my man. Custom cornhole boards designed by you, handcrafted from the highest quality materials construction to create a set of boards that is uniquely you. What do you say, Bruce?
I say I'm excited, and let's get the show on the road. This upcoming matchup looks to be a good one.
We do, yep.
This is launching the doubles.
This is launching the open doubles. We have
today.
Two brackets today. We have an A and a B bracket, and this is game number one for the A bracket. And we have our very own chairman of the board himself, Michael Marcellinus Jr. and Matt Andrews taking on A.J. Phillips and Jeffrey G. And I know you took a moment to kind of step out and talk to those two to find out a little bit more about them. What do you have?
These guys are out of Long Island, New York, and they are making their broadcast debut today. I think they look great for television. They look ready to go, so
absolutely
should be an exciting matchup.
Can't wait. So once they finish their down and backs here, we'll get this thing rolling. But we're ready to go here. I'm excited. Last day, and we're going to wrap up another great, successful conference. And believe it or not, I didn't think we would be able to beat the numbers that we did down in Jersey, but people came out in full force here in Maine. And we had people come from South Jersey all the way through western Buffalo, New York, and everywhere in between, including all the Maniacs. They came out in full force. So huge shout out to the Portland Sports Complex and and John Clark for bringing his crew here.
Well, you got a great staff here. Everyone seems to be having a great time. You've done a great job, and you're directing this event while doing the broadcast.
We are running two brackets for open singles, and we're going to do a little broadcasting at the same time. So
I think these guys are ready to get going. So
I think they are. I think they're still doing down and back. I don't see the scoreboard. It hasn't clicked yet, but maybe they just haven't hit start yet. They do look like they're playing a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, there was the official down and back, and I think they're going to get going.
Does that mean I'm going to get put on the spot with any rules infractions here since I'm wearing the official ACL Conference Director jersey?
We'll see how that goes. Good thing you weren't sitting here yesterday.
Oh, boy. Trust me, I had my own dealings with yesterday. But, AJ and Jeffrey jump out to a quick 2-0 lead here, and they'll have the honors for this second round. Really don't know much about AJ and Jeffrey, and I do know that, Michael Marcellinus has been playing a lot of cornhole lately. He's trying to get that PPR up. He did what he could to get into that open blind draw on Friday night, and he made his way in. But Matt Andrews, another guy, he's a pretty solid player. Comes out Lakes Region, right? Lakes Region Baggers.
He does, and Matt and Mike have been playing quite a bit lately. They're roommates this weekend. I'm sure they've been getting themselves situated for today's big event. I know they're excited.
They get a 2 spot there. Evens the match up at 2-2. Marcellinus down the middle. Right. Mike down the middle again. And up and in. Bruce, which side did you want to call on? What do you want to do with that? You want to call on a certain side, or just kind of fill in?
I'll take over right now.
See how we gel?
See what these guys do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So we've got Matt Andrews off to the right on your screen, and we've got A.J. Phillips off to the left, and Matt off to the early lead in this round. Goes off to the right, A.J. All right, A.J. gets 2 on that round.
A little bit of death by paper cut here early, right? Going 2-2-2, 2-2. So we got 4-4 match here.
Seesaw battle.
Absolutely.
Let's see what Marcellinus has in his tank this morning.
Right. Jeffrey G. Right, just off to the right, off to the side. Michael Marcellinus down the middle. Jeffrey just a short blocker, short to the left. Mike almost sneaks it around. Both those bags are obviously collectible, and Jeffrey's a little bit short. Mike tried to push it through, went off to the left. He's got a little bit of hole control there with that one. He did knock it in, and Jeffrey's went in as well. And Jeffrey's kind of hanging in there, and Mike went off to the left. So Mike and Matt are going to strike, yep. And the score after round 5, Mike Marcellinus 8, Mike Marcellinus and Matt Andrews 8, AJ and Jeffrey G 4.
AJ off to the right, Matt goes right up to the middle. AJ reacts with the bag up the middle, and Matt's just keeping it straight and steady right into the hole. AJ covers, and Matt off to the right, and AJ squeaks in.
Nice shot there. Sneak that by.
Yeah, so another point for team Marcellinus and Andrews.
Mike's going to have honors this round. It is 9-4, as we can see. Just short of the hole. A great position. Jeffrey helps him out, knocks it in. Mike's kind of dialed into the center of the hole, a little bit either strong or short, but he's right where he wants to be, right? Because he can collect that. He can collect it if he's short. He's a little bit off to the right there, but that bag in the back, you know, Jacob Trzynski could take that sucker home. Let's see if Mike Marcellinus Jr. could do it too. And he's off to the back.
No.
And Jeffrey kind of pushes that in, replaces it. Yep, it's a good shot. And we kind of put Mike, we had a little bit of fun. I know Mike's obviously one of the chairman of the boards. It's the podcast that we do run, and we had a little bit of fun putting him on this main stage first so that we can put a little pressure on him early on in this open doubles.
Absolutely.
Sometimes that's what it takes, really, to get you dialed in, right? First thing in the morning, you need a little bit of pressure. You got to have a little bit of pressure for breakfast.
Absolutely. I love putting the heat on Mike Marcellinus. He's a big part of the Wicked Cornhole family. I see him on the daily. He's our events director, and I'm not going to let him off easy today.
Matt Andrews solid there. That was a great round for Matt Andrews. He struck for 6 there, so we have 15-4. Michael Marcellinus, Matt Andrews over AJ Phillips and Jeffrey G. Got a nice matchup queued up for us coming up here on the main stage next. George Cavo, Edwin Meeks versus Mark Burgess and Steve DeRicki. That'll be fun.
That'll be a great matchup.
Yeah. That's a nice bag by Jeffrey G, but he did kick off to the side. Mike wanted to push through on that one, just missed off to the left. Still in a good position there. Doesn't have any bags left to collect, so Jeffrey's trying to figure out, do I go airmail? Do I lay up short? Did kind of go for the airmail and end up backfiring on him a little bit there. He took Mike's in and off to the side.
Brings it up to 17-14 in favor of Marcellinus and Andrews. Matt will lead off. Off to the left, back of the board. Opens it up for AJ to maybe capitalize. Both bags off to the right. Andrews is collectible. AJ further off to the right on this one. Matt skips over the hole, and he's not going to be able to collect that one.
I did lie. We will not have that match next. I apologize for that.
Oh, you got me all excited, Sean.
I got it. I got a good one for you, so don't worry about that. We're going to be in good shape with this one. 17-14. We're going to have a timeout here.
That's a smart timeout. He's really got to get a look at what he's in for.
He's going to go down and take a look.
Matt's got 2 just hanging off the side of the hole, barely touching. He has a little bit of an opening. He should be able to sink past that and land in the hole to stay alive in this game. AJ launches it. Oh, didn't go his way. He nudged Matt in. Left standing on the board. That's a wash. The match remains 17-5. Jeff leads off a little off to the right. It's collectible. Mike right up the middle in the hole. Jeff throws a blocker. Throws Mike off to the left. Jeffrey,
There's
a lot going on there. Yeah,
Could, it's clogged up pretty good there. That you might be able to get one of them in there. Might slip through.
A little bit of an airmail could help too.
AJ's looking in. It's over the top, and he does. Oh, he sneaks two out of that. Great shot by Jeffrey G.
Yeah, now Mike needs to think about his next move.
Yeah, that was a great shot. Needed that. A game of momentum, right? You get a break like that, maybe you get 4 or 5 points. Next thing you know, it's 17-10, and then you have the honors, right? You're up first, and then you never know. You keep chipping away at it, and next thing you know, you get yourself back into this game. So,
I wonder if they're going to go for the split. They can divide and split, and maybe Mike can get a couple in, or if he's just going to air it.
If we had the telestrator, we want to go right through the Maniac's head there, do the little bully bag action. He missed it off to the left.
He gets neither.
Yeah, not what he wanted for sure.
He's disappointed in himself.
We got the biggest guns in cornhole heckling us from behind us here. Jimmy Humans. What's that? Exactly, yeah.
So score a point for AJ and Jeffrey. They're going to try to fight their way back right now. 17-8 for this match. This round tied up. Drops it. All right, looks like they're going to score on this match. Oh, Andrew's off to the right. Looks like 12-8. Score 4 for AJ and Jeffrey climbing back.
Like we said, you chip away at it, right? You get yourself back into the match, and then the next thing you know, Mike and Matt start tightening up a little bit, and AJ and Jeffrey can throw a little freer. He's off to the right. Mike off to the right a little bit. Earlier on in this match, Mike was right down the middle, right? He was either in or just a little too strong. Now he's off to the right.
He needs to regroup.
And Jeffrey sneaks that one in, and he still has hole control with that other bag that's hanging off to the back right.
He has a chance to take the lead.
He does.
He's thinking about that airmail. He would love to pull that in.
That's a beautiful bag.
Takes it in. Nice
what a great bag.
Momentum.
Pumped.
On the side.
Just like we got done saying. A couple rounds, and you get back with the lead, get the honors, and then the tide just changes. Mike is not happy. That's the game. Yeah, that game's over, folks. I'm sorry.
Holy.
Yeah, wow. I don't think it's going to be a good podcast on Monday. We
put
them on the spot. They got to the big lead, and
we're going to have to call him the choke artist. It's going to be awkward.
Geez.
Oh man, Matty Two Tits and Marcellinus.
Strong lead. It was a fun match. Great to see, but a huge comeback for AJ Phillips and Jeffrey G.
Yeah.
They got on that roll, and they got a few big rounds. Were able to capitalize. But right now, on the main stage, we're going to have the voice of the Northeast, Chris Tornatola and Richard Bushway. Going to take on Ryan Mitchell and Michael Cardoza. How about that match?
That will be a great match out of the gate. Wow. All right.
Let's go. Let's get those guys on here. Tornado's the one that usually sits here talking about everybody else. Let's have a little bit of fun with Tornado.
And while we're waiting for them to arrive, let's put a shout out to a couple of our sponsors. We had some help bringing Flu Media in. Sponsoring this event today is Allegiance Heat Pumps. Allegiance Heat Pumps out of Lyman, Maine specializes in quality installation and service of Mitsubishi electric heat pumps to efficiently heat and cool your home or business. Your comfort is top priority, and getting it done within your budget is an important goal of ours. Call today for a free estimate, pledging allegiance to quality installation and service at Allegiance Heat Pumps. Contact them at 207-347-9969.
Those guys stopped by yesterday and they took a look at those boards. They absolutely loved them. With the all the black board with the American flag, Allegiance heat pumps.
Came out beautiful.
Yeah, they were totally pumped about that. And that's a huge shout out to Wicked Cornhole, another one of our sponsors, for designing those great Quadzilla boards. Awesome. Yep. And in addition, we got Randy Baker, who's the Maine state director, and he's been helping us run this event this weekend. He sponsored a set of boards with his CPA, HEC CPA. It's established in 1964. Haverlock, SD, and Curran CPA have been operating successful public accounting practice for over 50 years. Principals and staff members have dedicated many hours developing the firm into what it is today. So Thank you, HEC CPA, for helping us out and for your accounting needs. Contact the team at Haverlock, Esty & Curran CPA at 207-945-5695.
And then finally, we have Arthurian and Son Quality Painting. Our friend Dave Therian out of New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Dave Arthurian and Son is a premier painting company out of Hooksett, New Hampshire that offers high-quality interior and exterior painting services. The family business has provided exceptional painting services to people like you since 1950. At Arthurian and Son Quality Painting, they proudly offer both interior and exterior painting for your home, your office, your business, and even industrial spaces. Reach out to Dave and his crew at 603-622-1261 for your high-quality painting needs.
Dave Therian, he's always been a huge sponsor of Wicked Cornhole, he's probably got 3-4 sets of either Beast Boards or Quadzillas or any mix and match. So
and he throws a good bag too.
He does.
Yep. Been shooting at your 603 league for a number of seasons now.
Very supportive of anything that's going on in the kind of the cornhole scene up in New Hampshire and pretty much anywhere where he can be of assistance. But we were just looking at one of the angles that was up top, and it kind of see all the boards filling up. And this is a Sunday, right? So this is doubles, and this place has been packed all weekend. It's been a great weekend of cornhole up here in the Northeast, and this production is second to none, thanks to Flume Media. And these guys came down from Lancaster, New Hampshire, and just put on a great product. I had a lot of fun going home last night about midnight and watching probably 2 hours of the broadcast that you and Shrek did. And I thought it was phenomenal. I thought it was great. You know, the post-game interviews, the mic'd up boards. We got the overhead view, and just the commentary that you guys put out was a great product. So I appreciate you guys supporting the Northeast by doing that. It was awesome.
It was our honor, and Shrek did a great job on the mic. It was great working with him yesterday. Enjoy it. Enjoy listening to him and working with him. Will we see him today at all?
I don't think so.
No,
I think it's you and I.
Home. All right. We're stuck with each other, Sean.
Right. So what do we got going on here? We have Mitchell and Cardoza. You know a little bit about them? No? Well, we know Tornado and Bushway, so.
Well, we know them, a couple of ACL pros.
I'm pretty sure Mitchell and Cardoza were both top 100 finishers last year for the ACL Northeast Conference, so you know they can throw some bags for sure.
Oh, I'm very familiar with the names and their cornhole worthiness. I just have not gotten to know them. Ryan Mitchell is a roadie bagger, and he's rocking the roadie bagger jersey right now. And Michael Cardozo, we've seen him play a couple of times. Not on the main stage, but this should be a great match.
He's a solid player, and everyone knows Tornado, right? The voice of the Northeast, Woo-Ho Cornhole, the Siva Bag Ambassador, Wicked Cornhole Ambassador, the play out of the schoolyard. Just a straight-up great dude. So, and these bags are live, and he's going to have first honors here. Pushes through. Through there. Tornado not happy with that. With that start. Right now we have a 0-0 match. There we go. Off to the right in the back there. Bushway goes right down the middle. Like to see that 603 logo right there on Bushway's pro jersey. That's pretty cool.
That is cool.
Up and in again. So off to the right and back. In. So what do we have? Mitchell and Tornado versus Cardoza and Bushway?
Yes, we do.
All right.
Bushway gets 3 points on that round. Score the match 3-0 in favor of Bushway and Tornado. Tornado leads off with a blocker. Well-placed bag. Mitchell steps off to try to get around it. He gets to the front of the hole. Tornado follows through, gets right behind his bag. He's lining himself up nicely, and Mitchell's going to try to fling that in, and he does. Goes off to the left with his bag. Tornado is getting ready for a 12-pack airmail for his next shot. He's thinking about it. Yeah, he points up. He wants this. He's going to get 12 points on this. I believe in him.
Into the sky.
And
is a good push there. Yeah. You got that one siege. That's kind of the back of the hole. It's hanging in there. It wants to go in. Mitchell's like, I'm not going to push it. We're going to, kind of lay up there and play on for the next round. Sometimes that's the smartest move, right?
Indeed. So 6-4 on that round, bringing it 3-2 in favor of Tornado and Bushway. Bushway off to the right. Cardoso right up the middle. Bushway regroups and gets it right up the middle. Bushway throwing a little bit of a blocker. Giving Michael something to think about, and he does.
Oh,
he
it's
gets
great.
right up in there.
He has a nice pickup. The other one's kind of hanging, too. It feels like if the resin falls one certain way, it's going to fall right in the hole.
And it didn't. It wasn't a bad bag by
Bushway.
By Richard Bushway.
Yeah.
So now they take the lead. Ryan Mitchell and Michael Cardoso, 4. Tornado and Bushway, 3. Tornado with a 4 bags in the hole for 12, up against 10, so he gets 2 back and takes the lead, 6-4. Oh, is that 3?
Yeah, so 6-5.
No,
5.
6-4.
Yep.
5.
5-4.
Okay,
There we go.
Going to say they flashed the wrong score and it threw me right off. It is 5-4.
Yep, there we go. We're good.
With another lead change, Bushway off the back of the hole, not the board. Cardoso right up the middle and in. Bushway regroups and he's got it just hanging right in the hole. Cardoso drags it in along with his own bag, and Bushway throws a blocker. Cardoso off to the right, off the board, knocking Bushway in, and Bushway capitalizes. But off to the left, he missed the hole. And, just grabbed the front of the board. That did not go Michael Cardoso's way at all on that round.
Give Tornado honors here. Tornado steps up, flipping his sieges. Off and running, just short of the hole to the right. A little bit of a block there. Beautiful bag by Mitchell, pushes up and in. Tornado does the same. It's going to be a push game from here now. We got a little stack going on there. That's a great airmail by Tornado. Wow, and he collected his own. That was a beautiful shot by Tornado there. He's going to try to collect his other with a short aim, and he goes right in again. Tornado playing the airmail game there, puts a 10 spot in, and gets helped out there with another 12-pack for a Tornado. We got a 14-4 match. That was a big round, an 8 spot for Tornado. Those some impressive bags.
Bushway leads off to the right. Cardoso up the middle and in. Bushway right up the middle and in. Cardoso follows suit. Right in the hole, and Bushway throws a little bit of a blocker, looking to slow Cardoso down, and takes them both in. Bushway finishes up. Cardoso with a 4-bagger. Score that match round 12-10. 2 points over to Mitchell and Cardoso for a 14-6 score. And speaking of scores, behind us, Fraioli and Thielen up 19-11 over Humans and Hogue.
That's big, yeah.
That is big.
It's big. We saw that happen yesterday to Jacob, right? He took a big loss early, and then all he did was get fired up and just plow through the rest of the field.
Yeah.
To get that matchup with Tony Smith, where they decided to have a little bit of fun.
With Jacob winning the singles, open singles yesterday.
Yeah, it was a great display of airmails there that they were putting on, and the crowd was loving it. So that's what it's all about, growing the game, getting the fans excited, and they certainly did that yesterday. And just as we say that, it's 19-16, so we got Humans and Storm are cutting that lead in, so it'll be interesting to see how that ends up playing out. But right now here, we got Tornado and Bushway 15, Mitchell and Cardoso 6, and Bushway goes up and in. Cardoso follows suit. Bushway short and off to the left. Cardoso in. Bushway tries to collect, does a good job, gets it closer. Cardoso could sneak it through to the right there, and he does. A beautiful bag. That's perfectly played. Bushway went for the kind of collect, not happy with that throw. It goes off to the side. Cardoso goes off and does the same thing off the back, and he's not happy. They are going to score some points on that one, but was not the end result. They did get 4 there, so 15-10, but it could have been a much bigger round, Bruce.
Absolutely. Cardoso had a nice throw in the third bag and tried to duplicate it with the fourth one and went sailing off to the right. That was 3 points that they would have loved to have right now, but they are back in at 10-15 in favor of Tornado and Bushway. Tornado off to the right on this one. Could be collectible. Just keeps firing up the middle. Sinks that one in. Mitchell up the middle. He drops it and pushes Tornado out of the way to leave that bag on the board. So that is a wash. The score remains 15-10. Cardoso leads out with a blocker. Bushway right behind him, replaces it. Cardoso leaving another blocker. Bushway starting to clog the hole. He's got 2 in the front. Cardoso's hanging in the hole. He knocks all of them in and he goes off to the left. So he's got 1 on the board that's going to be out of play for the hole. Bushway up the middle into the hole. Cardoso follows through in the hole, and Bushway 12-10. Another 2 for Team Bushway and Tornatola.
Next up here on the broadcast court, we're going to get Peyton Adams and Owen Merrill versus Chad Skoma and Daryl Johanneman. So that should be an interesting matchup and a fun. We got a couple young guns coming up with Peyton Adams and Owen Merrill, and we'll see how that works out here on the main stage.
Looking forward to it.
Nice bag by Mitchell there. Still not happy with himself. Tornado.
Tries to collect and shove that thing up. Goes off to the left a little bit. Falls short of the hole on the bag he was trying to push.
Mitchell goes through 17-14. We've seen a couple good matches here so far.
Absolutely. This being one of them.
Yep.
Mitchell and Cardoso are not going to go down easily. Only 3 points behind. Cardoso leads off with a blocker. Bushway fires a replacement. Cardoso off to the right. That's a big bag right off the board.
Bushway replaces. Cardoso plays a blocker there, make it a little bit tougher for him. Let's see what Bushway does here. Just kind of muddies it up a little bit. Cardoso got that butterfly grip on the bag. You can see the Bushway wants to go up. I don't think he's going to be able to drag that other one in. He just wants to go for that open hole in the backside. He's talking with Tornado.
He could land it and walk away with a point. He could air it, get 3.
He goes up and
goes up and over
far.
for a wicked wash. Yeah, I don't know if that was the best call of this tight of a game, but who am I to say?
Right. It's easier for us sitting here than it is on there. And I know you get excited, too, because you do see there was a good amount of hole there that was open that he wanted to hit and to really put the pressure on Mitchell and Cardoso.
Mitchell's first bag off to the right, and that is not collectible. Tornado occupies the middle with a blocker, and then
beautiful collect.
Yeah, sweeps him right up. That's highly collectible. Sagging in the hole. Oh, this could do it. This could do it. Tornado up the middle, and
beautiful bag though. He still got it. A 2 there, so that's going to be 19-14 in favor of a Tornado and Richard Bushway.
Yeah, Mitchell and Cardoso still alive. Bushway is going to lead off the board. This is a great opportunity for Cardoso to capitalize if he can keep going up the middle. Throws a blocker for Bushway to get around. Bushway off to the left, gets around it, sagging in the hole. Cardoso, another blocker, falls a little short of his goal, I imagine. And Bushway throws a blocker there. There are some chance for some points here for Cardoso. He can stay on the board. Nice bag. Nice bag. Pulls Bushway in and 2 of his own. Now he's up 3 points in this round. With Bushway's earlier bag off the back. Bushway goes off the back again. An airmail or a roll bag into the hole. Gets 6 points back. If Michael Cardoso can make that happen. He's thinking about it. Or he could just land it. Take that 4 points. Oh, and he does roll right over. What a huge bag. That's 6
Beautiful
points.
bag. Ridiculous.
6 points. Now all of a sudden, the late lead taken over by Mitchell and Cardoso. Score the match 20-19. It's now up to Chris Tornatola and Ryan Mitchell to sort this one out.
Tornado up and in. Mitchell follows suit. I think feels like Mitchell and Cardoso kind of gotten in a roll now. And he cleans that up. Tornado's got to come back in, and he just off to the left. That's going to be tough to collect.
And Mitchell finishes.
Mitchell goes right up and in.
He has to collect this, right?
The 12-pack, yeah.
And
just
off the back.
and
What a
man,
comeback.
What a great comeback by Mitchell and Cardoso, and a tough loss for Tornado and Bushway. They started out so strong. We've seen that twice now, right? The team that comes out strong gets the early lead, then all of a sudden, make a few mistakes here and there, and maybe not even mistakes, but the other team warms up as well. They get on that hot roll, and tough break there, and hopefully they'll get hot. I'd like to see Tornado and Bushway make a good run, but we did get a change up on the match that we're going to get here on the main stage, so we are going to see Tony Smith and Jacob Trzynski versus Richard Daigle and Kurt Kirchner.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. We're throwing some shine on some of the big ACL pros here early on.
Yeah, the people that people want to see, and be a little bit of fun to kind of talk about Richard Daigle and Kirchner. Those guys are staples, in the local and regional scene. So once we come back, we will get that match. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back in a few moments. are back at the Portland Sports Complex, home of the ACL Northeast Conference number 2. I am the conference director, Sean Haley, joined today by Bruce Taylor. We got a great match here in front of us. Tony Smith, Jacob Trzynski versus Kurt Kirchner and Richard Daigle. Last night we saw Tony Smith and Jacob Trzynski put on their airmail show for the Open Singles Championship. Jacob Trzynski took that down. I think they were having a little bit of fun with that, and it was pretty relaxed, and the fans had a great time with that. So if you didn't get a chance to check out Flume Stream Media's coverage of that, please do so. It's pretty entertaining, and it was a great day of cornhole yesterday. 6 hours of coverage of open singles. Today we're back here Sunday, the last day of the ACL Northeast Conference here in Portland, and we're doing open doubles, and I'm sure Tony Smith and Jacob Trzynski are on that quest to do the clean sweep between the open singles and open doubles. So we're going to pick up the action here right now, as these bags are definitely live, and this is a tough situation for Daigle and Kirchner, right, to come up against these two so early on in the tournament.
Yeah, they're running through a buzzsaw right now, but, you know, anybody can win. We've seen some interesting matches so far. We just saw 2 ACL pros fall short in the last match, and you never know what can happen.
It was just so impressive watching Jacob last night. Those airmails with that. I mean, he was just on. I mean, like, just literally anything you wanted to do, those bags were going in. It was crazy to see that. And that just shows the dedication that these top pros have, right? These guys are flying across the country. They're playing in tournaments pretty much almost every weekend, right? If not every other weekend.
Yep.
And they're on some of the biggest stages in the pressure cornhole, you know, on ESPN, CBS, and just the biggest spotlight. So this here is probably a walk in the park for them, whereas Richard Daigle and Kurt Kirchner, they may not get the opportunity to get broadcast that often. So it's probably a little bit of a tense situation for them. Great roll back by Tony. Daigle's one of those players, too. He's really improved. He was a strong player, and then it felt like he kind of didn't take a step back, but maybe he wasn't throwing as often as he was. And there was a period there, and it seems like the last maybe year or so, he's really picked up his game.
He has, and he's helped Candy LaFlemme found the Mass Hole Cornhole League. They're getting that off the ground, getting heavily involved in the ACL. So now there's a director side of him, you know,
right.
An organizer, which you and I both know can be the detrimental to our own playing time. But he's throwing great. He's throwing great overall.
And Candy is here. She's filming this right now. She was excited about this matchup and wants to get it on film. And Candy's been sitting with me a few times throughout the weekend, just kind of going over the software and have some questions. And I did see on the ACL directors page where she was asking some questions, and you know, I think this was a good opportunity for her to kind of sit behind and an environment like this where it could be a little bit tougher, but just maybe pick up some tips or maybe become more comfortable with the software, which was great. So it was good to kind of see her this weekend. Beautiful airmail by Jacob.
Oh, Kirchner wants that one back. He had a chance to drop it, get a couple more points. But they do get on the board with 2. It is 5-2. Daigle and Kirchner are not going to go down easy at all. I still look for this to be a good matchup.
Daigle just off to the side and to the back. Tony just short. Blocker. Daigle with the airmail.
Right over. Nice.
Tony with the roll bag and kind of sticks to the back. Daigle makes it a little bit tougher, kind of muddies it up a little bit, tries to pinch that bag. Tony's asking if he can bully through, kind of push Daigle off to the right and try to take all 3. This is almost like a split shot in candlepin bowling for those that are familiar. We're up in Maine, right? There's some candlepin bowling.
There are.
Moxie and candlepin bowling.
Moxie, yes. And Allagash.
And Allagash, yes. You got to get yourself some Allagash, some Moxie, and some candlepin bowling. Jacob says, whatever you're comfortable with, Tony. Jacob's not going to second guess this, second round. You can do whatever you want here. And Tony does bully it through. It did pinch up. But that's exactly what he wanted to do. But he wanted to push Daigle's off to the left a little bit and try to collect all 3 of those. It is kind of sticky there. Daigle just plays out. One of Tony's does fall. Tony goes up. And Jacob says, yep. And now Tony's trying to see if he wants to cut through. Jacob wants him to shoot it.
I think he's going to go up.
Yeah, I'd love to see him try to split right through those and take all three. Let's see what he's going to go through. Airmail. Hey, he does pick one.
Roll, nudges one in, one off.
Yeah, that's all right.
7-6.
Like with any sports, too, you get put in these positions. Now's the time to practice some of that stuff, right? This may benefit him later on down the road. If he's on an ESPN broadcast on a big championship event, maybe he comes across a similar setup. So now's the time to kind of practice that stuff. And who am I kidding? Tony Smith's just a great bag thrower.
He is.
He is. Yeah, Jacob's setting himself up nice to collect all those. A beautiful bag by Kurt, straight through. Kurt wearing the Mass Holes jersey and the Wicked Cornhole camo hat.
Yeah, I love the hat. Both him and Daigle look very handsome in their Wicked Cornhole hats today.
Good pickup by Kurt. Jacob's going to pick this up, just like last night. He resets. Goes up in. Nope.
Off to the left.
Off to the left. See if Kurt can finish through.
And
big bag by Kirchner. Great shooting. Jacob gives him the fist bump.
Take the lead, 9-6. Daigle and Kirchner.
Candy's got a smile on her face over there. Jean Kirchner over there watching as well.
Daigle off to the left. Tony out front, a little off to the left. Daigle gets right behind him.
Roll bag, baby. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Up and in.
Yeah.
Daigle,
right up and over.
Daigle sporting the Wicked Cornhole hat as well. Supporter. I want to see a big shot here by Tony.
He's split it. And
beautiful bag by Tony.
Yeah.
Wanted to take them all, but he'll take what he can get.
Man, 10-6.
That roll bag, when you can throw it on demand like that, is such a game changer. It really is. I try to throw a roll bag. I throw my back out. I can't even do it. I can't even get the bag to knuckleballs. It looks awful. These guys throw a nice flat bag. It hits the board at the exact right specific spot and just tumbles right over. It's an amazing shot when you can master it.
Well, when you get a chance to practice and play as much as these guys, they do it like it's their job, and it is,
sure.
right?
Well, yeah, yep. And they need to if they want to be at that level that they're at, for sure. There's no doubt. Beautiful bag by Jacob. Collects that one. Puts in the 12.
Kirchner goes up. Oh, off the back. That would have been huge if he pulled that in. All right, Smith and Trzynski widen the gap a little bit more. 15-9 for this game right now. So
I'm sure Daigle and Kirchner will thank us for putting them on the big screen with Tony Smith and Trzynski, but
it's a big opportunity.
It is. It is an opportunity, and it's a lot of fun to kind of talk about some players that maybe don't get this kind of exposure as often. We know Jacob and Tony are always going to have their opportunities to be on the screen, so it's nice to see some of these other guys throw as well. Tony steps out. Is he going to try to roll over those and put his in the back and leave Daigle's up?
If anybody can, it's him.
It's him, I know. I want to see it. Or is he just going to go for the airmail, the backside airmail, open? Nope, and he goes off to the right.
Flails off to the right.
Whatever it wasn't what he wanted to do. I can guarantee you that.
Daigle had such a chance, and he hits the front of the board.
This open doubles tournament is moving along swimmingly right now. We don't have an exact match lined up yet next here, but we'll find something that we can put on here. The completion of this event. Jacob up and in. Kirchner. Jacob. Kirchner just off to the left. Jacob. Airmail. Oh, it's a dirty airmail, too. Man, that's a dirty airmail.
Yep, that does.
Tony's like, come on, dude, really? Tony Smith. Send that highlight to ESPN, right? Yeah. That's a great bag. Kirchner has a smile on his face, has a lot of fun. Jacob just puts his head down. It's like another day at the office. Tony Smith's laughing. everybody had a great time. Daigle's got a smile on his face, and hey, listen, they put some points up, right?
They did
against those guys.
Yeah, they did fine.
It was strong.
They even had an early lead.
They did. All right, I just want to give a shout out again to our main sponsor, Maniacs Cornhole, and they have a couple dates. Tossin' for Tatas, October 14th, here at Turfs. It's a women's feature event, 3 divisions. They got tons of board sponsorships available. I know it's an event that's really close to Heidi Harrington. And obviously, John Clark, he can't say enough about that guy. He's a fundraising machine. He's an open, he's just wants to help everybody out.
And he's good at it, too.
He's really good at it.
He's a great organizer, great cornhole organizer.
Well respected within the Northeast and, quite frankly, nationally. He doesn't get out as much as others, but he's a well-respected director. Runs a huge league here at the Portland Sports Complex, and just a great guy, just a great all-around guy. And then he also has a suicide awareness, September 16th, featuring live music from 12OC, 3 divisions, board sponsorships. All this information can be found on the Maniacs Cornhole on Facebook. Check them out. Again, you've seen the board all weekend here, and check out what they have to offer here in Portland. If you're ever in the area, it's a beautiful area. Like you said, some great craft beer. You got Allagash. You got a lot of good seafood. It's just a pretty cool take, and I'm glad we were able to get this conference up here and have the actual attendance that we did. That was a great, well-attended event. With that being said, I think we're going to take a break. Do we want to take a break, Chad? Or? All right, we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to see if we can get another match here on the broadcast court, and we will go from there. We'll be right back.
All right, we are back live at Turf Sports Arena in Portland, Maine. You are watching the Open Doubles here at the ACL Northeast Conference number 2. And up next, we have 4 of ACL pro players, two rookies, 2 veterans. 2 rookies up against 2 veterans. We have Emily Downer and Zachary Stickney up against Jimmy Humans and Storm Hogue. This should be a great match.
This is going to be an awesome match. We've got a couple of woodchucks out there, Jimmy Humans and Storm Hogue. I think all 4 of them are Wicked sponsored events, right? Or Wicked sponsored players.
Yes, they're part of the family.
Yes, for sure. So this is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, these are great players and great people. I'm excited to watch this.
Yeah, while they do the down and back. Again, want to give a huge shout out to Flume Stream Entertainment Network and Flume Media and Chad Fillion and the crew. Today we have our, we have James Duguay, Zach Dickerson, Chad Fillion here with us. They've been with us all weekend doing some great production and really bringing a lot of flair and excitement to this ACL Northeast Conference event.
They're doing a great job. When I went over during break, I was getting some compliments off the sidelines about the incredible production happening. There's actually a girls field hockey game happening in the next field, and we have parents that are supposed to be watching their girls play over here watching
right?
this.
Why not?
Hey, cornhole's cooler.
Absolutely. All right, it looks like we're going to get this thing going here. Well, I think they want to check out the
lineup on the boards.
Chat the line up the boards. Going to get this adjusted here. We get a little bit of a board adjustment here.
So what are we throwing today? We know Emily is Team BG, and we know Zach is Team All Cornhole, usually rocking his All Slide 2.0s. And
Jimmy's usually a Reynolds guy,
he's
right?
Reynolds, and Storm is Team Steva. And they're Reynolds today.
They are.
BG and Reynolds on the board.
Jimmy and Emily did take down mixed doubles last night. We had a lot of fun with that. It was a little bit of a, start at 7 p.m. Mixed doubles, for those that are not familiar. We pair up a male player and a female player, and we do a double elimination tournament. So we had some loud music in here. It was a little bit of a party last night here at the Portland Sports Complex. And at the end of it all, it was Jimmy Humans and Emily Downer. They took down Arthur and Sammy Robinson. So Sammy Robinson and Arthur had a good little run there.
Whoa, nice airmail by Emily. And they take the early lead, 3-0. Downer and Stickney up 3-0 over Hogan Humans. Zach hanging off the back with his first throw. Storm sends it right up the middle. Just hanging in himself. Drops Zach in. Zach goes around and in, leaving Storm's bag there. And Storm collects them both and 2 down. Stickney up the middle and in. Storm responds off to the right, to the back of the hole. Uncollectible. And Stickney's going to leave a hanger there. What's Storm going to do with it? He's going to go off to the left, so score that. 10-8, another 2 for Team Stickney and Downer.
Kind of seen all 4 of these players perform on the big stage, right? I mean, Jimmy and Emily, I know you guys talked about it in yesterday's broadcast, the Iowa Open. Stickney for the Juniors Championship at Worlds with he and Petoskey, and I know Storm's had plenty of opportunity to kind of be on the main stage.
Absolutely, and we watched Emily and Stickney a couple of weeks ago on the team events.
Yes, yep.
They were on CBS Sports.
That's right. For those that do not know, I am partial to the New England Woodchucks. That's my team. Which team is it that, is she on the Maze? Is that what Emily's on? Do you remember?
Frankly, I forget.
Yeah, I think it is, but
I think you are right.
Love me some New England Woodchucks, so let's go Woodchucks. That's a great airmail by Emily.
Takes Jimmy in with him. She's got 2 in front of the hole.
So my replay coming up here. And 5-2.
Yep, Storm and Jimmy on the board. 5-2. Downer and Stickney with the lead. Storm a little off to the right, is collectible. Stickney gets right behind him in front of the hole a little bit. Storm goes off to the left into the hole. Stickney,
nice.
Same thing, right around.
Beautiful bag.
In. Storm tries it again, but he goes to the back of the hole, right at the back of the board there. Stickney tries again, but lands in the front. Got a double blocker there, giving Storm something to think about, and Storm's going to go up and in and land 2 of them.
Great bag by Storm.
Yeah.
Kind of laughs. He's having a good time out there.
Wonder if Stickney's going to put a hard push on, and he
does.
He knocks 2 in. Still give 1 to Storm and Jimmy. Stickney's bag went off the back. Storm had 1 on the board, which makes the difference of 1 point bringing the score of the match 5-3. Newman starts off with a blocker in front of the hole. Emily gets in front of him, right in the middle. Newman's off to the right just perfectly to scoop both bags in the hole, leaving Emily right there in front. She's going to attempt to push him in, gives herself a nudge and takes her bag into the hole. So she's hanging off the front. Jimmy collects both of them. Empty board, full hole right now with Emily parking another bag in the front, giving Jimmy a chance to do it again. Shove him in. All bags in the hole. Emily's final bag in the hole. Double 12 pack. 12-12 on the match. 0 scored. 5-3 for this game.
What's been your take on this weekend so far as a broadcaster, Bruce? Have you had a lot of fun? I know broadcasting is not our, cornhole live streaming broadcasting is not our main thing, but
yeah, I've always wanted to do it. Thought it'd be interesting, and I'm having fun. I mean, Friday night I gave Tornado a hard time. I had a couple of pre-game beverages and hopped on a little bit with him. But Saturday was great with working with Shrek all day, and we had fun.
Yep. No.
We had a lot of fun doing it and getting my feet wet. I know I'm not a professional broadcaster by any means, but I'm enjoying it.
Yeah,
and it's just fun. It's tough to keep up with the otherwise great production, though. The video production and all the resources. It's I feel like it probably deserves a little bit better broadcasting quality, but I've enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I will tell you that.
Absolutely.
I've enjoyed the hell out of it, to be honest with you.
That's great. It's great that we have these opportunities to kind of highlight some of our pro players here in the Northeast, and also, we just talked about with Daigle and Kirchner, to highlight some players that we see all the time, but maybe other players haven't, and to give them the opportunity to kind of toe the line here on the main stage. So I think it's been a great thing having Flume here covering this, and the Maniacs and Wicked Cornhole sponsoring it.
Speaking of Wicked Cornhole, I do want to thank my lovely wife and business partner, Stacy Taylor, because she's running the store, so I can come over here and live the broadcasting dream. We do have a full booth set up and a raffle going, and she's quite busy over there. I can just see her across the field here.
Yep.
So I want to thank her for covering everything all by herself while I sit next to you and talk, which
Absolutely.
is what I love to do most. Talking with Sean.
You can't go without saying, chairman of the boards, for anyone that's interested in at least listening to some cornhole podcasts specifically about the Northeast. We are branching out more into ACL stuff. We got Stickney on the podcast now, but we do try to pick up some hot topics and just kind of give our take, and we try to put that podcast out weekly. So you can find us on Facebook at Chairman of the Boards Podcast. It's Bruce, myself, Stacy, Mike Marcellinus Jr., and we're going to have like I forget what the segment was called, but with Zach Stickney talking about some ACL and his travels.
Yeah, it's very exciting. We're excited to have him on. He'll do a weekly segment and pull a little bit of the ACL scene into the show. We always have fun. Play some games, rapid fire interview.
Got a couple seasons worth of episodes out there already banked up. So if you're interested and want to check that out, definitely head out to. You can check it out at wickedcornhole.com. There's a podcast page there, or you can just go to Facebook, Chairman of the Boards Podcast.
Yeah. Spotify as well. We're on all of the podcast channels as well. So just search for Chairman of the Boards.
Emily dialing right in right now. And Jimmy in. It's going to be a 2-spot.
Emily and Zachary spreading out the lead even a little more. 11-3. Giving Jimmy and Storm a lot of work to do right now. Zach up the middle and in. Storm follows through, covers. Zach straight up the middle again. Storm looks to repeat, and he does. Zach up the middle. They're playing a game of the first one to break.
Right.
Yep, right up the middle. Straight up cornhole. Storm is going to look to cover for a 12-12 wash. That'd be a wicked wash.
Gonna have some fun here on the main stage. Next broadcast we do have coming up Brady Foster, Cam D'Ambrosio, John Clark, and Ton Dom. We're gonna have them coming up next.
That'll be fun as well. All right, Emily leads the way up the middle. A little bit of a blocker there. Right in front of the hole. Jimmy gets right behind her, pushes her in just a little bit, but not fully. And Emily nudges the pile. Nothing in the hole yet. She just dropped after Jimmy throws his second bag in line. He's next in line for the hole. Emily takes a step, looking to get around it. She does see some daylight and doesn't make it up and in, but she gets behind the pile. So the board's getting just a little bit dirty here. Jimmy throws it up and over, knocks one in. The other one flies off, so Emily does have a chance to score here. Emily looks like she's up and over. She does go off the back of the board, and she's not able to collect her bag on the way. Jimmy tries again, knocks Emily in, and he goes off the board. But I think we're going to get 3 for Downer and Stickney. That's 14-3 in favor of Emily Downer and Zach Stickney. Once again, Zach and Storm just trading bags into the hole, going right up the middle. Neither of them wavering, just right up the middle into the hole. Zach off to the left on his last bag. Storm in, so Storm does get 2 on that. Zach just missed by an inch, and he got left on the board. So Humans and Hogue are going to get 2 on that one, and that's going to make it 14-5. Giving first bag to Jimmy. Jimmy leads off. He goes up and in. Emily follows through. She throws a little blocker. She's hanging in the hole, not in. Jimmy's going to look to scoop her in and leave himself there with a replacement. And then Emily does the same thing with a replacement. She's in front of the hole. Jimmy does not replace. He just gets behind her, leaving her just a little bit in the hole. Emily steps to the side. She's looking to nudge herself in. She just goes off to the left. Hanging in the hole with one bag off to the left. Jimmy does a big push, pushes Emily into the hole, but he's got his 2 bags behind the hole. He did not drop. Emily looking to see some daylight. She goes in, just misses. Just misses, so that washes it out. She did not manage to sneak that bag in, so it remains 14-5 in favor of Downer and Stickney. Hogue leads off with a bag right up the middle. Stickney responds with a blocker. He's changing things up a little bit. Breaking Storm's rhythm. Storm goes off to the left. Stickney remains in the middle. Stickney maybe looking for a roll. Tries a little something. He nudges his bag close to the hole, but the bag he threw is behind the hole now. So he could end up even again. Each of them have a bag on, uncollectible. Stickney off to the left with a bag remaining. Still halfway in the hole. Storm Hogue joins him. To the left of the hole. Stickney is going to try to sneak it in and get that, and he does. So that's another wash. Score the round 10-10. I'm sorry, 8-8. And the score of the game remains 14-5. Downer and Stickney. Jimmy leads off, straight up into the hole. Emily a little bit short. Middle of the board. Probably not collectible unless she does a bunch of pushing. Jimmy wings around. He's hanging out of the hole and goes in with Emily's next bag. Jimmy to the back of the board. Kind of flips around and ends up to the back of the hole. Emily off to the right again. She's got 2 bags that are uncollectible remaining on the board. Jimmy just goes up the middle. Emily looking to save a few points here, going up the middle and in. So score that 10-8, 2 more for Humans and Hogue, bringing it 14-7. So they are closing the gap, and Emily and Zach looking to maintain this lead and see if they can close this one out against 2 ACL Pro veterans. Hogue tries to grab his bag off to the right. He ends up in the middle, putting a block on Stickney. Stickney nudges Hogue in. They're both right next to the hole, but not going to collect their bags. Stickney's going to attempt to just minimize and land it, and he doesn't. 10-8, another 2 points to Humans and Hogue, closing the gap even a little further. It's now 14-9 as that lead is starting to dwindle. Jimmy off to the right, not what he wanted, but he's near the hole. Emily goes off to the left near the hole. Jimmy up the middle. And in. Emily looking to do the same. She goes off to the left again. These bags are not very collectible there. Right at the edge of the hole. So Jimmy just capitalizes, goes up and in again. He's got a bag off to the right. He might try to collect. He's thinking about it. He's talking to Storm. You might want to take a look at it. It could be a candidate for an airmail. Drag him in, but that'd be taking a big chance with Emily having so many bags so close to the hole. So they're talking about it now. Emily's taking a look.
Are you having us on hold? Because this game is, I think, submitted. We got the score for it, but it's like not going through. You know what I'm saying? The other side's like advanced.
All right, back to the boards, and we have Jimmy Humans lined up. Has a strategy laid out, and just lands it off to the right. Emily now has one more bag that she can do something with. She does have the front of the hole available. A big push could land 2 bags in, which I think is what Zach just told her to do. Come right up the middle. See if we can shove 1 bag in and follow it in, and she does. Spectacular. Spectacular. And that's going to get their confidence back a little bit too. That lead, that gap was getting smaller and smaller with their lead, and now they got a little bit of momentum back on their side after that round. Big
That was
throw.
a beautiful bag there by Emily. Wouldn't expect anything less, right?
Not from her. She's a lot of fun to watch. She's got that crazy behind the back fling thing she does, and it's just beautiful.
Storm just off to the right. Zach kind of sneaks around his own bag and in. Storm,
Nice
backside.
roll.
Got his Siva hoodie on. Says my bad. And big collect by Stickney.
All right, that brings it 16-9. Emily Downer and Zach Stickney score a couple of points. Getting closer to that 21 mark.
Stickney also are part of the ACL teams program, right? He's on the Bully Baggers, Texas, is that correct?
He is. We got to watch him on television a couple of weeks ago. Would have loved to see him on the Woodchucks. But things didn't work out that way, but he is a Texas Bully Bagger.
We do have a lot of New England flavor on the Woodchucks. Jimmy and Storm did a lot of that. Actually, did all the drafting. And Jacob Trzynski, we've seen here. He's part of the captain team as well, the Big Three, they call it. And they kind of put that team together. And we had a lot of fun for that first week. And I can't wait for Erie, Pennsylvania to get back down there and do some more team stuff and actually be a part of it. That's a beautiful backside airmail by Jimmy Humans. Biggest arms in cornhole, right? Isn't that what they say?
Yeah. And look at him. You can tell why. All right. Zach leading off with a blocker. He's going to look to disrupt Storm's rhythm. Will it work? Yeah, Storm a little bit off to the left. Nudge right in the hole. Zach replaces. Storm gets behind him. Zach still front of the line with his bag hanging in the hole just a little bit. Probably looking to do a roll drag of some sort. Falls short, just lands in front of Storm. Keeping the front position towards the hole. Storm does a nice throw right around him into the hole. Zach trying to do a roll, goes right off the back. Storm has a chance to get a couple points here. And he does.
That's a beautiful bag by Storm to sneak that around. That's a pro level bag right there, right? When you can kind of sneak that off to the side, not touch anything else and put it in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That was a great throw, and that was 3 points for Humans and Hogue. It's now 16-12, and Humans leading the way out. Throws a blocker right in front of the hole, a couple of inches down. Emily just gets right behind it, looking to mess up the board, both of them. Jimmy tries to go up and over. He does stay on the board, but he's at the back of the hole. Emily tries too. She makes a better bid. She's at least hanging in the hole a little bit, but doesn't quite make it in. She might be able to collect that on her next bag. Jimmy trying again. Does he go up? Yes, he takes Emily with him. And goes in with a nice airmail. I think Emily is launching another airmail, but goes off to the left.
Short side airmail here for Jimmy to try to take that in. Nope, he just goes right for the back of the hole. He does. He hits it.
And Emily's going to try to go up and over and save face, and she does.
She does too.
Good for her. She she didn't like that third bag and what happened, but she regrouped and at least saved a little bit of damage right into the hole with an airmail. It's 16-13 now, and Hogue up the middle and in. Stickney with a blocker bag out in the front. Hogue gets behind him. Stickney still has the front position right in front of the hole. Tries that roll, just kind of tumbles off to the left. Not a bad attempt, but it did not go in the hole like he hoped. Storm just bulldozes Stickney into the hole and follows his own bag right in.
Powered that through.
Yeah, while taking the lead position on the board.
Hard push here to try to push that Reynolds through and split it, and he does. Textbook right there for Storm Hogue. Stickney followed right through as well.
Great bag.
17-16. All of a sudden, we have a lead change. I think we've seen that more times than not here on the broadcast court, right? That team gets out to a lead, and then the next thing you know.
This morning, yes.
Yeah,
it didn't
so
quite
far.
go that way yesterday, but yes. You've scheduled some good matches for this broadcast court, Sean. Nicely done.
Horse racing terms, we got some front runners and some closers, and this morning it's been pretty much all closers coming in and catching them at the wire. We got a fun match coming up next. Brady Foster, Cameron D'Ambrosio, and John Clark and Ton Dom. John Clark of the Maniacs himself is going to play on his own sponsored boards on the main stage at his home turf. And we all know the Milkman, right? Milk Money, Ton Dom.
Ton Dom.
And then you got a couple great up-and-comers, right? Brady Foster out of New York is just awesome to watch. And Cam D'Ambrosio is amazing as well.
Yeah, and he's part of the Wicked Cornhole team as well. Cam D'Ambrosio. Great kid, great thrower, definitely a lot of fun to watch. And we watched Brady yesterday. He threw some great bags, taking a win in the early singles rounds yesterday. Emily up and over, nice. Breathes a sigh of relief.
Some fans are clapping here and cheering. We're getting a little bit as this, we still got a ways to go, but as the tournament kind of winds down, you tend to see more players huddle or people huddled around the TV or in the stands, and kind of fills up a little bit.
Yeah, gets exciting as the day goes on. Stickney has his work cut out for him.
Yep.
Hogan Humans at 19, Downer and Stickney at 16.
That one of Hogue's was pretty much going to go in no matter what, but Zach at least wanted to follow his in with it. Hogue sneaks it through. It's just hanging. I think that might still go.
I think Stickney's taking a timeout.
Yeah,
I could tell. Yeah,
exactly,
he wants to take a look. He's got there could be a heroic airmail option, which could pull one of Storm's and three of his in. That's unlikely with these puffy bags they're throwing. But
exactly, I think Storm's should definitely go in if Zach does shoot the airmail. Well, maybe not by the looks of that. It looks like I don't know. I think Storm has a little bit more of the hole. That one on the front there for Zach looks pretty thick on the actual board side.
Yeah, Storm's got to go in for Zach to get any daylight anyway, so I think that's a given. I just think they need to decide their best choice. What they don't want to happen is go up the middle and just tap Storm in and then leave his bag behind. He's got to do something big here.
That was definitely the two options he was talking about. Do I go up or do I push it through? I don't know which one he's choosing. I don't know. I think if he pushes it hard and hits it here, he might be able to keep Storms out of the hole. And that's what he tried, but he just missed it. And it did exactly what you said you didn't want him to do.
I wish that boy would listen to me.
Right?
Storm looking to just get, he tries a roll.
Tried to roll it over. Zach's going to go for his roll bag here. Why not? Nope, he went for the airmail. That was probably the smart move. And that's it.
That was the game, though. That was the game.
Jimmy Humans, Storm Hogue take down
Emily Downer and Zach Stickney. They had the early lead all along, and Hogue and Humans, another comeback in today's event.
Let's get this next one queued up here, folks. Getting ready for Brady Foster, Cam D'Ambrosio versus John Clark and Ton Dom. I think soon we're going to have a tornado sighting here at the table. Come join us. Okay, while we get this match queued up, what do we got?
Well, it's a good time to throw a shout out to some of our sponsors here. We have O'Connor Auto Park GMC. Ryan Booker out of Augusta, Maine. Maine's best selection of GM vehicles out of Augusta, Maine. O'Connor Auto Park is a full-service provider for GMC, Buick, Chevrolet, and Volkswagen. Reach out to Ryan and the crew at 207-622-3191 for your automobile needs up at O'Connor Auto Park GMC, Augusta, Maine. And again, we have Allegiance Heat Pumps. Jake Corbell out of Allegiance Heat Pumps out of Lyman, Maine, specializes in quality installation and service of Mitsubishi electric heat pumps to efficiently heat and cool your home or your business. Your comfort is top priority, and getting it done within your budget is an important goal of ours. Call today for a free estimate. Pledging allegiance to quality installation and service. Contact Allegiance at 207-347-9969.
And Ryan Booker's actually here today. He came and said hi this morning, checking in, and he loved the looks of those wicked Quadzilla boards. He's excited to bring those things home, so it was good to see him. And huge shout out to his crew over there at O'Connor Auto Park GMC for sponsoring and helping sponsor this great broadcast for sure. And the Allegiance guys, like we said earlier, were here yesterday, and they loved the all blacked out American flag Allegiance heat pump boards. But right now, we got a great match. Ton Dom. Yeah, we got Ton Dom and
John Clark up against Brady Foster and Cameron D'Ambrosio.
If not, it'll go.
All right, we're just waiting for the match to begin.
And for anyone that's at home wondering why Brady Foster and Cam D'Ambrosio are up 1-0, John Clark decided to spot them 1 point to start this match. That's the way John Clark is. No, of course not.
Is that even allowed?
I was trying to schedule them on court number 1, and I ended up putting the 1 in the score zone. So we should be able to clear that up once this match gets started.
I'm sitting here right next to you, and I was confused as hell, Sean. But thanks for clearing that up.
We all know John Clark, right? That guy's up for any challenge. He'll give them 1 point and say, let's go. We got a full house here. People are starting to pile in on the broadcast court. Looks like these bags might be live here. John looks like he's taking this serious. You know a little bit about all of these players, Bruce.
I do. Very much so.
Once they punch in a score, that 1 should go away.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the players to get started. They're spinning the bag.
Now they're live.
Now they're live. And once we get a score going, it will update on our end.
Yeah.
It is 0-0 up at their score pad up there where it counts.
Yep.
Ton leads the way up the middle and in.
Tom's one of those guys, he goes to social media. I can't tell if he's retiring or if he's coming back or he's back again. And
always just trying to keep
stir
us interested. Yeah.
He is one of those guys, though. He's just a solid player. Every time you see him step up to the boards, it's like, oh, geez, you know you're in for a battle.
Brady, nice push. 2 for 1. Takes one of Ton's with him. Takes 2 of his own right through up the middle into the hole. Ton off to the right and up in the back of the hole. And Brady is going to go a little off to the left. He's going to fall short of the hole, but remain on the board.
There we go.
And that washes out that first round.
Yeah, there goes the 1. John Clark took that 1 back.
Yeah. John, a little off to the left, but in front of the hole. Cam backs him up. Gets right behind him. John gets behind him. We have 3 bags in line right in front of the hole. Cam tries to roll. Doesn't quite make it. John does. He's just hovering over the hole, but it's getting clogged. And Cam just does a soft landing because he knows that John has 2 wanting to drop. Is John going to go up? Oh, he just gives it a nudge, but we're too clogged up there. I don't think we're going to see anything drop, especially if Cam's not going to allow it because he doesn't want to see John drop. So he just does a soft touch there.
Yep.
4-4 round, nothing in the hole, all on the board for another wicked wash.
Cam played that one smart. Just lay it up. Let's live to fight another round, not fool around. John did have some that were close to falling in. Were they throwing the Vipers? You got Ton throwing the Vipers, and Brady, I think they're throwing BGs.
They are BG. Cam D'Ambrosio is a BG
Ton
player.
just off to the right a little bit right now. Brady's a great young up-and-comer, Empire Cornhole. Shout out to Dustin Arnold, State Director of New York. Has been telling us about this kid since Rochester. Ton up and in that time there. See if Brady can hit. Gets the 12. 12 on 10. That's 2.
No milk money today. All right, 4-0 for Brady and Cameron. Cameron starts off. He goes up the middle and in. Clark tries to respond, and he does. Up the middle and in. Cameron looking to trade off. He goes off to the right to the back of the hole. John not in, but hanging in the hole a little off to the right. Cam gets in front of him, right center. John scoops them both in, leaving his one bag hanging in the hole. Cam takes it in. Oh, John off to the right. He could not capitalize, so that's a 10-10 wash. It's a wicked wash. No points scored in that round, and the match is 4-0 in favor of Foster and D'Ambrosio. Leading the way out of the gate, we'll give Brady Foster the first throw. He goes off to the left, out of play. Ton up the middle and in. He seems to have regrouped, going right for the middle. Brady throws a blocker out there. Ton goes off to the left, knocks Brady in, and takes his own bag out of play to the left on the board. Brady right up in the middle into the hole, and Ton follows through and does the same and covers. Brady off to the left, out of play. Ton's going to try to get some points here, and he does.
He does.
Yep, 10-8. Score 2 for Ton Dom and John Clark, making the game 4-2 right now, with John Clark having first throw out of the gate.
Clark goes up and in. Cam follows suit. Clark just short, collectible. Cam takes that in. Clark finishes through. Cam in. And we got another wicked wash, 12 on 12.
If Cam can finish, and
Oh,
he
there it
does.
is. Yep.
You
I spoke
predicted
a
it,
little
Sean.
too
No,
soon. I spoke a little too soon.
You looked in your crystal ball and saw it coming.
I did,
Just
right?
let the people believe that, Sean. Ton gets first toss out of the gate. Is he going to go right up the middle? And he does, right in.
Guys are getting warmed up now.
Brady's going to answer. He looks to go up the middle, and he just throws a little blocker. Ton takes a little step, see if he can adjust and bully bag him out and go in. He goes off to the left. He misses the mark completely. He's off the board to the left. Brady has a chance to nudge that in, and he sinks both of them. Ton regroups and goes up the middle and in. Brady finishes up and in. With 3 bags in, 1 to go. Ton goes in. He still has 1 off the board. Brady has a chance to get 3 in this round with a 12-pack. He doesn't. He goes off to the right. But there's at least 1 point for Brady Foster. So that scores the round. 1 point for Foster and D'Ambrosio. Score the match 5-2. With the lead bag coming out from Cameron D'Ambrosio out of New York. Clark nudges Cam in. Cam has a lead bag out front. He looks to push it in, but he doesn't. He's got 2 out in front. Clark just gets behind him. Cameron takes a step. He's going to try to at least get 2 bags in the hole and go around that little pile Clark started. And he does. He succeeds. Clark's got 2 on the board. He's going to try to get 1 in. He leaves 3 on the board, 1 in the hole. So that is 10-6. That is 4 big points for Foster and D'Ambrosio, making the match 9-2. But the way today is gone, that means nothing.
It doesn't. You're right. Once we get over that 11 point, then it seems like the team that's trailing has been making a strong run, and we know, Clark and Ton, they could get hot anytime.
Brady mixes things up with a blocker, and it does work. It throws Ton off to the right. Just about out of play, I would say. Brady tries it again, throws another blocker for Ton to contend with. Ton goes off to the left, off the back of the board. Brady's going to shove both bags in if he has it his way. Clean up his mess, and he does.
Beautiful shot. It's a smart shot. Oh, that's a great.
Oh, he made a great bid at pulling that bag in. He did drain his.
Great attempt, yeah, by Ton.
12-7. That's another 5 for Foster and D'Ambrosio. So score this match 14-2 in favor of Brady Foster and Cameron D'Ambrosio. Cameron comes out of the gate up the middle and into the hole. John tries to slow him down with a blocker. That don't matter to Cam. He just rolls right over him into the hole. Clark getting a little frustrated off to the right to the back of the board. D'Ambrosio just continues to go around Clark's bag, so Clark just cleans up and goes in with both and cleans up the mess at the other end, but not without losing another 3 points. 12-9. 3 points, making the score 17-2. The gap is widening in favor of Foster and D'Ambrosio.
This is a winner's bracket match as well, so whoever loses this match will have an opportunity to fight from the losing side. Their night will not be done, or afternoon, or morning, or whatever it is.
Far from it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's 11:30 here at Turf Sports Center in Portland, Maine. Board's getting dirty. Ton's got one in the front.
Oh.
Brady just tries to roll over all three, and he almost does. That bag could drop, but it doesn't. Ton goes off the back with his last bag. 19-2. Cameron D'Ambrosio looking to close this out. John Clark looking to avoid that. Clark throws a blocker, trying to slow Cam down. Cam just gets behind him, giving Clark the front position. Clark with a nice roll. Drops it in. Cam with a nice roll. It's going to drop.
Yep.
Clark through. I think Clark was trying to stop that from happening.
Right.
Clark goes up. Is he going to pull it? Nudges it in, but goes back off the board, and I think that will
do it.
That will do it. That will conclude this match with the victory going to Brady Foster and Cameron D'Ambrosio. Ton Dom probably looking to retire after that one for the 27th time.
There's definitely going to be some milk money talk on Facebook after this one, so we'll see.
I'm going to retire. I'm going to retire.
Love that guy. He's a good dude. He's a lot of fun.
He's great. Yeah, he's out of the Lowell area, Massachusetts, so that's my neck of the woods where we could cornhole in Tewksbury, and John Clark, of course, right here in Portland, Maine. And we had a couple of New Yorkers on the other side of the board, Cameron D'Ambrosio and Brady Foster, with the victory today. So with that, let's go ahead and take a little break until we get the next match up and running.
Sounds good. We'll be right back. All right, we are back at the Portland Sports Complex in Portland, Maine. ACL Northeast Conference number 2. Today we're looking at open doubles. We got another great matchup here. We saw Jacob and Tony play earlier. Now we got another matchup of pros. We got Mark Burgess, Steve DeRicki versus Tony Smith and Jacob Trzynski. And this is a winner's bracket game. We got Bruce Taylor's back here. And we have the Tornado himself. We saw him on the live broadcast a few matches ago. So Tornado's here with us as well. How we doing, Chris?
All right, we're working through to get Chris live right now. Little technical difficulty, but
how about now?
Great.
There we go.
There
hey,
he is.
All
Yeah.
right. All right.
There.
Thanks for welcoming me in, guys.
We kind of sprung that on,
Thanks
them
for coming
there.
in.
Thanks for having me here. I'm just scrolling through the brackets and kind of scouring around through the winners bracket and kind of see who's left. In bracket B, looks like Brady Foster, Cam D'Ambrosio squaring off against Peyton Adams and Owen Merrill for the semifinals in bracket B. And then we have Brandon Pearl, Dana Pearl, who are sitting in the semifinals match, and they're going to square off against the winner of Ryan Mitchell, Mike Cardoso versus Matt St. Dennis and Nathan Minot. I'm not sure if I'm saying that name right. And then, of course, we got a great one here. So I'm going to pose this question off the top to you guys, and I'm going to say that Tony and Jacob, I'm going to predict they're going to finish in top 10 in pro standings this year. And I love them with all my heart, but I think there's 3 teams out there that are very untouchable, and that is Mac Guy, Jamie Graham,
Yep.
Mark Lopez, Mark
Richards,
Richards,
yep.
Phil Lopez, and Trey Birchfield, Alex Rawls. In some combination, I don't care who you rank 1, 2, or 3, they are the top 3. And then from there, there's a lot of teams that you can debate that should be top 10. Kyle Malone, Jimmy Humans, Tony Smith, Jacob Trzynski, Ryan Windsor, Alex Hicks, like they're all top 10 caliber. And then there's some, I mean, I'm leaving a lot out for sure. You know, and there's some guys that probably have an edge by not calling them out. But in this match, Tony Smith, Jacob Trzynski, are definitely probably going to be a top 10 team. So they have to be favored in this one. But Burgess and DeRicki have great chemistry, and they throw the winning bags. So you got to give them a chance.
Right. Diva.
Diva
But
bags.
not only do they throw the winning bags, they throw the winning bags on the winning boards. Beast boards, brought to you by
Wicked Cornhole.
There you go.
Come on, man.
Don't make me self-promote. I know you're giving me the alley-oop, but
Listen, I put that one on the tee for you. Okay, all you got to
right.
do is swing the golf club and hit it.
I swung hard and
right.
missed.
I mean, going back to that, too, I mean, if Tony and Jacob were able to crack that top 10 or even higher, that's a huge boost for the Northeast, right? The Northeast
100%.
has always been a conference that's kind of looked at as behind everybody else.
Well,
so.
I'm gonna tell you guys something, right?
Yeah.
And, Sean, I don't know if you're going to be offended by this or
Never.
take this on a personal level. And I hope you wouldn't take it on a personal level.
No.
There's a lot of people outside of our conference that frown upon our conference and think that this is a very weak conference. And I've heard that this is the second weakest conference of all the conferences in the country.
Exactly.
So a lot of the players that travel outside here don't get a lot of respect. Now, when you get somebody like a Tony Smith from a few years ago, you know, I'd like back a few years ago, there was Timmy Grew, Charlie Prue, there was Jeff and Andy, and then Ferreira. You know, and then there was a changing of the guard like over a couple of years, you know, and then when Tony kind of burst onto the scene, you know, he emerged, Jacob emerged on the scene a year after. It's great to see Tony and Jacob together.
Yeah.
But our conference as a whole, you know, and I'm going to say something that I don't mean in any disrespectful manner, but once there was an expansion of regional directors in our area, there was an expansion of pros, you know, so now we had pros coming from Maine, now we got pros coming from Rhode Island, you know, we got pros coming, you know, we got 6 pros in Massachusetts, 6 pros in New York, you know, so our conference is expanding. And these 2 guys that are off to our closer side, being Burgess and DeRicki, these guys are going to make a name for themselves this year. They're definitely going to be a top 50 pro team. There's no doubt about it. And they're going to make some noise this year. I don't know how they did in the first pro national. I think a lot of teams really struggled, and there were a lot of reasons for the struggles in at the first national. We walked in. It was probably below 60 degrees. The conditions of the boards were really sticky. Bags were sticking. Everybody was struggling. Bags weren't playing the way that you would normally play. They would stick, kick, hop, roll, flop, bunch, just anything and everything. And so a lot of teams really struggled at Pro National number 1. And there were actually a lot of teams that broke up as well.
After that one
Yeah,
event?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yours truly, I'm not excluded from that. So originally I had agreed to partner up with Joe Regan. And then as we played some regionals together, we just kind of found out that we weren't really compatible for each other. So we decided to split off and do our own thing. And then Joe ended up pairing up with Jim. And then I was going to run it with Matt. And then Matt and I ran it together. And then we found out that we weren't really compatible. So now it's going to be Trey Baker and I.
Okay.
So we're going to go with the carpetbag players.
Trey, one of Maine's own.
Yes,
Pro.
absolutely. Yep.
Randy Baker's father, the Maine State Director, is helping us run this event today. So
Yep. Randy shot great today.
So we got Burgess and Dericki just took the lead 2-1. Burgess leads off with a block in front of the hole. Trzynski gets right behind him.
Yeah, just to finish that point up, yeah, because we've had more players coming out of the Northeast and more players qualifying as pro, you know, I think our conference is starting to get a little more respect than it has ever, you know, because we have many more pros
and many more potentials coming up too.
Absolutely, you know. Thought I seen sort of a changing of the guard this weekend, you know, like in the blind draw the other night, you know, with Tony and Jacob, they weren't here, they didn't play, and then it seemed like a lot of the top-end advanced players that are really striving really brought their A game with them on Friday night and, you know, had it out for the pros and gunning for all of them. And there was no pro that made it in the top 8 of the winners bracket. Good bag right there by Jacob. Even though Jimmy had to win his way through the losers bracket and ultimately ended up winning it. But Jimmy was the only remaining pro, I would say, within the top of all the top 10 teams. Jimmy was the only one left. Everybody else was taken out. 5-2. Tony and Jacob. Tony doing what he does. He sets a blocker with his first bag. Dericki kisses off of it. Tony going to go for a rollback here. He loves leaving that block. Oh, a little surprise. He went for the push shot there. Dericki can wash out the round now.
With the hard push there, and Dericki follows suit and goes through.
Score 2 more for Smith and Trzynski. Brings it 5-2.
I think it's 7.
I'm 7-2.
We got the Zuka bag seats on one side, and then we got the standards on the other. I like that. They both kind of match that up.
Make yourself comfortable, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. A long day throwing bags. Burgess throwed me one. I think he showed me it was yesterday. He threw it was like 1,500 bags or something. He showed me the stat. It was ridiculous on his phone.
How many rounds he threw?
No, it was bags.
How many bags he threw?
Yeah, it was like 1,500 or something like that. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, welcome to the pro division.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm telling you, I came up with a post on my page a couple of years ago, like, you know, the journey through making it to be a pro and what you're going to run into once you get into pro division and all that. You know, every year that goes by, it gets better and better and tougher, and the players are better and better. And, you know, the first match that you play is basically, like if you went to a charity tournament and there were 60 teams that showed up, when you get down to that finals match is game 1 in round 1. You know, and you're looking at matches that are 30, 40 rounds long. These guys, they start at 11 o'clock and they go till 6,
Oh, what a
7.
bag. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
What a bag. We had the gate
Great.
going on here. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Mark just drains. Got the instant replay for all of you to check out. That hole was clogged up and Mark just flows up
Mark's
and over.
Win the round by 2 there, 7-4. But yeah, no, the point I'm getting at is, you know, to be in a pro division, to win your way through the pro division, you're going to play matches that are going to be 30, 40 rounds each. And you're going to play and you're going to throw 1,600 bags. You're going to throw 2,000 bags in a day. Like,
right.
You know, it's 4-bagger after 4-bagger after 4-bagger, you know. And Dericki started out a game yesterday throwing 7 4-baggers in a row and ultimately lost. Oh, 4-spot right there for Dericki.
I assume that's why the ACL has to go for like that round limited kind of format for broadcast,
Well,
right? You can't sit there.
shootouts, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, shootouts have to be round limited because they only have certain time. You know,
Right.
like you could get like a game for, let's say, Mackay versus Damon Dennis, and that match could go on for an hour and a half because you know they're just going to shoot hole.
All right, so Burgess and DeRicky up 8-7 right now, headed into this round. Burgess has 2 in front of the hole. Trzynski has 1 hanging in. He
bag
takes the
right
front
there by
position
Jacob.
and just nudges himself in.
I think Burgess got an airmail shot coming here. Backside airmail coming up. Great bag.
That's a beautiful
Great bag. He
Dang.
pulled. He's left both of his bags sitting in the hole. So if he hits an airmail just right, if I'm Jacob, I'm going to try to roll over and sit this bag in the hole. I don't want this bag to go in if I'm Jacob. Jacob's going to go slick side push, and that's all going to go right there. So what's going to happen here is Burgess is going to push into the pile. If he doesn't get his bag to stay straight, Jacob's going to have a chance to win the round by 2. If he can push all of it, he could stop Jacob from scoring. There's going to be a hard bag right here. And that's kind of what I was anticipating. Burgess' bag was going to hit and kick. Jacob can go in for 2 now. Take the lead back.
And that's part of the strategy too, like you said, Chris. Jacob necessarily didn't need that roll back to go in.
Right.
And now all of a sudden, since Burgess went through, everything flushed in, like you said. Burgess has kicked off, and then all of a sudden Jacob, who looked like he didn't have the whole control, could actually score some points on that round.
The problem with Jacob going in right there is he opens up the lane for Burgess.
Right.
You know, and that's not what you want to do.
Instead of being a 12-12 wash, now
Right.
you got 2 points that you got
Exactly.
snuck out of that.
Yep.
Some people don't think about that too. When you think of cornhole, you think of you score as many points as you can, but
Right.
sometimes that's not the strategy that you need.
Right. There's a theory out there, you know, and Mackay plays by this, right? Mackay wins, and everyone wants to emulate the guy who wins the most, right? Mackay plays all in. Like he doesn't care. He just puts every bag in. He never blocks. He never leaves bags on the board. He either shoots slide down the middle or airmail, but he's not trying to jam it up. If your opponent has 2 bags in the hole, he is still going to take all of it in and get to 12. Because if you shoot a 12 every time, theoretically, right, you can never score, right? Like you
Right.
can never get scored on, right? If you shoot a 12 every single time. But even Mackay doesn't shoot a 12 every single time.
Right.
There's other approaches and other methods to winning, and that is, you know, blocks, stuffing the hole in your head. Like there's other approaches. So, you know, obviously Tony and Jacob, you know, I'm anticipating they're going to be a top 10 team. They play that strategy with the dirty boards. They're not looking to play all in. They're looking to jam up the hole. They're looking for your bags to hit, kick, miss. They want to force you into a miss and then take advantage of it. Now in this round, Jacob's bag is off to the right, so Burgess looks like he's going to have an opportunity for 2. So my point is that not every single bag that you ever throw has to go in the hole. Sometimes, strategically, it's smarter to lay up on the board, jam up the hole, or do something else. I like an airmail here from Burgess. DeRicky's telling him to hit it from the side. I don't know if I really like that. I think an airmail might be a better shot here. A whole lot of nothing going on this round.
No.
Jacob wants to shoot it. Tony is telling Jacob to just board it. The hole's pretty clogged up here. You're not going to do anything.
Yep. That's.
And DeRicky's telling Burgess to do the same. 4-on-4 wash. Least exciting round of cornhole ever. 9-8 Tony Jacob. Tony getting that first bag instead of blocker here. Ooh.
Short there.
Oh, he got a bad result on that shot. He was trying to set the blocker. The bag hit too low, and it just died on the board. DeRicky going to have a chance to win the round by 2 here. He's going to run them all in the hole. Tony doesn't panic. He sets another blocker. That's a good bag. But DeRicky would be wise to push through this and just take them all in. Because Tony's not getting that bag. Even Tony's not getting that one.
No.
I've seen Tony erase misses that just blow your mind. He's not getting that one. Tony does a good job, though, of minimizing right there. DeRicky's got to bury this, and he does.
Yeah.
Great job by DeRicky.
Got ourselves a good little match here.
Yes,
Got a
we
lead
do.
change. Score 2 for Burgess and DeRicky. They take the lead 10-9. Got a seesaw battle here, Sean.
We got a 12-on-12 wash coming up here. Burgess should just push through. On 12 wash. That is a Siva double 4-bagger right there. Once again, we save all the wicked washes for 10 on 10s and less.
Thank you.
Unless you're Lady Tornado, she just gives everybody shouts out all the time.
There you go.
All right, Ricky's in. I'm willing to bet Tony's going to try to set a block here. And he does. Ricky's going to have room to go around it. Oh, tries to go over. He's off the back. Now, this is what Tony does to you, right? Going to roll over. Leave that block there. He's going to force DeRicky to either push through or go for another ML. DeRicky tried to cut it, kicked off of Tony's bag, left his bag sitting in the hole. Very, very good chance of that bag going in. Tony goes slick side, goes for the push. Good bag right there. Pulled his own bag. Tony's going to get to 12 here. DeRicky be wise to just go in with it. I like that. I like that shot selection right there by DeRicky. Tony's going to go in, take 3.
13-9. No, I beg your pardon. 12-10. I just looked at the wrong column there. 12-10 in favor of Smith and Trzynski. Another lead change.
We're halfway through this one, folks. We want to know, who do you think is going to bust up who in this one? Do you think Tony and Jacob are going to bust up Mark and Steve? What do you think Steve and Mark has what it takes to bust up Tony and Jacob? Winner in this match going to sit in the king's seat. Need to be beaten twice. The loser of this match going to have to win one, get back to the winner.
Right now we got DeRicky's averaging a 10.4 point PPR this match. Jacob's got an even 10.
What about Tony?
Tony's 8.67 right now.
DeRicky's winning on his end, but Tony's not shooting for PPR.
Right.
Burgess is going to have to hit this just right. It might be, it might be wise to try and airmail this bag, because when the bags clog up like that, what you want to do is you want to break the back one loose on an airmail.
Oh, it's a great bag.
Now, what I'm afraid of, Burgess' bag is going to hit and kick here.
Just like you said.
Can that be a wicked wash?
That can be a wicked wash.
Thank you.
Brought to you by Wicked Cornhole. Folks, if you have any cornhole needs where you need boards, towers, any kind of accessories, if you are looking for the best boards in the business, they make Beast boards, Quadzilla boards. If you're in the Tewksbury, Massachusetts area, you want to stop in Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 p.m. And if you can't get there because you are not close, you can always check them out at wickedcornhole.com. If you do purchase anything, try to use promo code WOOHOLE and let Bruce and Stacy know that the Tornado sent you. How about that? Sound good?
Oh, like butter in my ears. Thank you. I can see a line right outside the door at Wicked Cornhole, 9 o'clock Monday morning.
People are heading there now.
They better get there. We get a national audience right now.
Well, listen, don't bother them on nights and weekends, all right? Because they're probably either running cornhole tournaments on nights, and they do run charity tournaments. They have all kinds of accessories that you would need, like championship trophies, and they have everything, literally everything. If it's cornhole related, you definitely want to check out Bruce and Stacy. Good bag right there by Tony.
Yeah.
He tried to push it all in. Left one sitting in the hole. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world right there.
Yeah.
Ricky is over a barrel here.
Yeah.
So
what once looked like a good opportunity now is.
Well, worst case scenario here is DeRicky shoots this bag, knocks Tony's in, and goes off. That's the absolute worst. That'd be a 9 spot. That would be game. So I think what DeRicky should try to do is go in here, and even if he takes Tony's bag in, it's 6. If he's on the board, it's going to be 6. If he can go in without Tony's bag in, it's 4. And that's worst case, and that's game.
Yeah,
that's game.
That was exactly what you just called, Tornado.
That's game.
Frustrating, but the good thing is that was a winner's bracket game. Like you said, they still got another chance. So, you know what? Go back, regroup, and anytime you run up against Tony Smith and Jacob Trzynski, you got a mountain to climb.
Right, exactly. Tony Smith, Jacob Trzynski going to receive a money shot of the match. That was the game-winning bag. Tony and Jacob going to move on. They're going to sit in a king's seat, while Burgess and DeRicky are going to have to wait for somebody to come through to lose this bracket. They have to win one to get back to the top. And we'll have some more action coming up here for you soon, folks.
All right, well, let's take a break. We don't have any matches in queue right yet. So we will be back right after these messages. All right, cool. I'm going to head back to the main table. I got to get mixed doubles.
facing off against Brandon and Dana Pearl versus Matt and Nate. That one should be in the queue to come down. All right. Right. So the losers bracket is way behind. So even if you pause that for a little while, like it's not going to slow that bracket down at all. How much time do we have?
All right, we are back with our next matchup, which will feature Emily Downer and Zachary Stickney going up against Derek Fraioli and Scott Thielen. And we do have Tornadoes still in the house with us calling this round.
What's
Happy
up?
to have him join us, and we'll have Sean back in just a few moments.
What's up, folks? Thanks for having me. Thanks for welcoming me back. Do have a really good match here. This match is going to be for 7th place. This is bracket A. And we got a couple of pros versus against
And who do we
couple
got
of
in the
solid
king seat?
shooters.
Who's in the king seat in
King-
bracket A?
King seat in bracket A is Tony and Jacob.
Okay, so they took king seat. That was the
Yep.
match we just saw.
Yep, the next match we're going to have is going to feature Cam D'Ambrosio, Brady Foster against the winner of the match on the other side of the bracket. If you give me a second, I'll bring it up. The next match we're going to have is going to be for the king seat in bracket B. And I'm just waiting for the app to load. And we'll tell you who it is. I forget who was playing. So Cam and Brady have made it into the winners finals. And we're waiting for the semifinals to play out. And the bracket doesn't want to load. All right, here we go. All right, it's going to be the winner of Brandon Pearl and Dana Pearl versus Matt St. Dennis and Nathan Minot. Right now, it looks like the score is 13-11 in favor of the Pearls. So whoever wins that match is going to face off against Brady and Cam here for the right to go to the king seat. All right.
There we go.
Oh, we're already into this match. It's 5-0.
Yep, they got started without us.
Yeah, they
Yep.
did.
Downer and Stickney looking to redeem themselves. They were on the broadcast court earlier. They fell short going up against Storm Hogue and Jimmy Humans.
Yep.
Now they're trying to battle their way back up to the championship in the bracket A with Fraioli and Thielen making a decent run today.
Yep.
Down 5-0 right now.
If you're looking for the brackets, they are posted on the Woolhole Cornhole page. Zach going to strike for 2 right there. So this match is a little bit ahead of the losers bracket on the other side, on the other half of that side. So Matt Saltumacchia facing off, Matt Saltumacchia, David Phillips facing off against Kenny Mays and Justin Dupree. Winner of that going to face off against Ken McConnell and Eric Hauser. And then the winner between Eric Hauser and Ken will face off against the winner of this match here. So making our way through the losers bracket. Emily going to go for an air mail here. Emily wants to go for it. Zach gives it a heads up. Emily's going to shoot it.
Oh.
And Emily's going to knock 2 bags in, but she went off the back. Fraioli. Fraioli has room. Scott Solomon coming from the side. I don't like that. You shoot the air mail here. Because you can also dirty bag Emily, too.
Yep.
You may catch her bag on the way in, but that's an air mail shot. That's okay. Still going to get 1. The risk right there was worth the 3 if he could have hit that clean backside, but at least he wins the round. And the score is now 7-1.
All right, Zach leads off up the middle and in. Thielen follows, just hanging into the hole a little bit. Zach collects Thielen's bag and pulls himself into the hole.
Oh, that
Thielen.
Shankosaurus going to be brought to you by freerange6m.com. Zach goes in. Zach looking for 3 here.
Shankosaurus. Gotta love it.
I'm telling you, there are so many people out there that love it. Just absolutely love it. And I got to tell you, I got to thank Brent Thompson for reaching out to us and wanting to sponsor the Shank Bag in our live feeds this year. It cracks up so many people. And I'm going to tell you, there's some matches where there's no Shanks, and then there's other matches where the match is brought to you by Shankosaurus. But usually there's at least one. So while we were kind of organizing how we wanted to recognize them, you know, we had to define exactly what is a shank, right? So if you throw a bag and the bag takes some awkward hit and knuckle and all of it, right? And then it goes off the board, it's a shank. So we basically kind of qualify the Shankosaurus as just to be any bag that's off the board, right? In any situation. So not all bags that go off the board are shanks, but we're still promoting our sponsor. So 16-1 here. Looks like Emily and Zach are running away with this one. They've opened up a pretty big lead. Scott and Derek going to have their work cut out for them. Stickney with a slick side push right through right here. He's going to guarantee himself 2 if he can get them both to go in. It's good bags, good flush. Even if you know he took Scott's bag in, he's still going to get 2 here. So, Bruce, I got a question for you about Zach. Fine young man. Was in New Hampshire, has relocated. Oh, that's a 4 right there. We better get this question in quick. What kind of employee is Zach Stickney? Is this the kind of kid that shows up on time? Is he reliable? Is he hardworking? Like, what kind of a young man?
He's all of that. Actually, he's quite remarkable. 100% reliable. I get constant. He's our director of customer service. I get constant compliments on his performance. I can count on him for anything. Never misses a day of work unless he's off traveling, being an ACL pro.
Yeah, but I'm sure he probably gives you plenty of notification, like he needs
these
days off.
Oh, I have 6 months notice from him. No, he's awesome. He's awesome. I've said it on the podcast, and I'll shout it from the mountaintops. He's a great cornhole player, but he's even a better employee and a better person. I mean, he's just everything you could ever want.
Yeah, this one's over. Emily's going to get this route. She didn't have to do. She put this bag on the board, and that's it.
Yeah. She's like, all right.
Just put it on the board. That's it. That's game. Derek's going to have to drag both of them with the bag in his hand to get 1. And that's going to be 1. And that's going to be the match. Emily down. I'm going to hit the see the money shot of the match. That was a game-winning bag. Emily and Zach are going to bust up Scott and Derek in this one. Emily and Zach moving on for higher ground. They'll have a chance to play for 5th place in their next match. They're going to have to wait for the losers bracket to catch up on the other side. In the meantime, we are going to try to jump over to bracket B. Let's see if that match is over with yet. All right, that match is over. So Sean has come back and he's going to reassign his next match. Next match we're going to have for you is going to be Brady Foster, Cam D'Ambrosio versus Brandon and Dana Pearl for the right in the winner's bracket of bracket B. We'll be back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live from Turf Sports Center in Portland, Maine. We do have an exciting matchup queued up that's going to be beginning any time now. We have Brandon Pearl and Dana Pearl, father-son team, going up against Brady Foster and Cameron D'Ambrosio, who we watched win a victory earlier. So this should be a great match to watch, and we do have Sean back in the room. That was a quick match you just missed, Sean.
I know, right? I left for 1 second, came back, it was done.
It was over.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Emily Downer and Zach Stickney dominating that last one, waiting on the winner of this one, as I understand. This is a B bracket. Okay.
Want to give a huge shout out to our main sponsor here, Maniacs Cornhole, John Clark, right here at the Portland Sports Complex. You know a lot about the Maniacs and John Clark. I mean, what else can you say? They're an amazing group of players, and John Clark and his fundraising efforts, and just the Maniacs in general. He's the first one to step up and help out someone in need, and he's a stand-up guy.
Yeah, he's using cornhole for what it's meant to be about in a lot of ways. He runs a lot of great fundraising events. He runs an incredible league that's up to 104 teams on a weekly basis right here at Turfs. And when it's not an event that is brought to you by Maniacs, when Stacy and I are up doing a charitable tournament, him and the Maniacs gang are sure to show up and join in and participate. They've really been responsible for bringing the game of cornhole here to the great state of Maine.
And you as well, right? You run a ton of fundraising events up here in Maine.
Yeah, we do no less than about 25 events up here a year. Yeah, we did 22 last year, and we're booked all throughout the year, up throughout the great state of Maine. So this match has begun. Is that true?
Yeah, what do we have here? A battle of New Hampshire versus New York?
Pretty much, right?
The Pearls from New Hampshire, right?
Yeah.
Both?
Yep. Brandon and Dana Pearl are really making a name for themselves, though. They are an incredibly talented duo, and I'm looking for them to do well as they have in this bracket.
Of course, we all know, we talked about Brady Foster earlier, and Cam D'Ambrosio. I think he's a Wicked sponsored player, right?
He is indeed. He is part of the Wicked Cornhole team.
Have you reached out to Brady Foster?
No, but we can talk about that off the air. I have not had a chance to.
No, well, the reason I asked that, I wasn't sure if he was sponsored as well. I'm going to tell you, I could talk about Brady Foster for a long time. This kid is an amazing, amazing kid.
Dustin Arnold talks very highly of him, and every time I've seen him throw, he's got a great-looking bag, and he's just a solid thrower.
He went to the pro qualifier last year down in South Carolina, and he won his way. So they do two gauntlets. Last year they took 820 or 830 players, and they divided that field in half.
Yep.
And then they took the top 128 for both fields. Excuse me 1 second. And Brady, so basically you have to go 3-1 in 4 games of singles. So Brady made his way through the gauntlet. And then there was a second gauntlet, because then they took the top 128 for both fields, which made 256. And then they narrowed that down to the top 32.
Okay.
Brady was at the point where he had to win one more game, and he would have had pro status. He is facing off against Rosie Streaker. And last year was the first time any woman had won their way through the pro qualify to requalify. And there were 3 women that did it. And Rosie Streaker was one of them.
Wow.
But Brady Foster had an opportunity to beat her, and he had an open board slide shot. I mean, this game went on for probably 20, 25, 30 rounds, and Brady had the chance to put it away, get the win, and he shanked the bag and went on to lose like a couple of rounds later. It was gut-wrenching and heartbreaking because he was so close, and then he didn't even get offered a PDC spot afterwards, which I was really surprised at. But this kid, and he was my prediction. I thought he was going to win the Northeast Pro Qualifier last year. We hosted it at the schoolyard, and I thought this kid was going to come in and disintegrate everybody. Bushway was the one who ended up winning it, but Brady made it to the top 4, and Bushway took him down.
I think Bottas was in the mix there, too.
Yeah, Bottas was in the finals. He ended up losing to Bushway.
Back to the game we're watching. We've got Foster and D'Ambrosio up 8-0 right now.
So, you guys are probably more familiar with Dana and Brandon Pearl. Which one is Dana and which one is Brandon?
So Dana's the dad.
Okay, Dana's the dad.
Over here to the right, and Brandon is his son down there.
All right.
The younger looking one, wearing the Wicked Cornhole hat.
All right, so let's talk about these guys for a minute. Where are they from? Are they from New Hampshire? Are they from Maine?
They're from New Hampshire, and they spawned from the Lakes region Baggers, which has developed Chaos Cornhole and
Yep.
Air Mails, and it's really grown a lot up in New Hampshire. But I originally identified them and met them through the Lakes region, but they just show up at all the events throughout
Yeah.
New Hampshire. They play. They've been playing in Sean's 603 league in the past. New Hampshire,
So the big question is, do they have beast boards?
absolutely.
Okay, all right. That's, all right, they're okay.
That would have
then.
been awkward if they didn't. But
No, they don't actually.
These guys, I feel like they're coming up the ranks and they're making a name for themselves. And I played them in a regional a couple of months ago up at one of Sean's regionals, and it was Jacob Trzynski and I, and they dropped us in the first game. And I was quite shocked. And then I went on to see how well they did, and I was like, well, here's another team that's coming out of the Northeast that's somebody
Right.
to watch, you know? Like, you can't sleep on these guys. Nobody can sleep on anybody anymore, but these guys snuck up on us and they sniped us down. I've seen the two names, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, oh, yeah, Jacob and I, yeah, we're good. We got this. And nope, that wasn't the case.
so, Sean, there are no pros that actually come from New Hampshire, right? At this
There's
moment?
one.
Well, Sheila's a PDC.
Oh, Sheila Roy. Okay.
She's a PDC player right now.
There's one New Hampshire
I'm trying
pro,
to think.
and he's an employee of Wicked Cornhole.
Oh yes, yeah, you're right.
Oh, he moved
Stick
to
me.
Massachusetts. I'm
Right,
sorry. Okay, he's New Hampshire.
No,
yeah.
and you know,
yeah,
I'll
I
tell
know
you,
that kid.
I'll tell you why I know this, because I was just counting the pros from Massachusetts and all of our conference and stuff, and I was surprised. There's only one from Maine. There's one from New Hampshire. There's none from Vermont. Although I think that Colin Hodette is probably going to be the first one.
Yeah,
he
he's-
is incredible.
He's on
He
course
is
for
incredible.
it, for sure. And then there's only one from New Jersey, and I was surprised about that too.
Jimmy Humans is
Jimmy,
the only
yep.
New Jersey pro.
Yep. And then there was one from Rhode Island.
Our very own Joe Regan.
That's correct. And then there's only one from Connecticut too.
Tony,
Tony Smith.
big
That's
Tony.
it. 6 from Mass, 6 from New York.
Yeah. So to work with us at Wicked Cornhole, Stickney did cross the border. So he recently resides in Massachusetts. But you're correct. He's out of New Hampshire.
Yeah, I think he's outside of Boston too. Isn't he in Brighton?
Newton.
Newton. Okay, yeah, he's
Yeah.
along the Mass Pike.
Yeah. He took his 1 hour and 40-minute commute and brought it down to 25 minutes.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
I've been getting on his tail about coming to visit us on Wednesday nights. I want to load up that room with all the pros. You know, last week we had an exceptional night. I'm going to tell you, a lot of times when the pros are around, there's a lot of hemming and hawing, jarring about, oh, I'm going to play a pro, and not one person in the room complained about it. And I'm going to tell you, there's a kid that came down, and we ended up playing swap. He got partnered up with Tony for a game. He got partnered up with Jim Bottas for a game. He got another pro. He ended up playing against me in one of the games, and then he got Jim Bottas in the bracket. And the kid was ecstatic. You know, he had the chance to play with, like, all of his heroes, you know, and it was just made for a great night. Not one person in the room hemmed and hawed about this, that, who they had to play, and what the matches were and all this. Everybody went out and played. They embraced the opportunity to have that many people in the room, and it was just a fantastic night. And I'm hoping to make it like that every week, you know. I don't want to chase people to get them to come. You know, I invited Burgess down. I invited Regan down.
Well, you took Stickney from me, brother, because he was supposed to go out for a date night with me. We were going to go play a Big Mad. And after work, he goes, actually, Tornado really wants me to come down to this, and all the pros are playing. So he stood me up, but
Stole him away.
yeah,
I mean,
we
I
were
ha-
going to go play. We were going to go play over a Big Mad cornhole. You know, they do a blind jar.
Oh, of course,
It'll
of
be
course.
silly,
I've been to Big Mad as well. I've been there on Tuesday nights. I think that's match, is it? Is that match?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
That was a washout right there.
Well, you look at some of the stats real quick. D'Ambrosio was shooting an 11.
Oh, boy.
11 this match.
Yeah,
He
we
was
didn't
on
pay
fire.
too much attention to bag by bag in that one. But
No.
Brady and Cam ran away with that one.
Brady with an 8.33.
Here I am
Ambrosio 11.
promoting the pearls, and then they laid an egg in that one.
Well, they got dominated.
Yeah, they
fair
did.
and square. It's seeing a couple of blowouts this deep in the bracket is a little bit surprising.
It
but
is,
it's the best
yeah.
of the best coming up through right now.
We got a few-minute break. This is a perfect opportunity just to give a couple shout-outs to our sponsors of the Northeast Conference #2. First, again, O'Connor Auto Park GMC. Ryan Booker, he is here today. He came over, loved his Quadzilla boards. Maine's best selection of GM vehicles out of Augusta, Maine. O'Connor Auto Park is a full-service provider for GMC, Buick, Chevrolet, and Volkswagen. Reach out to Ryan and crew at 207-622-3191 for your auto needs. What do you got, Bruce?
I've got Dave Therian.
Yes.
Our Therian and Son Quality Painting right out of the great state of New Hampshire we were just talking about. Arthurian & Son is a premier painting company out of Hooksett, New Hampshire that offers high-quality interior and exterior painting services. This family business has provided exceptional painting services to people like you since 1950. At Arthurian & Son Quality Painting, they proudly offer both interior and exterior painting for homes, offices, businesses, and even industrial spaces. Reach out to Dave and his crew at 603-622-1261, or you can find Dave at any local 603 Cornhole event and speak to him personally. But
Yeah.
Great guy, great sponsor, and we want to thank him for helping make this Flume Media event possible.
Sure, and I'll take on the next one. Allegiance Heat Pumps. They have those beautiful black boards with the American flag on there. It pops out. They love their boards. Jake Corbeil, Allegiance Heat Pumps out of Lyman, Maine. They specialize in quality installation and service of Mitsubishi electric heat pumps to efficiently heat and cool your home or business. Your comfort is top priority, and getting it done within your budget is an important goal of ours. Call today for a free example pledging allegiance to quality installation and service. Contact Allegiance at 207-347-9969.
And let's not forget about our friend Randy Baker running a
Randy.
great event here today.
Yes,
and
sir.
he is with HEC CPA, established in 1964. That's Havelock SD and Curran CPA, has been operating a successful public accounting practice for over 50 years now, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Their principals and staff members have dedicated many hours to developing the firm into what it is today. Their diverse clients range from the Aroostook County area into Greenville, down east, up to Machias, and south to the Lewiston area. In today's ever-changing and dynamic business climate, they are priding themselves on knowing that they have served their clients with respect and professionalism. For your accounting needs, contact the team from Havelock, SD and Curran, CPA at 207-945-5695.
And while we still wait for another match to come in the queue here, let's give a huge shout out to our main sponsors here, Wicked Cornhole. You can see it right there on the screen. Bruce and Stacy Taylor sitting right next to me. Bruce, custom cornhole boards designed by you, handcrafted for the highest quality materials and construction to create a set of boards that is uniquely you. Nothing says fun like a set of custom cornhole boards for your business, event, fundraiser, or just for your backyard. At Wicked Cornhole out of Tewksbury, Mass., there's a commitment to serving the players and community. Reach out to the team at Wicked Cornhole for your backyard or fundraising needs at 978-851-7600 or visit them online at www.wickedcornhole.com.
All right,
Well said.
that paragraph that you just read there.
Yep.
Okay, I got to memorize that.
There you go.
Beautiful, isn't it?
I'm going to get that in the live streams here.
I already have like 5 minutes of like straight talk when I start a match.
Yeah.
So I mean that would probably extend it a little bit, but I should probably put that in.
Right? That's funny.
No, just
All right.
speak from the heart. That's all you have to do.
All right, so we're not taking a commercial break right now, are we?
I think we just did a commercial
Yeah.
break. We just
Well,
reeled up.
okay, so all right, so I want to ask Sean a question.
Yeah.
What's the next match coming up?
I know. We're waiting. We're waiting
I'm
for
looking
something
around.
to come on cue. And there's
I'm looking around through the brackets here, and there's a couple of good options. I think Emily Down and Zach Stickney would be a good way to go.
looking at Petoskey and Farrell. We
yeah,
haven't
that's
seen
what I was
them
thinking.
yet.
Right, and that's what I was
Love to
thinking.
see
That
them.
was going to be my
Yeah.
next suggestion. Is that let's put some different folks on. I mean, Emily and Zach have already been on a couple of times. Well, I don't think there's been a match with Nick and Sean yet, have they?
No, they haven't. So
Yeah.
I was eyeing that one, and also Peyton Adams, Owen Merrill, kind of a local flavor for us up
Yep.
here. We
Yeah,
did
so-
have Clark and Ton, and Ton wasn't happy with us putting him on the main stage.
Yeah, well,
I know, he yelled at me.
well, listen, the the Mitchell Cardosa match. Looks like it's 1916 over Matt and Caden. If I'm saying that right. So that would, Nick and Sean would face off against the winner of that, and that
Okay.
match is almost over. So 118 is coming up, but that match is in the lose bracket. So that match have to fire off right away.
Yep. I think
And then
that's
over
all
on
I
the
have
other
in queue right now is
Yeah.
just the loser sides on
Yep.
both of them.
Yeah,
so.
and yeah. Well, I mean, the winners brackets have all played out, so there's nothing but losers bracket matches left.
Yep.
So yeah, Clark and Ton would be the other option, but I mean, I think Nick and Sean are probably deserving of
Yeah, I'd
some
love to
camera
get
time.
Love to get them on there.
Mitchell and Cardosa, no, they've already been on camera too. We don't need to get them out of here. Get them out of here. Sick of seeing them.
Right?
Time out. I'll be right back, gentlemen.
All right, Bruce going to take a quick timeout here. We are moving right along today. At 2 o'clock, we're going to start our women's, seniors, and juniors, and that's going to wrap up the ACL Northeast Conference. Oh, we going to take a break? Yeah, let's take a
What are we
break. All
doing?
right, we'll be right back. We're going to take a break here. We'll be right back, and then we'll get this next match in queue.
All right.
All right, we are back at the Portland Sports Complex for the ACL Northeast Conference number 2. My name is Sean Haley. I'm here with a Tornado and Bruce Taylor. Before we catch this next match, I want to give a huge shout out to Flume Media, Chad Fillion, with James Dugay and Zach Dickerson. Flume Media is a creative services agency specializing in video production, web development, live streaming, broadcasting, social media management, and digital design. Our boutique-style agency can work with your agency to build quality, creative solutions for your marketing needs. As a local small business, they can guarantee that you have one-on-one relationships with them to design, and their staff can help with a wide range of marketing and advertising needs. That's Flume Media. Chris, we got a big one here now, right? We're kind of winding down. I know we're in the loser side, but we're winding down these matches.
We are winding our way down through bracket. What is this one? This is B?
This is B, yeah.
All right. Yeah, we're in bracket B. We are at, let me see, 5th, 7th. This match is going to be for 7th place in the bracket. Loser is going to finish in 7th. The winner is going to have a chance to move on for higher ground. We got a couple of New York pros in this one. I'm assuming it's a couple of New York players. We know... Excuse me. We know that Caden is from the Binghamton, New York area, but we're a little unfamiliar with his partner, Matt Costello.
Yep.
Looks like we're going to have BG bags against Reynolds in this one. Nick and Sean are going to be throwing the Reynolds bags, and we're going to catch Sean on camera throwing something other than Ultra.
Looks like
he's a big Ultra guy, but
right.
he's been throwing with Nick for a long time, and they kind of came up as partners. And they threw the Reynolds bags at Nick's preference, So Sean's been throwing Reynolds for a long time, but he signed a deal with Ultra, and he made arrangements in his deal that when he throws with Nick, that he's going to be throwing Reynolds.
All right.
Everything else is going to be Ultra. Sean and I are going to be partnering up for Germany.
I'm not used to seeing Sean without the yellow on.
I know,
the black,
right?
It doesn't look like
I
him.
know, right? Well, he's still sporting the Cobra Kai stuff.
Oh,
so.
yeah, no doubt. He had a good run yesterday in singles. Ended up in the king seat, one of the brackets. Ended up falling to, I think it was Chris Wagner.
Wags.
Yeah, Wags.
Wags is making a lot of noise around here.
Took him down, but he had a good run yesterday. It's like Matthew Costello is from Middletown, New York. Sorry, so yeah,
Okay.
for New York.
Yeah, I had to figure that he was from the general area, and then, when guys shoot well, then they want to partner up, and then want to take it to the conference and see how they do and all that kind of thing. Sean looking for 2 here. It's 2-0 in favor of Matt and Caden. Now, Caden came over and told me how to say his last name, and of course I've already forgotten it.
It was
Chantavong?
Chantavong. Yep, Chantavong.
Chantavong, all right. We're tied at 2 here. Winner of this match going to face off against Peyton Adams, Owen Merrill. On the other side of bracket B, on the losers bracket, we got Tom and Eben squaring off against Jeff Ratcliffe and Paul Johnson. I'm terrible with the last names, and I can't see the entire last name, so I can't pronounce them.
Well, you look at that A bracket, and it's a lot of the usual suspects that are kind of lurking.
No, this is still B. Where I'm still in B.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, if I'm looking at the A side, I mean, I was seeing Humans and Hogue and Burgess and DeRicky and Tony and Jacob. You see your usual.
Yeah, Regan and Bottas were in that bracket, too.
Okay.
And they didn't quite make it in as far as the others you had just mentioned. But, yeah, bracket A is pretty stacked. Bracket A is pretty stacked. Tony and Jacob sitting in the king seat of the stacked bracket. No surprise there.
No. Would be fun to see Tony and Jacob match up against Brady and Cam D'Ambrosio. It'd be kind of an interesting little.
Yeah, I mean, all the combinations of teams at the top are all interesting matches.
Yeah,
for sure. 8-2, Nick and Sean. We must have missed something. I think Nick had a big round in the last round. Sean telling Nick like it is. I think Matt's going to shoot an airmail here. Try to get up over, maybe drag a bag. Hopefully he doesn't dirty bag himself. Going to go up and land on top of the pile. It's going to be 2 for Nick and Sean. It is now 10-2.
Bruce, we got a couple of Wicked sponsored players here as well, right?
Yeah, a couple of great friends of ours, Nick and Sean. Sensei Farrell does a great job promoting our business on the New York front out of Cobra Kai Cornhole.
Yes, he does some fantastic posts. I see him, and he has been doing a fantastic job promoting you guys.
I will say we're going to talk a little more of it on the Chairman of the Board's podcast and you know, the sponsorship world and all of that, which we're new to. But yourself, Chris, and Sean Farrell are worth your weight in gold. You do a great job for both of us, and it's appreciated. The way you're representing our brand as players, and the promotional stuff that you each do is just very valuable to us. And I don't play favorites, but I kind of like the both of you a lot on the
Appreciate it,
sponsorship
Bruce. Thank you
level.
for the kind words. We try our best here. I know that. 13-2, Nick and Sean out in front on this one. Excuse me, in this one.
You know, we talked about the Hodettes yesterday being a great cornhole family out of Vermont, and the Patuskys are the same way. We got Nick, his brother Cooper, and wonderful parents that support them, and you see them coming out to all of these events as a family. And just great seeing the game the whole family can play and participate in.
Of course, you know, when you see, you know, like pros and, you know, people like Nick and Sean, like, you know, everybody's wife, cousin, husband, you know, they all get in the backyard, they all play, you know, so when, like, groups, and it's a great family thing, too, you know, mom can play, dad can play, the brothers, the sisters, everybody can play, you know. So it's great to see families, you know, getting into it. And you know, clearly one person among the group, you know, can always stand out.
Yeah, you think of the Schaffs here in Maine. There's another great cornhole family pulling it together, and the Patuskys out in New York. And that should be maybe a Wiki award next year, Sean.
Yeah.
We could do the ultimate cornhole family.
Yeah, we'll put that in the memory bank there.
Yeah.
Myself, I'm in a great situation. I have a wonderful, fantastic woman who shares in all of it with me. She hasn't been playing as many events this year. She's been taking Mondays and Thursdays off, but I'm still going hard on Mondays and Thursdays. I'm striving for that third Ironman this year.
You probably already have a stranglehold on that.
Yeah.
You're probably right. You know, I tell you, Dave Weiser is the guy to ask.
Yeah.
Actually, I shouldn't have said that, but I was going to say, there's somebody who's keeping me informed.
Right.
But I haven't talked to him in a long time, so I have no idea. Now, I'm going to tell you, the last 2 years, there's a guy from somewhere in the mid-north, like North Dakota or one of those states up that way. Minnesota, maybe, I don't know. There's somebody who's been right on my tail. He actually made an announcement last year, right before they announced the Ironman, that he had over 1,000 games, and he was expecting that he was going to win it until he asked me how many games I had, and I said I had 1,150.
So you're starting to get some competition.
Yeah, it is. Listen,
The word's getting out.
That does not get lost on me. Okay, I know there's somebody chasing me for that thing, and that motivates me to push hard. Because I want to stay out in front. Like the first year, I had no idea it was a thing, and apparently I had only won it by like 2 events. So at the time, I won it with 230 events. Then when I knew it became a thing, then I went hard after it. And then last year, I ended up winning with 380 events. Because what I wanted to do was I wanted to set the all-time record so high that nobody would ever touch it, like a Babe Ruth kind of thing, right?
Right.
So I got to 380, and then like when we got into May, like right around Memorial Day, all the events, everything died off. Like there was like nothing to do. Regionals weren't around. You know, if anything, I had one regional a weekend, and you know, I'm looking to play, you know, singles, doubles, blind draw every Saturday and Sunday. I'm looking to play swap and brackets, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And the events, they weren't there in June. So I was starting to worry that I wasn't going to make it. I was hoping to get to 500 events, but it didn't happen. So I only get to 380. So this year, I think I'm ahead of my pace last year, but I don't know. But there's no doubt I am going for number 3. And after I won number 2, I said to myself, I'm done. Like I did back-to-back. That's good enough.
That's it.
And that ends the match. Patuski and Farrell making quick work of that. So we've watched 3 cornhole blowouts over the
Yep.
past 3 events. Great
Yep.
seeing all the star power out there dominating.
All right, Sean, I'm calling you out. You got to get some better matches up here.
We don't have much to choose from right now, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, we could stay right here, right?
We're going to
I mean,
have to.
Yeah, we're going to have
Oh,
to.
no,
Just run.
this is a good one here. I'm excited about this one,
Yeah,
actually.
Peyton and Owen.
Peyton and
against
Owen versus
Nick and
Petoskey
Sean.
and
All right.
Sean Farrell.
That'll be great. Bring them right
Yep.
back up and get
Yep.
Peyton and Owen up here.
All right, so the other side of the losers bracket is at the same spot this one is at. So, oh no, that's one behind. It's one behind. This match that between Peyton and Owen and Nick and Sean is going to be for 5th place. The other side of the losers bracket is around behind. They're at 7th place, but that match is playing out right now. It's 2-0 John Clark and Ton over Jeff and Paul. And then winner of John and Ton are going to play. The winner of John and Ton
I love
versus
Farrell's
Jeff
shirt.
and Paul are going to play Matt and Nathan.
Yeah.
All right. I can't see Matt's last name. It's Matt and Nathan. Okay.
I know, Bruce, you missed it when you were gone. We were saying, how not used to seeing Sean without the yellow on, right? The man in black
did
today.
they put the camera on that shirt?
I don't know if they did. No, I'm not sure. But
We get a chance. He's not facing us now, but so he's got his beautiful wife, Jennifer, sponsored by Jennifer on the shirt.
oh, that's funny.
And she's
Yeah.
right over there.
I
to
didn't
the
even
left.
notice it.
Yeah, put it right on there.
There you go.
If you want
No,
to talk
Sean.
about, that's
Sean.
oh, he's walking.
Get that shirt right in the camera.
There it is.
Yeah. There we go. Love it.
Now,
Love it.
but is that her? Where is she? Where is
She's
she?
over to the left over
Yep.
there.
Yep.
Go ahead and go to the left.
Yep.
She's on her
He's gonna-
phone right now.
Yep, she's
There she is.
tinkering around
Yeah.
on her phone.
See? Sponsored by his wife. Gotta love it.
But that over there is Sean Farrell's Carrie Shillelagh. Just
That's
a great
funny.
supporter.
Yeah.
They're a great cornhole couple, and she's behind him, and she stresses out as much as he does when he's on the boards, and she's just a wonderful human and a great supporter. And it's just awesome that he's got that shirt on.
That's funny.
And it is a great representation. Those big blue eyes and the red hair looks just like her. That's a riot. So we do have the next match getting queued up here. So we do have up-and-comer Owen Merrill. Now, this is a rock star out of your 603 league. He's actually from Massachusetts, but lives right on the border. He's actually Nashua, New Hampshire. So
Yep.
he's over the border in Nashua. And another cornhole family. You got his father, Joe, who supports Owen and quite a player himself.
Yeah,
And then
Joe's
you got-
pretty good.
Yeah, he is.
You can catch them
Throws
at
some
any
good bags.
603/Skullet event. They're always at Skullet every week, and they're at 603 every season. So
And of course, Peyton Adams, another up and comer. We can look at him going forward as making a bid for a pro run as well. This guy, him and Owen are just making a big splash down in our neck of the woods down in Massachusetts. And of course, they're going back up against the last game winners, Farrell and Petoskey, 2 ACL pros.
Yeah, 2 young kids. I love doing the promotion, but I wait until the time is right. And these kids could have their time. It could be coming. I don't think they're there yet. I think they need to win a little bit more up here before I stick my neck out there. I just stuck my neck out for Frank Verona, and we'll see how that comes. We haven't missed yet on the kids that we've done like a big promotion for. So trying to keep that perfect streak intact for now. But Owen and Peyton could be 2 that have a promotion post coming from us soon.
we'll see how they do here. They've had a good little run today.
Brady Foster is the next one up on my list.
Yep.
I haven't done one for him yet, and he is more than deserving.
He and Cam both.
This could be a good match. Now that I'm looking at it, maybe we won't see a blowout again. We've had a
Yeah.
few blowouts.
We have.
Of course, Petoskey and Farrell with the edge. They just played on these boards. They're hot off a big win. Running strong right now.
Bruce will be happy to hear Journey in the background.
Yeah, we have Journey playing in the background. Love Journey. Don't stop believing, people, because the wheel in the sky does keep on turning. We going live. They're lining up like they're serious. I didn't see a spinning of the bag. I don't know if this is still a down and
The
back. or
scoreboard
not.
is active, so I'm guessing this is live right now.
All right. Sensei off to the left. Merrill capitalizes. Goes up the middle in the hole. Sensei a little off to the left again.
Good bag.
Yeah, good
Merrill
bag. He
right
went
up the
far
middle.
side around the two blockers. Sean's going to challenge Duman again. I think it was an AML shot. He's going to block him behind. That's a good safe play right there. Sean's going up. He ended up knocking one of Peyton's bags, and Peyton can be on the board for 4 here. I don't think he's got to do too much, but you know, a situation like this, so you can see how the bags are arranged. I say this: Tony Smith would load up. He would throw a bar of soap, and what he would do is he would knock Sean's bag off the back and take his 2 in.
Yep.
That's what the kids love to do. So I referenced this yesterday, that you know sometimes all of us were out here playing checkers. Well, Tony and others are out here playing chess, and when the kids see bags like that, they just start drooling over that bar of soap shot. And that was an opportunity right there. I think
Oh, Petoskey off to the right.
Owen tried to get it, but he didn't get it, the hit that he was looking for. All right, this match right here is for 5th place in bracket B. Whoever loses is going to finish in 5th. And the other side of the losers bracket a little bit far behind, so I think we may have to jump brackets, maybe circle back to this one.
Can that be a wicked wash, Chris? Or
I wasn't watching. I was looking at the brackets.
no, that's okay. It is a wash. I just wanted
Yeah,
you to,
100%. It is a wicked wash. Brought to you by Wicked Cornhole.
10-10 wash, a wicked wash. Brought to you by Wicked Cornhole. Thank you very much. Merrill leads off with a blocker in the front. Sensei Sean Farrell gets behind him. 2 bags in front of the hole. Merrill nudges it in, a little off to the right, still collectible. Farrell lines himself up with 2 hanging in the hole right now.
Those are going to go in.
He nudges them
Owen
in.
knocked them in.
Yeah.
Blocking behind, and then Sean's going to shoot an AML with his last bag. See if Owen goes up. He's off the back.
Oh, misses off the back.
This is an AML shot, backside AML. Oh, Nick is telling him to lay up. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Maybe he wants to play it a little safe early.
Well, I mean, if you can win a round by 2 or by 3, you take it. You know, obviously,
Sure.
if you have an opportunity for 4 more, you go after it. But sometimes those high-risk shots, they pay off, and sometimes they hurt really bad. So, calculate your risk. Take the shot when you feel it's worth it. And play it safe when you don't. 3-2. Nick and Sean out in front of Peyton and Owen. I don't think we've given any props to the bag companies yet, right? We got Reynolds versus Lucky Bags in this one.
That's right. Yep.
Yep.
Got the birch berries.
Peyton is a Wicked sponsored player, right? So we
He
have
is.
3, or do we have 4 Wicked sponsored players in this one? I'm not sure if Owen is.
Well, Peyton's what we call a local sponsor. We just brought him on, and he's repping our brand, and we're friends. Him and his dad have become great friends of the business. But yes, we also have Sean Farrell and Nick Petoskey, who are very much been part of the family for well over a year right now. So the newest member of the Wicked team is, of course, Peyton Adams. Put
Yes,
a shout
that's
out
right.
to his dad as well. His father has run a couple of fundraising events and is a great supporter, supporting Peyton's journey up through the ranks. Great family, the Adams.
So Sean has Upton left, and that is leaving just Bruce and I here for the moment. We don't know what happened, but Sean grabbed his computer and went up to the desk. There must be an issue or something going on.
He had to go be a director.
Yeah, I think he's got to start squaring up registration and send out texts for the women's juniors and seniors. So I think we have some director stuff, that business to attend to.
Meanwhile, this match is 5-2. Petoskey and Farrell leading 5-2.
Yep. All right, so we're still early enough in the match for me to ask you, what's the line on this match? I mean, Sean and Nick probably have to be the favorites, right?
I would think. They've got the home court advantage. They're hot off a win on these boards. They're used to the main stage right now. There are a couple of ACL rookie pros this year. So,
I know Nick is PDC, right? Is Sean's
PDC as well.
They're
yeah.
both PDC.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, a little surprising on both, but they're Sean's been a great supporter of Nick, and they travel together, and they've gone all the way to Canada. Sean went over to Europe last year, earlier this year.
Yep. Well, I had talked about a heartbreaking story when we had Brady Foster on, and I'm going to talk about another heartbreaking, gut-wrenching story for Nick Petoskey, right? Nick was on course. He was told by Trey Ryder he was a lock to be an ACL pro next year. And the ACL only takes 8 players 17 and under. All right. And there's reasons for that. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to speculate. But they only take 8 players under the age of 18. Nick was a lock to make it into the Pro Division last year until it came down to the championship in South Carolina. Ian Cripps literally came out of nowhere. Ian Cripps was about to lose pro status. Ian Cripps is about 12 or 13 years old, young man from Louisiana, somewhere outside of New Orleans or in and around New Orleans. And he came firing through the championship, and I think he finished either 3rd or 4th, which basically requalified him for next year in on the 18Us. And Nick Patuski was the player who was bumped. Nick had won opens, had great results, top 3 finishes at opens and singles and doubles, and he was in until Ian came firing through in South Carolina, and he bumped, and Nick turned out to be the kid that got bumped.
I remember this. And Ian Cripps went on to be partners this year with Zach Stickney.
Yeah, that's right, Sticks.
And of course, Stickney and Patuski made great partners in last year's USA Cornhole Championship.
This is true. Yep, they were on TV together.
That incredible matchup for the 3rd place spot. That went 31 rounds. I see the repeats of that all the time. They rerun that match.
Yeah, I think they ended up winning it, didn't they?
They did win.
Yeah.
They took that, and then Stickney went on to fall a little bit short for the singles championship for that. So he became the second ranked junior last year.
Just at Pro Nationals, like Nick, Zach, and Emily were all on TV for the first time. Excuse me, it wasn't the first time for Nick and Zach. They've been on TV before, but Emily was her first time. But yeah, the first Pro National, the kids got to be on TV again. I mean, that's a special moment. It is really hard. I mean, teams is a little bit different because they're going to try to put every pro on television and give every pro like 5 rounds. It's fantastic. Right, the ACL is doing that. Teams is a lot of fun too. It's nice to see all of them have gotten drafted and are assigned to teams.
It is nice to see. This match, the spread's getting a little bit greater, 12-4 now, with Patuski and Farrell starting to pull ahead a little further, leaving Owen and Peyton.
One thing we've been lagging on here is staying ahead of the curve on what matches are coming up next. And I think we are going to have Jimmy Humans, Storm Hogue versus the winner of Jeremy Macri, Brian Forbes, and Emily Downer, Zach Stickney. So whoever wins between that is going to face off against Jimmy Humans and Storm. It'll either be Jeremy and Brian or Emily and Zach. I think we're going to switch back to the A bracket. The B bracket is lagging behind. This is bracket B right here. So once Sean, well, I shouldn't say it. The winner of this match, it's 12-6, Nick and Sean. So I kind of had them out in front right now, although it's disrespectful to the other team to say that because Owen and Peyton can certainly come back and win this one.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to go back and eat my words there for a minute and say the winner of this match, I think they're going to be paused because the other side of the losers bracket is too far behind. So I'm checking that right now. I'm just waiting for the bracket to come up. All right, so
we'll probably end up taking a little break because I think, Chris, Sean left to go get that organized.
Okay.
So,
the other side of the losers bracket has caught up, and we're just waiting on Matt and Nate to play John and Ton, John Clark and Ton Don.
Yeah.
So this match is 12-6. That match is just starting. So that would be the 4th place match.
Meanwhile, this is 12-6 right now. Patuski and Farrell with the lead. And after this round,
is 12-7.
12-7. So Peyton and Owen will not go away quietly on this one. Owen leads off up the middle, leaves a hanger right there in the front. Sean Farrell just creeps around it and drops in. Owen nudges it in, but goes off to the left on that other bag. That is uncollectible at this point, I would say. Farrell up the middle and in, and Owen leaves another blocker out in front. Farrell just takes them both in. He knows he's got that other bag off to the left, so he's going to get some points here. And Farrell's going to look to finish right up the middle with a 12-bagger, and he does. So score that 12-10, another 2 points for Patuski and Farrell.
14-7. is the lead now. Got to jump back to bracket A. Looking at the tree right here. Tony and Jacob sitting in King's seat. Mark and Steve, top of the losers bracket. Jimmy and Storm awaiting the 4th place match. And I'm just wondering, that Jeremy Macri and Brian Forbes are the last non-pro team to have a chance to crack the top 4. If Emily and Zach win that match, then the top 4 teams in bracket A will all be pro teams, and no non-pros would have cracked the top 4. So I'm looking in bracket B. I need to win it for it to come up. Minute for it to come up. Nick's going to take 2 days. 16-7 now. We got Cam and Brady. Cam is a PDC. Brady is good enough to be a pro, but he's not. And then Dana and Brandon Pearl await. And then the only pro team left in B, well, the PDCs are Nick and Sean. Everybody else would be non-pro over in bracket B. Good bag right there by Sean.
Sean Farrell. All right, Owen's got a couple bags left to push that pile in. Farrell's looking to probably creep around it. Nick's telling him to put him in front. Put it in front and block it.
Yeah, try to bully off of this and sit that bag in the hole would be the best play here for Sean.
No, he
That's
parks
good.
it right in front.
Yep.
Gives Owen a little work to do to get his 2 in.
I think it would have been better if the bag sat in a hole.
I agree.
Because Owen would have dragged that bag in. But a bully up into that, a blocker on your last bag, pinning 2 of your opponent's bags out of the hole, that's a good play. So, I mean, Sean's showing 5 right now. So, they're in Owen's in a really tough situation here. Instead of trying to do too much, you might be better off to just lay up and cough up the 4, because 4 is not going to beat you, but 5 will. And if you get crazy here and try to go with a slick side push to try to knock a bag in, it could turn into a 3, but it could also turn into worse than that. So I would think Owen's play is to lay up. Or not.
Sinks the 2, leaves Farrell there, and gets 1 off the board, which is probably going to have him giving up some points in this round.
I thought those were the last bags in the round. I didn't look on the other end. But Sean could go in and get to 12 here. And he's going to leave the bag sitting in the hole. Owen's going to have to go around and try to get out of it. Only 1. It's going to be 3.
Wow, he's left hanging.
Yep.
Those firmed up Reynolds bags, they're not very forgiving when they're hanging in the hole. All right. So it's 19-7 for Tusky and Farrell, pulling away a little further.
I didn't realize it, but Emily and Zach are on the board right behind us. It is 11-6 in favor of Emily and Zach over Brian and Jeremy. Make it 13-6. Emily and Zach win. They're going to square off against Jimmy and Storm. And hopefully we're going to have that match here for you on the broadcast court. 19-7. Nick and Sean looking to close it out here. Nick may have an opportunity to get 2.
After this match, we are going to take a little bit of a break. We are going to queue up the next game, which will be happening in just a few minutes. But we have a Quadzilla Beast board set we're going to be raffling off after this round. If you're in the room or you got tickets out there, there is a Quadzilla cornhole set up for raffle. We'll be announcing after this match. Not on the broadcast, but here at the event, here at Turf Sports Center in Portland, Maine.
All right. 19-7 still. Sean going to try and close out here. Owen trying to extend this match another round. Sean with an opportunity now to close it out. Good blocker. I like that block out in front. Sean can still collect that bag. The only thing is he pinned up against Owen's bag, so all of it may go.
Nick telling him just to sweep it all through.
Well, he's giving Sean a couple options. I think the better play here is to block in behind and make the kid shoot it. I like that play.
Which he does.
Yep. So now
it's
Owens,
like he heard you.
Yeah. Owen's going to hit a clean airmail backside. Tough shot. He may
Tries
get it.
up in the air.
He's on the board. It's going to be the match. Sean Farrell going to hit the see the money shot of the match. That was a game-winning bag. Sean and Nick going to bust up Owen and Peyton in this one. Owen and Peyton going to finish 5th place here on the day in bracket B. No shame in that at all. They had a fantastic day with a great result. They're only 4 points off the max for the conference. Sean and Nick are moving on for higher ground. We're going to have to wait the winner of another match in order to see who they're going to play, but the losers bracket has caught up. So,
yeah, in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and take a break, and we're going to queue up the next match, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are picking up the action along the way. By now, I'm sure everybody knows that we are coming to you live from Turf's Sports Complex in Portland, Maine at Northeast Conference number 2. This is losers bracket A doubles match here. This match going to feature 4 ACL pros, and there are nothing but pros left among the 4 remaining teams in bracket A. This match going to feature Emily Downer, Zach Stickney, against ESPN, CBS television star, captain of the Woodchucks, Jimmy Humans, and co-captain of the New England Woodchucks, Storm Hogue. We got Wicked-sponsored players in this one. All four are sponsored by Wicked. We got Siva-sponsored players, a Siva-sponsored player in Storm Hogue. We're going to have BG Bags against Reynolds. And the players have gone down and back, and it looks like we're about to get started here. Stickney with first bag, down the lane and in. Storm follows him in. Sean is off doing his thing. Bruce was looking for a little bit of a break. So he is left, and you have only me for right now until Bruce comes back. Look round, looking to wash out at 10 right here. Stickney gets a blocker down. We'll see if Storm shoots the airmail here. I can't see if Jimmy told him to go over it or not. Jimmy's looking at it. Jimmy is telling Storm to shoot it. Looks like I can't see the monitor, but not. Okay, they get the bag arranged. There's plenty of room there. Storm's going to shoot the airmail and go off the back. That's going to be one for Stickney and Emily. Score that round, 8-7. Score of the match here is 1-0 in favor of Em and Zach. Emily Downer has had a fantastic weekend already. And even if she loses this match, she's going to get a fourth place finish in open doubles. And she's still yet to play women's, and I'm sure we're going to see her plenty in women's. Took down Jimmy Humans in singles last night. That's a great win. Anybody who could beat Jimmy, that's a great win. Jimmy finished third. Emily, I believe, finished second. Emily is showing 4 right now. Jimmy's going to go for a 3-bag flush right here. Slide shot right down the middle. Gets all of it to go. Great bag by Jimmy. Score of the round, 9-6. Score here is 3-1. Storm and Jimmy with the lead. Winner of this match going to face off against Steve DeRicky, Mark Burgess. Winner of that going to face off against Tony Smith, Jacob Trzynski. We're going to try to bring all those matches. Storm with a bag off to the right. Both players buried their first bag. Zach can have an opportunity for 2 points here. He's down the lane and in. Storm kissed off his own bag. Got it to go in far side right. Stickney down the lane and in. Storm is in. Storm's going to shoot a 10. Stickney can go in for 2, and he does. Score the round 12-10. And that is a Siva 4-bagger by Wicked Cornhole-sponsored player Zach Stickney. Also an employee of Wicked Cornhole. We are tied at 3. The rest of these matches figured to be tightly contested all the way down the stretch. Emily's first bag going back the other way is a block to her side of the hole. Jimmy pushed up into it. The 2 bags are side by side. Emily gets in behind the pile. See what Jimmy does here. Jimmy's going to play it safe. He gets in behind the pile. Somebody's going to have to shoot an airmail at some point. Zach is telling Em to either roll it or shoot it. Em goes for an airmail. She knocked her bag in, but the bag that she threw kicked to the left. It's hanging off the side of the board. Jimmy is going to hit the brunt workwear airmail collect right there. Emily's going to go up. She tried to hit the brunt workwear airmail. Her bag rimmed around and shot off the back. Storm is telling Jimmy he could maybe slide through and pull from the offside. I don't know if I really like that. I like an airmail here. Jimmy's going to go up. He's going to shoot it, and he's going to get it and take 5. Score that round 10-5. Score here is now 8-3. Jimmy winning on his end right now. Storm down the lane and in. Sticks is winning on his end. Looks like Zach threw some sort of roll bag right there. Storm down the lane and in. I think Zach is trying to get a block down. His bags have drifted up the board. Storm misses 1 left. Stickney can try to go in and take 2 here. Storm's going to shoot an 8. Stickney can take 4. And he does. That pulls Emily and Zach to within 1. It is now 8-7. You can hear Bruce through the monitor making all kinds of announcements. I don't know what he's talking about. I get the headphones on. Emily with first bag going back the other way. She's down the lane and in. Jimmy sets a blocker. Emily going to try to replace. Oh, she gets up in behind it. See if Jimmy shoots it here. Jimmy's going to get in behind. He pushed his own bag in, sat in front of Emily's bag. Emily's going to have to shoot it. Nope. Oh, she cuts around it. Great bag right there by Emily. That was unexpected. Jimmy's going to go up. His bag looked like it was in, and it rimmed around and sat on the board. Emily with a roll bag here, maybe? All right, I have no idea. Emily goes with the schoolyard bully bag. She gets the 10. Jimmy, blows one off the back. That's going to be a 5 spot to Emily right there. Score that one 10-on-5. It is 12-8. We got a lead change. After being down 8-3, Zach and Em have come back to take the lead 12-8. Stickney's first bag is in. Storm is in. Sticks is in. Storm is in. Maybe a 12-on-12 round coming up. Stickney with a hot hand has buried 3 4-baggers in a row. Storm going to go in and wash it out, and that is a Siva double 4-bagger right there. Stickney is firing an 11 against Storm's 9.25 right now. While Jimmy is firing an 8 against Emily's 7. Emily's first bag is a block, center of the lane. Jimmy is up in behind it. Emily tried to roll around it. Her bag skipped up the board, sitting in dirty bag country right now. Jimmy comes down the lane, tries to flush it all jammed up on him. Emily going to try and push through here. I want to welcome Bruce Taylor back. Emily with a good bag. She broke the pile loose, knocked 2 bags in. One of hers, one of Jimmy's, sat in front of the hole. Jimmy sits in front of the hole. See if Emily goes for a roll or an airmail here. Zach is telling them to roll it.
Thank you for covering me, Chris. I did have to leave for a moment, and Sean's over directing this event. So,
Emily going to shoot it and drags one of Jimmy's bags in. Jimmy can go in for 2. Jimmy's going to shoot it, and he is going to hit the Brunt Workwear airmail between Emily's 2 bags. Great bag right there by Jimmy. Score that one 10-on-8. Score was 12-10. I had mentioned that Bruce was away making some announcements. I couldn't hear what he was announcing. Would you like to share it with us?
Yeah, we raffled off a set of Quadzilla boards.
And who was the lucky winner?
Max O was the winner. He was very excited. I can't say I've met him before, but a gentleman named Max won those
he's
boards.
one of ours. He comes and visits us on a regular basis.
Well, he now owns a set of Quadzilla boards.
He is going to be very excited about that. We joined him and a bunch of others last night for dinner late, and we had quite the entertaining time. Stickney trying to go in here. Stickney is going to hit 4 4-baggers in a row. That's 16 in a row out of Sticks. He is going to maintain a hot hand. That is a Siva double 4-bagger right there. Score is going to remain 12-10 in favor of Em and Zach. Jimmy going to have first bag heading back this way. Sets a blocker. Emily gets in behind the block. Jimmy going to shoot it here. This is an airmail shot. Jimmy may drag his bag in. Jimmy's going to go up, hits a backside airmail clean. That's a great bag by Jimmy with the Brunt Workwear airmail right there. Emily's smiling. Emily's got a couple choices. She can hit a backside airmail of her own, roll, push through. And she's going to knock Jimmy's bag in.
Not the best choice for Emily.
Well, I think it was a good shot selection. She just executed a poor shot. Jimmy's going to hit another Brunt Workwear airmail. Emily's going to try to minimize this to 3. She's going to try to sweep that bag in on a slide side collect. Oof, she's off the back. She tried to get it. She got one off the back to the left and one off the back to the right. Those Shanker sources brought to you by freerange6m.com. Jimmy's going to go for another airmail. He's off the back. Emily can minimize this to 3. She's still got to collect that bag. Slide side push right down the middle. Oh, goodness. And that's going to be a big number right there. That's going to be an 8 spot for Jimmy and Storm. Emily, 3 bags off the board that round. Despite that round, she has still had an amazing weekend. It is now 18-12 in favor of Jimmy and Storm. Storm's first bag off to the right. We'll see if Sticks can bury 5 in a row here. Storm doing everything he can to keep up. Stickney is just dealing right now. Oh, he finally missed one.
Falls short. Yeah.
Stickney's down the lane and in. And Storm's going to go in. Storm looking for 1. Stickney is going to go in, and that's 19 of his last 20 bags for Zach Stickney had been in the hole. 19-12 in favor of Jimmy and Storm. We'll try to get a stat update here on Stickney because he's firing at an unbelievable rate. Last time I checked, he was at 11.
Emily off the back of the board again.
I think he's shooting a 10-8-3 right now.
Jimmy follows her off the board. Emily does have a chance to regroup and maybe come out with a point or two here.
I think the round is going to wash out at 7. Both of them are off the back, and Emily's off to the left. So Jimmy's going to get that bag. I mean, at this point, it's the best decision just to go through it and go in with it and not bleed out any more points. Emily tried to go in without taking it in. Jimmy's going to come down and collect this bag. Oh, he hit it off the pile. All right, all Emily's going to do is be on the board here. Emil's a risky shot. If you knock Jimmy's bag off, you're going to lose. I mean, if Emily can hit it, she can get 2. She's going to try for it.
And she does.
Yeah,
all right.
That was a 3-bag drag right there. She's going to get 2 points out of it because she managed to drag hers and Jimmy's. And we're going to score that, what was it, 7 on 5? I think it was a 7 on 5. So it's 19-14. Em and Zach are not dead. They're not out of this match despite a big round.
No, if Zach stays hot, they do have a shot.
Yeah, Zach's got to keep burying them. Stickney's going to have a bag on the board. Storm can close it out here. Stickney tried to get a blocker down. His bag kicked the other way. Storm goes in, and that's pretty much, I think, going to do it. Unless Storm has an unexpected miss. Stickney coming down the lane, and that's Storm's just got to be on the board. And that's going to be the match right there. Storm Hogan hit the Siva money shot of the match. That was the game-winning bag. Storm and Jimmy are going to bust up Emily and Zach in this one. Zach and Emily going to finish in 4th place in bracket A, open doubles here at Northeast Conference number 2, while Jimmy and Storm are moving on for higher ground. We're going to have a rematch of a winner's bracket game, which featured Jimmy Humans, Storm Hogue versus Mark Burgess and Steve DeRicky. Steve and Mark won the first time around. We'll see if Jimmy and Storm can get some revenge next time around. We're going to be taking a break.
One thing to bear in mind, helping us out, definitely pop in your sponsors, but we have our own sponsors that we're paying for these airwaves. Yeah, so I can give you the readers or whatever, but
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Once again, we're coming to you live from Turf's Sports Complex in Portland, Maine. And Bruce Taylor is rejoining us right now. He just put the headset on. This match is just about to get started. We got a match here featuring Mark Burgess, Steve DeRicki versus Jimmy Humans, Storm Hole. We got Steve versus Jimmy matched up on one end, while Mark's going to be competing against Storm. And before we get too far into this one, Bruce is going to remind everybody of the sponsors here this weekend, and we appreciate all of them very much so. And Bruce is going to read off the information.
Yeah, I just want to get a shout out to Allegiance Heat Pumps and HEC CPA and Arthurian and Son Quality Painting, and of course Maniacs Cornhole, the primary sponsor for this, and our boards brought to you today by Maniacs Cornhole. So just want to give a shout out to our sponsors and thank them very much for making today possible. We also had a Quadzilla raffle to just help support the cause of bringing Flume Media out here, a wonderful production company that's doing a great job today. And yesterday, well, really all weekend. They've been here for 3 days. Came all the way from northern New Hampshire to come down here and bring this great production value to us. And hopefully all of you at home are enjoying it, because I think they're doing a fantastic job.
They are doing a wonderful, wonderful job. Super, super impressed, and I hope this is only the beginning of a wonderful thing to come by these guys.
Meanwhile, this match is starting out 2-0. Jimmy Humans and Storm Hogue with the early lead, 2-0. And we've got a very messy board down there. What do you see, Chris?
I see the Shankosaurus.
Oh, geez, Shankosaurus by Storm Hogue. Look at him.
Yeah.
He is not happy with himself.
I'll tell you what I see. I see a messy board. I see we may have to put in a service call to Burgess Plumbing and Heating for this one.
Yeah, he's going to have to flush that toilet.
The clog going on in front of the hole. Steve is telling Mark to fire into the pile, and I don't know. I think it's a lot. I think it's only one right there. That's a lot of nothing there. Score the round 6-on-5. Mark and Steve strike for one. Score here is 2-1. So, but I'll tell you another thing I see in this match is Mark and Steve won the first time around, and Jimmy and Storm are going to be looking for some revenge here. You know, I'm not sure if Mark and Steve have been shooting, but when you have to sit and wait a while, it is tough to fire at the same rate. And when you play a team that we are so evenly matched with and you win the first one, it is very, very difficult to get the second one. So even though I'm going to say that I think Jimmy and Storm are going to win this one, only because when two really good teams face off against each other in the bracket, usually the first one goes one way and the second one goes the other. Not to mention that Storm and Jimmy just played a game and they're coming off hot. It is 6-1 in favor of Storm and Jimmy right now.
And where does this game fall in the bracket, Chris?
This is for third place right here. So whoever loses this match is going to finish in third place. Whoever wins this match is going to move on, square off against Tony Smith and Jacob Trzynski next.
All right. And it's 6-1 in favor of Humans and Hogue. Burgess going up the middle, looking to just drop it.
So I'm going to try to collect that bag before the end of this round. He may shoot an airmail on the next one. We'll see how aggressive he wants to get. I think he should shoot it here. Points are tough to come. Oh, he's going to play it safe. I mean, that's okay, too. That's okay, too. I mean, you're risking losing 3 points right there if you miss that bag and you're off the back. But to get to, sometimes it's tough to score. It's tough to score against pro players. You got to get points when you can. Sometimes you got to take a chance. Nothing wrong with playing it safe either. Not losing any points.
Humans off to the left a little bit.
Yeah, Steve pushed Jimmy's bag back in play. Jimmy's going to be able to catch this now on a slide shot. Oh, the bag stick. Steve's going to have a tough shot. Jimmy's going to cut around this. Oh, Steve's got an airmail coming up. And the round washes out at 8. And that is another Wicked Wash brought to you by Wicked Cornhole. Folks, if you have any cornhole needs, if you need boards, towers, any kinds of accessories, lane markers, pucks, they have anything and everything you could ever need for all of your cornhole needs. And we would recommend that you throw the winning bags on the winning board to be a great combination. Throw Siva bags on Wicked boards, Wicked Beast boards, whether it's the Beast boards or the Quadzillas. The boards are made of heavy, thick construction. They are made to last. Be possibly the last set of boards you ever buy.
And Siva bags can be found in our Wicked Bag Cave.
That's true.
We have a great relationship with Brooks and BJ down at Siva, and we feature all of their bags, the whole lineup, down at the Wicked Bag Cave in Tewksbury, Massachusetts, and they are available online.
Bruce, are you good at keeping secrets?
Yes.
All right,
Don't
if
tell
I
us
tell
all.
you a secret, you promise not to tell anybody?
I promise.
Okay. This is between you and I, and you can't tell anybody. All right. Here's my secret. It is an unconfirmed rumor that the very owner of Siva Bags, Brooks Miller, is going to be coming to visit us at States next weekend.
Really?
Yeah, I think he's coming up. I think he's going to be camping out at Shillelagh's house.
Nice.
Yep. And
I won't tell a soul. That'd be awesome if he
don't
shows
tell
up.
anybody.
No, we'll make it a surprise.
Yep, we'll make it a surprise. An unconfirmed report. There's a very good chance that Brooks Miller will be in town from Massachusetts States next weekend. Don't tell anybody.
Keep it under my hat, Chris.
All right. I think Storm wants to jam it up right here. And Burgess, you know what? If I were Burgess, I would shoot the ML. I mean, if he hits this right, he may be able to get a 4-bag flush right here.
Yep.
I mean, likely what's going to happen is going to land on top of the pile and nothing's going to happen. It's going to be 6-on-4. But if Burgess can hit this AML, anything can happen. He could get 1 bag, 2 bags, 3 bags, or 4 bags.
He
to
launches.
Go. All right. Well, he
Not
knocked the
just two
pile
in.
loose.
All right.
You know, they're actually going to win the
7 to
round right
6.
there.
Yep.
Yeah.
7-6. He gets one out of it.
Yep. That's worth it right there. To sacrifice 1 bag if you can win the round. Absolutely do it. Point's going to be tough to come by in this one. Eventually somebody's bound to win, but it is 6-2 right now.
Ricky off to the right. Humans up the middle. Ricky goes right into the hole.
You think,
and Humans.
you think Steve is going to throw an airmail to try and catch that bag?
Yeah, probably going to wait till his last bag, see what happens.
The
which
way
he's
the bag,
done now.
yeah, well, Jimmy pinned it. He doesn't need to now.
Oh, he misses.
Yeah, he's a tick off his pace.
Oh, but so is Humans for
Yeah.
that round. So that's
Yep.
another wicked wash.
No, but I'm just saying over the course of this game, you know, they were shooting 12-10s, and now like, the 12-10s have turned into 10-8s. So Steve is a tick off. But I think Mark is too. You know, and sometimes it takes 4 to 5 rounds of shooting on each end for you to really get it back. So the longer Mark and Steve stay in this game, you know, the easier it's going to be for them to find it. So, it's a good example right there. Mark with 2 bags off to the left. That's a good bag by Storm jamming that up, because Storm can still collect his bag and leave his blocker in the lane. Burgess may be going to try to push through. I mean, if Storm wants to score here, I think he's going to have to shoot an airmail. Or
No, he tries to roll.
Well, he rolled
Yeah.
it. No, so that's going to kill the round right here. Nothing's going to happen. It's going to be a 4-on-4 wash.
Unless Storm wants to get fancy, he could,
Well, Jimmy-
he could drop that top
Jimmy's telling him
bag.
to throw a bar of soap, and there's a small chance Storm maybe gets that bag. But
Yeah, it's a good
it
bid
all,
anyway.
Yeah, it all jammed up.
4-4.
That's definitely a Burgess Plumbing and Heating service call right there.
Yeah. that
That's definitely.
hole was clogged right up.
Yeah. All right, 6-2. Storm and Jimmy with the lead. Steve and Mark with control of the board. Steve first bag, going back the other way. Tries to set a blocker. His bag's a little bit left. It's a bag by Jimmy right there to gain the lane. Yeah, see that again. It's Steve and Mark haven't found it yet. They're not cold, but they're not shooting at the top of their game.
No.
So, and that's kind of the reason why I think this one's going to go in favor of Jimmy and Storm. Oh,
DeRicky can't get a break on this round at
yeah.
all.
If I were Jimmy, I would try to clog it up and take 4, because if Jimmy lands on the board, those bags may fall in, which would get Steve to 8. So Jimmy would be better off to put a slide shot and try and push those bags out and take 4. 4 at this point is a big number.
What if he drives it up the middle and takes that top bag out of play and drops 2 of his and 1 of DeRicky's. Is that a scenario right there? That top bag just sitting there. Looks like it doesn't want to drop. It looks like it wants to pop off and be a backboard.
I think Jimmy's bag sitting in a hole is stopping that from going in. I think Jimmy's best play, is to do exactly that. As soon as that bag hit the board, it looked like those bags were going to fall in. And that's why I was thinking that's one of those shots and scenarios right there where I think not going in would be better. I think if Jimmy went in, those bags were going to fall in and they were going to get only 2 instead of 4. That's why I thought it was better jamming it up. And I think it worked out that way. As soon as the bag hit the board, you could see the momentum of Steve's bags where they were about to fall in.
They were toppling. Yeah, I saw that. That's why you're an ACL pro and I'm just a board builder.
Well, there's a lot of ways to reply to that one. But, I mean, yeah. All right, we'll leave that one.
We'll leave that one alone and leave this one at 10-2. Jimmy Humans and Storm Hogue.
It's about to be 12-2.
Yep. That sit and go line over the director's table is a mile
endless.
Long.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to keep throwing bags here at the ACL conference.
Yeah. Sean's going to be here till midnight tonight.
Yeah.
People aren't going to leave.
Now 12-2, Humans and Hogue.
Yep. Steve nosedives a bag right in front of the board. He had a chance to win this round by 2, and now he's going to cough up 1. Jim's got a couple choices here. I was going to say he could play it safe, but now he's in danger of losing the round by 1. Steve goes slide down the middle, flushes it all. They're going to win the round, I think, by 1, right? Is that right?
I believe you're right, and he does.
Yeah, 9 on 8. Steve nosedived the bag. I mean, Jimmy's going to win that round right there. You can't. If your opponent has a bag off the board, you can't lose the round. Even if you only get 1 out of it, you can't lose the round. I think Jimmy played it a little bit too safe. The bag hit, kicked, and that opened up the door for Steve. Mark trying to get a block down.
Steps out. He's going to try to collect that.
Airmail shot coming here by Storm, or maybe slick side push and drive. The 2 bags are in the middle in. Storm's going to try to. Yeah, he shot.
I was going to say he held it like he was going to roll it.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting an airmail shot, and then he held it like he was going to roll it, and he was off the back. So maybe try to throw a cut airmail.
Oh,
good bag right there by Burgess. If I was Storm, I'd try and push through him. He's shooting another airmail. He's off the back again. Burgess. Oh, he's off the back. Burgess at 5. Storm can win the round if he can collect his bag on a slide side push shot. Storm stepping out. I'm going to try to hit this just right. Oh, no. Tough round right there by Storm. Storm going to cough up 6. And that's what Burgess and DeRicky needed. A big round to get them back in. Storm and Jimmy have been holding them down to 1 point per round when they score. Burgess and DeRicky get a big break right there. Storm with a really tough round. I think we're going to score that one 7 on 1. Storm had 3 bags off the back. So momentum around like that can really breathe a lot of life into you and get you back in the match.
Sure can. Get your head right back into the game.
Well, Jimmy can win the round by 2 now. DeRicky's just going to go in and get to 10. Jimmy's going to hit the Seaver 4-bagger.
Yeah. 12-10, another 2 for Hogue and Humans, bringing it to 14-9.
Storm sporting the Woodchucks hat with the Seaver sweater. Mark Burgess sporting the Seaver hat with all of his sponsors, including Wicked Cornhole, on his jersey.
Off to the right. That could be
round looking to wash out at 10 here. So they have a wicked
chance.
wash coming, Bruce.
Oh, I hope so. That'd be exciting.
Oh.
Oh no.
Mark's gonna get 2 here.
And he does.
Not so much for the wicked wash. That didn't happen.
That's all right. I'd rather see a good cornhole game happen and just see this this match tightening up is
14-11. Jimmy and Storm with the lead the entire time, but Burgess and DeRicky chipping away to get back in this one.
Jimmy just trying to leave some blockers out there to keep.
Yeah, and that's why you get those blockers down. You want one bag to hit and kick.
Yeah.
And when one bag does, and you bury it, and that's another good bag by Jimmy to center up his block. Well, Jimmy's got choices here.
Yeah.
I mean, he can try and airmail.
Oh, and he does.
Yeah,
wow.
so, I mean, listen, that's what the pros do right there. A lot of people are going to see two bags sitting in the hole, and they're going to lay up and just take the two. But the pros, when they get a chance for the extra points, they're going to go for them, and they're going to make bags like that. You know, I mean, most people take two there. Jimmy is not looking for two. Jimmy's looking for four. Even if he airmails and drags Steve's bag in, so what? You're only going to get two anyways. It's worth the shot to take the extra points. Again, one of those calculated risks. Storm looking for two here. Good bag right there by Storm jamming up the hole. Mark's going to have to do something. Now, Mark is in a tough spot. Storm is going to clog it up right here. He doesn't want to go in. That's even better than going in right there. Burgess is in a tough spot. He's down 4. He's going to shoot the airmail, and that's going to be the match right there.
Yeah, 8-4.
Storm Ho going to hit the Steve money shot of the match. That was a game-winning bag. Storm and Jimmy are going to bust up Mark and Steve in this one. Mark and Steve going to finish in third place in bracket A at open doubles at Northeast Conference number 2, while Jimmy and Storm are going to move on to square off against Tony and Jacob. We'll have that match coming up here for you next.
Yeah, see if he's going to cue that and see if he's coming back too. See if he's coming back. All right, we have a great matchup coming to you live. We're back at Turf's Sports Center in Portland, Maine at the ACL Northeast Conference number 2. We have 4 of the Northeast most elite pros up here right now. We have Trzynski and Tony Smith up against Storm Hogue and Jimmy Humans. And we need Storm and Jimmy to double dip, right?
That is
this
correct.
This is the championship.
Tony
so
and Jacob sitting in the king's seat, and Jimmy and Storm going to have to pull off the double dip. And I'm going to say that. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that these are the 4 top players from the Northeast Conference right here. And there's no surprise to see them in the finals match. Ultimately, they should be in the championship match, but because they were in the same bracket, they have to square off against each other in the finals. I think this one's going to be worth the price of admission for sure. And these players have all paired up and played each other in different combinations in the past couple of years. Last year, the teams with Jimmy and Storm, last year the teams with Jimmy and Tony against Storm and Jacob. And then they decided to switch partners this year, and now we have Jimmy and Storm back together. They were pro partners a couple of seasons ago. And then Jacob and Storm were partners last year in Jacob's rookie season. And I forget who Jimmy played with Tyler Cobb last year. Tony played with Noah Wooten, and then they've decided to re-rack the teams. And now Storm playing with Matt Stout, Jimmy playing with Kyle Malone, and of course, Tony and Jacob are together. Players are going down and back, and it looks like we are about to get this one started. We got Tony matched up against Storm on one end, while Jimmy's matched up against Jacob. Tony looks like he is a little cold, doing the shiver dance over there. Tony and Jacob sporting the Spark Apparel jerseys. I think we're live. They haven't racked up the scoreboard yet. I'm not sure. I'm guessing they're not, by the way they're throwing the bags.
So who's your pick for this particular match?
Oh,
Not the whole thing, but
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. Listen, I got a man crush on all 4 of them, for different reasons, right? And I'm going to go through them one by one. Tony was the first one that we kind of found many, many years ago. Like I crossed paths with Tony in his dad's league down in Thompson, Connecticut. And Tony and, Carrie and I, we've all had a great relationship together. We've given Tony plenty of exposure, and, we've always been in support of Tony. And, we followed him all the way through to the pro qualifier the first year. He qualified as a pro and ended up winning his way, to the top 2. He ended up facing off against Mac Guy, and we had that match, and we were there, promoting him and stood side by side and all that. And so, I mean, Tony is probably my single favorite pro. I enjoy watching Tony, his game, like his roll bags, airmail, the cut shots, the bars of soap, Tony has all the tools. He finished top 5 in pro single standings last year. I mean, the kid is an exceptional talent.
You left Turf War 3 out of that resume.
That's right. And Tony was my partner at Turf War 3.
It ain't all ACL, dude.
Yeah.
It's a legendary event.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, let me circle back to that in a minute, because there's some stuff I'd like to say about that. Jacob, we found Jacob at Game Changers last year, and Jacob was my primary regional partner for regionals last year, and we followed Jacob around, and to see them together is wonderful, And then Storm Hole asked me to play Spencer McKenzie's with him last year, and then he asked me to run it back with him this year. I've played a couple of regionals. I played a couple of opens with Storm. I have a close man crush on Storm for sure, and of course Jimmy. Being from the Northeast, Jimmy was the one who drafted me to be on the Woodchucks this year. So I'm very, very close with all 4 of these guys for different reasons. I can't say I'm rooting for any one of them, but from a fan standpoint, I'm going to say that, Tony and Jacob are probably a top 10 pro team, while Jimmy is up in the rarefied air. And not to take anything away from Storm and say that, Storm can't hold up on his end. I mean, Jimmy and Storm they finished top 15 in the pro division a couple of years back when they were pro partners. So, I mean, clearly this game could go either way, but I would have to say that Tony and Jacob are probably odds-on favorite, and I'm going to say they're going to win this match 21-20. How about that? Is that politically correct as I could sound?
I guess.
All right.
I was just asking for a favorite, but thank you for the whole history. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 of them. I'm close with all 4 of them for different reasons. I'm not really rooting for anybody. From a fan's perspective, I think it's going to be Tony and Jacob, but I'm certainly not going to be heartbroken to see Storm and Jimmy win this. And, these four are 4 special players to me for sure.
4 very talented and accomplished players as well.
Yep, 7-0 right now in favor of Jimmy and Storm. They're out in front early. So let's circle back to that Turf Wars 3 thing, right? So once upon a time, I got a story for you. I don't know if you've ever heard this or not. I was taking a road trip. Tony was with us. I was with, I want to say Bushway, Carey, maybe Jim Bottis, and DJ Champigny, however you say his last name.
Champagne, yep.
DJ. So I was driving. DJ was in the passenger seat, and he asked me a question. He said, Chris, he goes, what was your greatest cornhole moment of your life? And at that point, I immediately fired back with him, and I said, Turf Wars 3, winning Turf Wars 3. Bringing a team together that was able to compete in a local club event, and winning that. And it was the first time I was supposed to play in Turf Wars 1. And I was supposed to play with, I was actually supposed to play with the winning team. I was supposed to play with Mike Ferreira and Brian and the guys from Boundary, because Wu-Hole Cornhole was not established and we weren't a club yet.
Right.
And I was traveling around the area, and I was literally playing with every single club. And so the guys from Boundary had asked me to play. And I told them that I was down to play, except what ended up working out was the Thursday before I found out I was on call that weekend. So I reached out to John Moran, and I told John, well, I'm on call this weekend. And John said, well, you can't play then. You can't be, if we can't rely on you, you can't be on the team. And I said, well, I can't guarantee that, I'm trying to get somebody to cover me. And then, and I had all these other problems. I'm like, okay, I ended up choosing to bail out. But I was supposed to play with them. So I would have been on the Turf Wars. I'm assuming we still would have won if I was on that team, because but I was supposed to play for that team. It didn't work out, and I didn't end up playing. So I didn't end up playing in Turf Wars 1, and I didn't end up playing in Turf Wars 2. And then when Turf Wars 3 came around, things had changed. Like Brian Matthews, Nick Matthews had just won Turf Wars 2 with Jose, and I don't remember who the rest of the team was, but there was a lot of fighting between us, because what we were trying to do, Brian and Nick they were Wu-Hole Cornhole players.
Right.
And now Wu-Hole Cornhole was putting a team in, and we were looking for, at the time, loyalty and commitment to our club. And we felt that they were Worcester players, and Worcester players should play for the Worcester team. So it all worked out in the end, but Brian Matthews was the one who we kind of enabled him to have choice over who he wanted. And at the time, I went to Brian and I said, okay, well, what do you want the team to be? Like, who do you want on the team? He said, we want the boys. He said, we want Tony and Garrett. So, long story short, it ended up becoming Tony and Garrett, Brian and Nick, and then it was Bill Butler, and then myself.
Yeah.
And so they ended up talking amongst themselves, and what they decided to do is they decided to put me with Tony, Nick, and Brian together, and then Garrett and Bill together. And Garrett and Bill, we kind of gave them the 3 spot. We kind of had them play the 3rd match, and they went undefeated in all of their matches throughout the entire day. And Tony and I, we'd lost only 1 match all day long, and that was against Jose and Penn, and it was by 2 points. And then Nick and Brian won all their games but 2. But when it came down to the finals, we had actually finished second in the second round seeding. So it was Ton, I forget who it was. It was the Godfather and Ton paired up, and they took on Nick and Brian. And then Tony and I paired up in match number 2. And what I heard was the other team, Sacco, I think, was the captain. Sacco decided to put his 3rd team against Tony and I, and then the match was going to come down to Sacco and his partner versus Bill and Garrett. And Bill and Garrett ended up dominating, and we ended up winning 2 out of 3. And that made us Turf War 3 champions. And at the time, it was the greatest accomplishment I had in cornhole, the greatest victory, the thing I felt best about. Carrie and I went out and we made a banner about, the Turf War 3 champions. We had shirts made, and we did a whole bunch of stuff. And
it's awesome the way you promoted that.
Yeah, it was a great time. I can say now that Turf Wars is no longer my number 1 accomplishment. My number 1 accomplishment was winning my first Ironman trophy, and my second one would be the second one, and hoping that I go for the 3-peat this year. But Turf Wars has not been lost on me, and times have changed now, because there's been a rapid expansion of clubs in the area and locals, and we're more on the national level now than we are on the local level. I could probably never run that team again, and Tony is all over the country. Sometimes he's here, sometimes he's in California. Any weekend he could be anywhere in the country. So Tony's one of our regulars, though. He's been coming to us for a long time, dating back to when I met him in his dad's league down in Thompson, Connecticut, years and years ago. So Tony would, if Tony was going to play in turf wars, he would play for our club, but that's probably going to generate a lot of headaches and stuff for you. And
Yeah, we won't get into that now.
yeah.
But
So,
anyway,
yeah.
no, but just rewinding back to those days, the first time I really got to meet and know Tony was after you won that. I mean, he was just a kid back then.
Right,
This
exactly.
is well before
before
Tony Smith.
right, have now the
Adonis
superstar
Luciano.
status, absolutely.
But I just remember you all won, and then it was time to clean up. We had a long day, and we were
Yep.
cleaning up, and we had the truck backed up. We were loading the boards.
Yep.
And this young kid that I just met, Tony Smith, comes to the back of the truck, and he asked me if he could keep the poster. We had the score poster that showed you win
Yep.
in that bracket because we were putting everything on, on the posters. And he
Yep.
asked if he could keep it, and he hung that thing in his room. He was
Yeah.
on the Doghouse Dogcast. It was a live feed, and you could see that thing hanging in his room as recently as a year or two ago. But what a fine young man, and to win that big match, that was an exciting day. And then, he won, and then he stuck around to help clean up after. All of you did, and
Yeah.
it was great to get to know him. That's my earliest memory. And you talk about memories. Jacob Trzynski, he grew up just about 6 miles up the road from us in Drake, Massachusetts. We're in Tewksbury. And I specifically remember him and a couple of his friends from high school stopping by the shop, and this kid walks through the door. He had fiery red hair just like I did when I was a kid, and extremely nice kid. And he comes in, and he's looking around the store. He's in a cornhole store, and he was just marveling. He's like, I love cornhole. And that was the first time I met Jacob Trzynski. And he, of course, had not put himself on the map until,
Yeah.
you and Carrie, brought him up through the ranks, but he was just getting started. So I remember these fellas from their very early days as kids. I mean, they
Yeah.
were just kids, and now they've emerged to become ACL pros and top-notch players. And then, of course, Storm and Jimmy are to this day, they're wicked cornhole players, and they're
Yep.
part of the family, and I've gotten to know them. I'm very fortunate. I'm very fortunate to have done my part. I'm not a player, we all know that, but just to kind of be in these guys' lives and watch them grow and thrive. I mean,
Right.
we literally, that's what you and I have in common, Chris. We watched Jacob and Tony Smith grow up.
Yeah.
We really did. Not
did.
even in a cornhole way, in a human kind of way. I mean,
Right.
they were both just kids a few years ago.
Well, once upon a time when Tony was a young lad, like 4 or 5 years old, his dad put some bags in his hand. She also put some golf clubs in his hand, too. I don't know if you noticed about Tony, but he's an exceptional
He's a
golfer.
Yep.
Yeah, so Tony, played around, and then, when he was like 9, 10, 11, 12 years old playing in his dad's league, he was getting beat up on by everybody. And even when I went down and played in his dad's league for the first time, he hadn't made the status, and he hadn't had the roll bag just yet. He was just another kid that, everybody was beating up on. And the first time I played, I had Mike Ferreira on the other end. So Mike and I partnered up to go down there and play in Thompson. We didn't really know, like, the group, the people, like, there was a lot of talk going on about, what are these, good players coming into the league and all this. And we went down there and we made another cornhole family with, Brad and Kelly. And fabulous people. And in fact, of all the places that I go to play, Thompson's probably my favorite because Brad just kills it on the music. He's always playing Slipknot, he's playing Seven Dust, he plays all the great tunes.
I know you love those.
Oh
yeah.
my goodness! It's probably my favorite place of all the places we go to go play outside of my own. I mean, of course I enjoy the schoolyard and all that, but if I'm on the road and I'm traveling anywhere, I like going to Thompson more better than I like going anywhere else. And that's not, like that's legit. And it's not because of Tony, Brad, it's a great environment, it's great people. I love it down there. Yeah. So, but yeah, I do. The first time I ended up playing Tony, Ferrero wasn't there that night, and I ended up asking Tanya Schultz to come down and play. So Tanya played Kelly, and I played Tony. And I hope this doesn't get back to Tony in a negative way, but Tanya and I ended up taking 3 matches. So what they did was the format was you played 3 matches a night, and it was a best of 3 kind of thing, But even if somebody won the first 2, you still played the 3rd match because every win that you gained counted as a point in the overall standing. So you still had to play. We ended up taking 3 that night, but I remember the first time I played against Tony, he was shaking on his head. He's like, "Oh my God, I have to play this guy Tornado," right? and that's the status of that one has changed dramatically the other way. But the first time I played him, it was probably over 5 years ago, and I was en route to making the name for myself back then. So, but yeah, we ended up beating him. But then we ended up like he just kept coming to us. Like we started the whole cornhole group not too long after that, and Tony was certainly the first diamond that we found. And I mean, we've been supporting Tony ever since, and we love Big Tone.
In the meantime, we do have a hell of a battle happening.
Yeah,
here.
that's right. We're off.
And I think our audience, our 19.8 million viewers and listeners, would like to jump right into this. So memory lane was awesome, but let's just hop right in here. Smith and Trzynski up 12-10. They made a little bit of a comeback. Hogue and Humans were leading all the way.
I think it was 10-0 at one point.
Yeah, I know. Now all of a sudden,
Smith
and Trzynski are doing what Smith and Trzynski do. They're never giving up.
Right. I think there's something to king seat syndrome is what I call it.
Yeah,
when
I call it the curse.
Yeah. When you're in the king seat, like you can go cold waiting for the rest of the bracket to play out, and then all of a sudden you get somebody firing through. It comes in hot, while you went cold, and it can certainly start out in favor of the team that had just played. And I think that's what happened here. It was 10-0, and it took Tony and Jacob a minute to get going. And it looks like Storm's going to hit for 2 here. I would push through. Good bag right there by Storm.
Oh, Tony off to the left again. He's going to give Storm 4 potentially.
So,
and that's it. 12-8, 4 for Storm.
Yeah, Tony and Jacob know they have a game to play with, and not that they're trying to allow this to get to game 2, but if they don't make it through game 1, they can still lock Jimmy and Storm down in game 2.
Meanwhile, the stands are filled right now.
Yeah.
Everybody's tuning in on this action. So,
what do we got for numbers on this? Do we have any idea how many people are watching?
No, we're not privy to that from my dashboard, so I can't fill you with that fun fact. But
okay.
It's probably somewhere around 20, 30 million. Anyway, Storm and Jimmy up 14-12 right now. It is a seesaw battle. And we're going to go ahead and see what happens here. Jimmy scoops up his bag. Lands both in the hole. Jacob trying to
both Jacob's bags?
They are, yes.
Oh, that's going to be a 4
spot.
spot.
So it's another 12-8 4 spot. So now, pulling out in front even deeper, 18-12 is Humans and Hogue.
And let me tell you another little secret about cornhole, okay? Anybody, and I mean anybody, can be shut out at any point without notification. Just because you get to 18, it doesn't mean you've won the match. Just because you've gotten to 20, and if you have a 20-0 lead, the match is not over.
Nope.
So anybody can be shut out and defeated anytime.
Seems to happen more often than not, actually.
That is a double 4-bagger right there. Once again, if you're picking us up along the way, now that we've gotten past the Turf Wars conversation and all the history and all that stuff. Tony and Jacob sitting in the king's seat need to be beaten twice. This is game number 1 right now. Storm and Jimmy out in front, 18-12. Good bag right there by Jacob to recover the bag he had off to the right. Jimmy down the lane and in. Jacob going to go in here. Wash it out as another. Ooh, double 4-bagger, but it didn't happen. Trzynski's bags put the brakes on before it hit the hole. That's going to cost him 2. It is now 20-12. Jimmy and Storm 1 point away.
Turn of events. Jacobs yesterday was saying the boards were running fast, and that one just seemed to put the brakes on him.
Well, he was trying to go in there. He didn't want that bag to stop before it got to the hole.
Storm wants to.
Yeah, Storm going to take a timeout and think about this here for a second. Because I'll tell you what could happen here. Okay. Storm could miss 3 MLs, and Tony could miss 3 MLs, and Jimmy and Storm could lose right here. The way the bags are positioned, the next 6 bags are ML shots. So, in order to not lose the game here, I think you may want to just push it all in instead of trying to play the airmail game with Tony, because you could lose a game here. And I think that's a good timeout by Storm to think about how you want to approach the rest of this round right here, because it is critical. They have the lead. They only need one. Okay, that's not the worst thing in the world, because even if Tony hits 3 airmails, okay, he's still not going to lose the match. Tony going to go with a roll bag here, maybe. I would think Tony would want to go for a roll or an airmail. Tony can't be off the back with an airmail either.
Oh.
Now they're in danger of losing the game. Now, airmails. Okay, good bag right there by Storm. Tony's going to have to hit one. This is going to be the match right here. This is it. I mean, if Storm is on the board, Storm's going to get the 6. Tony is at 1, and there's no way he's going to get that bag. If I was Storm, I'd just land it. So there's your bar of soap, and that is going to be match number 1. All right, so Storm Hogue going to hit the silver money shot of the match. Storm and Jimmy going to bust up Tony and Jacob in game number 1. Don't go anywhere, folks. We are staying live for game number 2 right here, which is going to start right away. Jimmy is spinning the bag to see who gets first shot, and I didn't see him point, so I don't know. But this is the final match in Bracket A. Whoever wins this is going to be Northeast Conference Bracket A champion. We'll be squaring off against the winner in Bracket B. We're going to try to check in on Bracket B right now, see how that one is unfolding. We're going to have the next match coming up.
Yeah, and I think we have Sean Haley joining us. So
Sean's coming back.
Yep, and Sean and I are going to go ahead and call out this next match. He says he's going to go ahead and do some wrapping up over on his end.
And he'll be along.
He'll be along at some point.
Okay. All right, so over on Bracket B, we got a good one in Bracket B. It's going to be Brady Foster, Cam D'Ambrosio versus Nick Patuski and Sean Farrell. And that match is going to be coming up next here on the broadcast court. The winner of this will face off against the winner of that for the Ultimate Championship. The bag right there by Jimmy hitting the brunt workwear airmail. See, Jacob goes for a roll bag or an airmail here. Going to go for a roll, and he rolls off the back. Tony was disappointed about that happening. Jimmy's going to go up. He's going to knock Jacob's bag in, and Jacob's going to take 2. I think we're going to score that first round 9-7, 2-0 in favor of Jacob and Tony.
Tony leads off with a blocker up the middle, and Storm is going to get behind him. And
roll bag. Tony's bag hit and rolled left.
Yep.
Storm may want a slick side push through here because Tony's got a bag out of the lane he's not going to be able to collect.
Yep, get that out of the
He's off to the left. He knocked Tony's bag in. Tony goes in. This round's going to wash out at 10. I don't think Storm's going to be able to collect the bag to the left. Storm hits to collect. Tony is on top of the board. Storm could actually dirty bag.
Yeah.
Storm could dirty bag or try to collect for 4. Instead, he's going to go in and take 2, and I think that's the best play right there.
Yeah. It's early. No room to take chances right now, especially up against.
Yeah, get out in front.
Yeah.
Get out in front early.
2-2. This is everything you expected it to be.
Yes. I'm going to let everybody know right now that the women's bracket has just kicked off. It looks like it is a 64-player bracket with a couple of buys. Lady Tornado is the 1 seed, and will have a bye. And I will be bringing you those matches on the Woo-Hole Cornhole page later on. I'm going to stay here and finish out these matches, but we'll pick up some women's action. Looks like Jimmy is up for a big number here. Jacob trying to minimize, tried to drag something in. I think I lost track of the points. Oh, it was only 1. Okay, it was only 1. I thought Jimmy was about to hit for 7, maybe 10. All right, 3-2. Jimmy and Storm with the lead. Storm's first bag is sitting left side of the hole. Tony room to get around it. Tony pins it. So that's a blocker center in the lane. Storm tries to jam it up a little bit more. Tony tries to roll over. The bag sits on top. Storm just going to keep the hole clogged. He's going to make Tony do something. Tony goes for an air mail. He knocked a couple of bags loose.
Sean's on his way back, but come join us. You want to throw on some headphones? We got Zach Stickney in the room right now.
Let's put Stickney in the frying pan. Who's winning this?
Jimmy and Storm are coming in hot. So.
All right. Well,
Tony,
welcome, Zach Stickney.
Tony's going to take 2. Score that round 8 on 6. Storm said to Jimmy, you want me to airmail it so it doesn't clog? And Jimmy said, no, push through. Storm tried to, and it all clogged. All right, Stickney, who do you like better?
So Jimmy and Storm are coming in hot. They handed me and Emily both of our losses, so I got to root for the team that knocked us out.
Because then this way you could always say it took the champs to beat us, right?
That's right.
Exactly.
Right. Look at these stands. They're full. Everybody's in on this one, and it doesn't get better than this. We have arguably the top 4 players in the Northeast Conference at the Northeast Conference event.
All right, Bruce, I'm going to put you in the frying pan. Who's the 5th best player, Burgess or Stickney?
Well, why is it coming to us, too?
Well, I'm not the 5th best.
Well,
who else is eligible for 5th? Right.
I don't
Past
know.
these 4, who's the next best
Directly?
ACL pro?
Steve?
in the Northeast?
In the Northeast.
I couldn't answer that, and I'm not even trying to be objective. I mean, Stickney and Burgess have both been accomplished, but
I'll tell you
can't
who I
ignore
think it
Regan
is.
or Emily Downer.
Oh, yeah, Regan, too.
Emily Downer's resume is no, I refuse to answer because I can't.
All right, I'm going to give you an answer.
All right.
I'm going to say Burgess.
All right.
Burgess would be the best of the next tier down. I think. That's my opinion.
What do you think Jimmy's thinking here?
You know, I've referred to this several times, right? The kids see something different. Like, I see lay it up and just take the 4-on-4 wash, right? And Jimmy's going to bar soap it. Yeah. I'll tell you, a couple of times I threw a bag as hard as I possibly could, got a good hit, and nothing happened. But the kids, when you guys are going for these bar of soap shots, you know, you're throwing a different bag, a slick bag, and you get the results that you're looking for sometimes. Even though that was a Wicked Wash brought to you by Wicked Cornhole.
Thank you. So explain to us what a bar of soap is. We have over, I'd say there's got to be at least 65 million people listening right now. What is a bar of soap?
All right. Bar of soap shot is when you load up and you throw the bag as hard as you possibly can into the pile of bags that are on the board, looking to knock your opponent's bag off, looking to knock your bags in, looking to break up a pile of bags that are congested in the hole.
So the bar of soap is your super slippery bag that you need to just hammer up the hole.
Yeah,
right?
it is your 95-mile-an-hour fastball down the pipe to try and break up the pile.
Jacob with a big miss off to
Yeah,
the right.
that is a big shank.
Jimmy's going to prey on that.
Yeah,
and he's gonna
Jimmy's got to win the round here, at least by 1.
Oh, off to the right
Could be
again
5.
out of play.
Yeah, this could be 5.
I think Jimmy's going to try to
If I were
capitalize.
Jimmy, I'd just go in. Just put them all in. Jacob's already missed 2. This could be
3.
7.
Wow. Wow. Jimmy's just
put him in.
preying
Take
on
the
him
points
right now.
Jacob allowed you to have this round.
No, Jacob finishes his 4th bag properly.
That's a 5. That's a bad round right
5 and 12 to 5.
Yeah.
7 points for Jimmy Humans.
there. You know what we call that on the Woolhole page when somebody scores 7? That's a touchdown.
It's a touchdown. That's 7
That's a
points.
touchdown. With the extra point, not the 2-point conversion.
What if you do it against Jacob Trzynski, though? How
I
often
wouldn't
does
have
that
bet on that
happen?
for this game.
Yeah,
No.
those don't come very
I
often.
thought this was going to be a 1 or 2 point round.
You don't see many rounds over 4 points.
Yeah, you don't see those. You can get a 7 against the pros. Boy, you take it.
So
Good bag. Good
Well,
bag
here's
right
that.
there by Tony.
tell us about your new segment on the Chairman of the Board's podcast. What do you? So we had a winner. We got a name for it, and what is it?
It's Stick Side Down.
Stick Side Down.
James Emery named that.
That's right. What's that?
James Emery named that.
I thought you said we need to rename
no,
that.
no,
It's
no,
James
no.
Emery. Okay.
No.
Stick Side Down, brought to you by Zach Stickney on the chairman of the boards. We ought to have Chris Tornatola come on and maybe do some recapping of some ACL events with you. But Zach
I'd love to have
Stickney
him
has
on.
joined the chairman of the boards, and he's bringing us the ACL action from his travels throughout the entire country. In the meantime, we're live here now with Humans and Hogue up 10-6. And what's the conclusion of this round, Chris?
It was 12 on 10, and Tony's going to take two. The score is now 10-8. Jimmy and Storm with the lead. Jacob going to have first bag going back the other way. And I would be more than happy to come on as chairman of the boards if I was to get an invite, and we just have to work out the timing because I do work all day. I do have a full-time job.
You're a busy man.
I am a busy man, and as soon
You
as
play
I get
cornhole
home,
sometimes, right?
yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
Sometimes you play cornhole being an Iron Man.
Jacob looking to cough up another two here. Jacob tried to set a blocker. His bag missed to the right, and Jimmy's going to try to hit him for two more. Jimmy's got a simple
just
game plan
totally-
right now.
yeah.
He's just running bags in the hole. Jacob's
Yeah.
complaining about bags.
He's
His
been throwing
frustration,
the convicts recently, so
his
they'll move a little
frustration
better.
is
Yeah,
evident.
Yeah,
And
his
Jimmy's just
frustration.
going to capitalize on that. Jimmy's just preying on that right now.
Yeah,
He's frustrated because he's not hitting a 12 every time, and it's not because of the bags and it's not because of the boards. He's not shooting well, but he wants to blame it on
Yeah, everything
something
but,
else.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of that. Facebook tells us how everybody really feels, and that has a way of letting us know, but that's a subject for another day.
Those
Anyway.
bags they're throwing, though, are very sticky.
What I see the big tone on them. What contrabands?
There are combats, yeah. So
Combats?
they're probably one of the
Combat.
slowest bags in the game.
I've never touched one.
Tony with a Shankosaurus.
A Shankosaurus.
Yep,
Like
that's a
Storm going up here.
Shankosaurus right there. When you throw a bag and you totally miss, that is a Shankosaurus. Or you side rail it,
Storm should be going up here.
or too
What's
short
Storm
of the
going to
board.
do? Go up? You
He's
said?
going up, yeah.
Yeah.
Or
No,
not.
he just
That's-
does a little tap.
So now
That
Tony's
still
gonna
gives him
roll
the
over
edge.
that.
Yeah, Tony going to roll over here.
If he doesn't Shankosaurus,
He got some roll
yeah, there
bags.
it is.
So
It
there's
drops.
only one.
Good
All
job.
right.
Good job by minimizing. I think it was a great play by Storm, too. You know, he was just trying to hit into the pile and hope that he broke his bag loose.
Yeah.
And that way, that guaranteed Storm a point and to win that round.
Jimmy throwing the blocker, hoping to
Yep.
stay in Trzynski's
Jacob
head.
off to the
Jacob
right
off
again.
To the right. Yep. Jacob
Jimmy
is
with a great bag right there. That's what we call a schoolyard bully. He bullied Jacob's bag out of the lane, and Jacob trying to get him behind. Jimmy's going to shoot an
Yeah.
airmail.
This-
Jimmy could still go for a slide shot here. He still has two bags center of the
could be that
lane.
bar
Even if you
soap
take Jacob's in,
opportunity.
yeah, bar soap.
Missed
Oh.
it.
Oh, he knocked
Interesting,
Jacob's
though.
bags in, and that's going to swing the round
still
back
alive,
to a
though.
wicked wash right here. If I were Jacob, I would go through it.
I think he's going to try to go around
I think
it.
he's going to cut it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
that's what he
does.
did.
That's
He
a
cut
great
And
throw.
clean up for a
That's a
wash.
great throw. Jimmy going to scoop it.
it.
Oh, no.
Jacob can cut this in and take two. Little unexpected.
That is. Jacob has a chance to regroup
He's
after
gotta
a
cut
couple
it.
of bad rounds. Oh, falls short. What is it? Is that a wash?
That
Yeah,
is
that
a
was
wicked
89.
wash.
What kind of wash?
That is a wicked wash. Brought to you by Wicked Cornhole. Folks, if you have any cornhole needs, if you need boards, towels, any kind of accessories, you want to reach out to Bruce and Stacy at wickedcornhole.com. And if you do purchase anything, we want you to let them know the Tornado sent you. 13-8 here. We're getting down. We're about half to two-thirds of the way through this one. And we want to know, who do you think is going to bust up who? Do you think Tony and Jacob are going to bust up Jimmy and Storm, or do you think Jimmy and Storm are going to bust up Tony and Jacob? Right now, Jimmy and Storm take game one. And we got a tightly contested match. It is now 13-12. Tony goes in with the Siva four-bagger right there to take four from Storm that time. 13-12. Jacob going to have first bag. Going back the other way. I think Jacob may have had a couple of hiccups in his last couple of rounds, but hopefully he's found his groove now. He's keeping his bag straight, so. And you notice he's gotten quiet, too.
I
Go
know.
quiet. Kind of lock in.
When all your bags start doing what they want you to do and you go straight, it's no longer the bags or the board's fault anymore. I like a roll bag right here by Jacob.
I think he's going to shoot it.
Yeah, Tony's telling him to shoot it.
That's a far roll.
It is a hard roll, but if you could roll over and sit in a hole and you stop Jimmy from scoring.
But you shoot
An
it
airmail,
right, you're scoring.
Right, you knock yours in, you go off the back, and open the door for Jimmy to get a point.
Oh, off the back.
Yep, now Jimmy's on the board for a point.
What do you think? Can he nudge that left bag there? Just give it a little tap and stay on the board?
I was going to say, I want to see the arrangement of the bags first. I can't really see it, but, I mean, I'm sitting in front of it. It didn't look like there was enough hole open for Jimmy to go in alone. So I think the better play there was to lay up, and that's what Jimmy did. 6-5 was the round. It's 14-12 now. Jimmy and Storm with the lead. I think they've had the lead the entire way in this one.
Well, before that 7 spot, it didn't.
Oh, that's right. I stand corrected.
Yeah, that turned the tide.
Yep.
Good memory, Zach.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of games with a lot of bags.
Yeah.
And with old age brain, it's tough.
I was going to
Good
say, we have the young brain in
Yeah.
the bunch right now. I can't remember 4 minutes ago.
Right.
Tony's
gonna
look
take
at,
two.
Oh, I thought he was.
Yeah. Going to roll it.
Thought, yeah.
Well,
And
if he rolls in, that bag's going to fall in anyway, so
Yeah.
why take the chance of losing the 2 points? You just
He just
What we
walked
get.
around the curtain, though.
All
He's
right.
disappointed himself.
All right, game 2, tied at 14, game to 7 right now. This has been worth the price of admission, and I'm going to tell you, even if you're picking us up right now, whatever
good
happens
game.
down the stretch, this is going to be worth watching.
Jacob on a little bit of a bad spree right now, but he's trying to get himself together, and he lines himself up.
Yeah, I think he's
Good
happy
shot.
with where his bags are right now. He's got
Yeah.
two sitting in the hole. He's got position over Jimmy. I mean, the only way for Jimmy to get his bags in, you're going to have to take Jacob's bags in. Unless he wants to play the block game. I would roll here if I were Jacob. He went for the ML. He knocked one in. He's off the back.
His airmail's a little off right now.
Yeah.
Missed the last couple.
Well, I think I call it the one bag hiccups, right?
Water?
And that is when you're shooting 4 bags, and you get 3 to do whatever you want, and there's always that one bag that kicks on you. You miss, you shank, you push your opponent's bag in the lane. Like, he's got the yips, the hiccups, whatever you want to call it. But that's where Jacob seems to be right now. He's got 3 bags out of 4 that are working for him, but that one bag is sniping him every time. So this is another one of those examples where I think it's better to not go in than to go in, because if you open up the hole for Jimmy, you're ahead of Jimmy right now, 4-3. So if you clog up the hole, you got a better chance of winning the round than if you open up the hole. So Jacob's bag is in the far right from where he's shooting from. That's a good play right there. I think Tony's calling for a roll on top. Jacob
Not a bad
tries
attempt.
to clog a hole. I think that was the objective right there. Jacob, even though he only shot a 5 against Jimmy's 3,
Oh,
Jimmy goes into it.
bad kick.
Kicks
I don't
off
even
to
know.
the left.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. We got some red
Oh,
bags.
all right, I don't
it
know.
flops in.
Something else fell
Not
in.
even sure whose bag that was.
I think Jacob
Jimmy's
wins the round by
motioning
1.
one for
All right.
them, yeah.
So 9-8. Okay.
Speaking of Jacob, Stacy and I were talking last night. Jacob's haircut looks good. She was saying that she likes him much better with the shorter
Short
hair.
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah.
have the Tony flow going. For
I
a
know.
little
He
bit.
had the Tony flow going, and now he just cleaned up and looks good. So Stacy Taylor approves of Jacob Jasinski's haircut. And that's national news. Now we are up to 36.8 million listeners.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jammed up on Storm. Tony's looking for 2. Tony's trying to jam it up. Tony's
that's the
happy
best
with
place
that.
you gotta put it.
This is a great match, though.
It's
The
frustrating
stands are
bag for
full.
Storm, right? He's in a
Yeah.
tough shot right now. Storm's going to cough up 2 here, and I don't think there's any way he can get around it.
If I were him, I would have airmailed it and I would have hit it.
I think he's saving
Well, you
that
knock
for
2
his last
in,
bag.
and then you go off, and then you're going to give up 3. So it's better.
That was
Oh,
perfect.
What a
yeah.
roll bag by Tony.
That was a great bag by Tony. Give Storm something else to
Is
think
Storm gonna
about.
try to
I'm not
soak
sure
it?
what Jimmy just said. He just pointed,
And
Oh,
and Storm's off the
Oh.
back, and that's going to be
3, right?
That's going to be 3. All right. We were tied at 14. It is now 18-14. Tony and Jacob with the lead. They are 3
Jimmy
points away
Newman's-
from busting up Storm and Jimmy. Jimmy and Storm 7 points away from busting up Tony and Jacob. Oh, that's a bad hit for Jimmy.
It is.
Jacob's looking for 2 here. I don't think Jimmy's going to be able to collect that back, and I wouldn't chase it if I were him.
I've
Only
seen him
because they're
go-
at
yeah.
18. If they were at 16 or less, I think it's a good chase.
So I've seen him chasing those all weekend and hitting them, but
Yeah, not now.
close to the end of the game.
Not now.
Not
Yeah.
now. I mean, your opponent's at 18 or more. You got to be careful about chasing bags. If you end up shanking and going off the back, then you basically hand the win away.
What does he do
Jimmy
here?
d-
He's taking a step.
Well, if he's
He
off
has
the
to be
back
on the
with an
board.
airmail, it's going to be matched, so he's got to slide into it.
Yeah,
Too,
that's
so they're at
decent
20
bid.
now.
All
A
right.
slide shot in that situation is safer because even if you miss, you're on the board. It's only 2. And it's going to be 2 for Tony and Jacob, but it's now 20-14. Tony going to set a blocker with his first bag. Oh, Tony's off to the right. Storm can win this round by 2. He's got to bury them all right here.
Yeah, momentum's shift.
Storm gets a block down. Tony's bag hits and kicks. Oh, we want to go slide shot. You want to go
know.
through
Clean all
that.
that up.
Get through that and
Because that's what Tony does. He sits on top of your bags now, and now you're paralyzed.
Oh, that's fine.
Storm knocked one of Tony's bags off.
all right, and replaces.
So-
He's up in the corner.
I
now.
can't.
Tony has to think.
I don't know if Storm's bag went in or not. I can't tell.
Storm has
It would
one
actually be better. Oh, Storm's bag did go in.
Yep.
Okay, so Storm's ahead 4-2, 5-2, 5-2.
So I think Tony's going to try a roll shot and see if he can drag any of those with it.
Yeah,
Because if Storm
Tony with
comes
2.
in the
Right.
fast side, he can push that bag that's sitting up on top there. He can push it to the side.
Yeah, they're definitely going to take a timeout and think about what they want to do right here. Storm's showing 3. Each player with a bag left. Tony's got one off the back. He's dirty bagged by Storm unintentionally. Storm's going for a different shot and ended up wiping one of Tony's bags off the back.
Like you
That is
said,
not a Shankosaurus right there. That is not a Shank. If somebody knocks your bag off, that's not a Shankosaurus.
Like you said, I think Storm should have cleaned up earlier rather than pushing into the pile.
Right. Yeah.
Take your
Because Tony had a
guaranteed
bag
2.
off to the right. If Storm gets to 12, he's going to guarantee himself 2 because Tony's not going to collect that bag. So the round
Steady.
unfolded a little bit differently.
He stayed on that slow side and just jammed
Yeah, he
it
went
up.
on the slow side. I think that would have been better off if he got on the slick side with that one and gone in. Even if he took Tony's bag in, he would have left the lane in the hole open round when it ended up 12-on-10. Tony in a tough spot now, so Tony with a roll bag maybe.
Yeah, I think he's gonna try
Tony's
to
on the
roll
board
over
here.
it.
Storm could be on the board for 3. I don't think there's enough hole open at this point in the game, especially with Tony and Jacob being at 20, where you want to risk an airmail if you Storm.
Get us the board shot over here, and we got it. And Tony goes in
He's
off
off
the
back.
Total
And this
miss.
can be 4 now for Storm. Storm may want to consider pushing through. No, maybe not. He's on
Landing
the-
it,
yeah,
right?
land it.
Land it.
Take the 4.
No, I think
Jimmy's
Jimmy
telling him
wants
to
him
go
to-
for it.
Push it and bully his out of there.
I don't know. I don't know if I like
It's a
this.
risky shot.
I take the 4. 4 is a good number at this point in the game.
Going for it.
So I'm going to go slick side push. He dirty bagged himself, and he rolled Tony's bags over. So that's going to be 3.
instead of 4.
Not horrible.
No,
Not horrible.
no.
No balls, no babies, right?
Right. Well,
Gotta
at
go
4,
for it at
I think
some
4
point.
right there is a good number. It gets you to 18.
Yeah.
It would have been 2018, said it's 2017. 2 misses. Well,
There's one.
2 misses by Jacob, that would have done him in. I mean, 18. There's a big difference for me between 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20.
That's
What it
exactly
allows you
Jimmy
to
left
do.
his last bag.
Yeah, Jimmy's in a tough spot now. So he missed his first bag, and now he's going to try to block the Jim up the lane to get Jacob to miss. But Jacob can win this with a 4-bagger right here. Jimmy's
can
got to
bully
push
that.
through and bully.
He could bully and split that if he wants, and he does.
Well,
he
yeah,
he does get Jacob off to the left.
Jimmy and Storm are on life support right now. It's not over. But Jimmy's got to get those bags in. Jacob, see what he does here. Jacob tries and clog up the
good
hole.
shot.
He's got 1 shot. I feel like he's got to shoot an airmail here.
He's going fast out of the middle.
Yeah, he doesn't have 1 shot. He got more than 1 shot.
Oh, he nudges 2
All right,
in.
well,
Clean it
Jacob
up.
can come down the lane, hit a collect, and win this.
You know, one thing about these pros, they don't just shoot it; they think about it.
Wow.
Well, that one didn't
Stay
pay off.
alive.
Well, it's not thinking about it. What it is, it's taking your time, making yourself relax.
Setting yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
making sure you execute a good
Yeah.
shot in a critical spot.
I notice
Jacob-
that they wait till they release and
Yeah.
they set themselves.
Take
They
your
don't
time.
rush it.
Repeat your mechanics. Stay within your delivery.
Still 2017.
Oh. Stole him at one bag off.
Yeah.
He's got a block right there.
He's hoping one of Tony's bag kicks. Tony can clean it up, and Tony, I
He
mean,
needs a big airmail, some sort of corner
Yeah,
grabbing
I would-
airmail. Well,
it's-
that's it, right?
yeah, it's frustrating.
that's
You got to
always
go
it.
in. You got to go in right here.
That's it.
That's match. Tony Smith's going to hit the Siva money shot of the match. That was the game-winning bag. Tony and Jacob are going to bust up Jimmy and Storm in this one. Jimmy and Storm going to finish in second place here at bracket A. Tony and Jacob will be competing in the ultimate finals.
And who's coming up in that?
It's going to be the winner of this next one here, which is going to feature Cam D'Ambrosio, Brady Foster versus Nick Patuski and Sean Farrell.
That's going to be another great matchup. Let's
So
go.
Tony will face the winner. Tony and Jacob will face the winner of this one. Are we staying live or are we going for a break? We're going to stay live? We're staying live? Okay. All right. Don't go anywhere, folks. There is no commercial break right here. We have the championship of Bracket B. Brady Foster, Cam D'Ambrosio sitting in the king's seat. Nick Patuski, Sean Farrell have won their way through the losers bracket. They're going to have to pull off the double dip. Cam and Brady only have to win one, while Sean and Nick are going to have to win two. And whoever wins this will face off against Tony Smith, Jacob Trzynski. Zach Stickney, give me some predictions here. What do you think? What do you like? What do you like the matchup on one end? What are you thinking here?
Yeah, I know Brady and Cam, they've been on fire all day. But this can go either way. Sean and Nick can always play hot together.
Yeah,
They have a lot of chemistry.
Not because Brady and Cam are in the king's seat, but I think that they probably have to be favored slightly by, I don't know, half a bag or something
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean, like
right.
another 21-20, I think, favor of Brady and Cam.
Yeah, I definitely put my money on
Brady and Cam. Yeah. And that's no disrespect intended to Sean or Nick. I think it's
Not
going to be
at
a
all.
very close and tight contested match. We're going to have another great finals match here. And this is going to be a championship for Bracket B. So I think are we underway here? Is that
I think
live?
they're live, yeah.
They are live. All right, they must have spun for first shot. Nick got first bag. He's down the lane and in. We're going to have, what do we got? Reynolds. Oh man.
Bad side
That
rail.
Shankosaurus is going to be brought to you by freerange6m.com. We're going to have BG against Reynolds in this one. Brady looking for 3 out of the gate. We got 4 New Yorkers in this one, right?
Yeah, all New York.
All New York.
It's Cobra Kai finals right here.
Yep, I think all 4 of these players are Wicked sponsored players as well, aren't they not?
Brady is not.
Brady is not. Okay, well, we got 3 out of 4. How many Cobra Kai guys do we have in here? We
This
have
is 4 out of 4.
all 4 Cobra Kais?
I believe so.
All right. What else do we have?
3 below 18, below 17. Actually, no,
What?
sorry. Brady's 19.
Oh, yeah, we got all kids. And then we got the grandfather.
Brady's 19. So me and Brady, people say that we could pass as brothers. And funny enough, we have the same birthday as well.
Really?
Yep. Same year, same everything.
You were born on the same day?
Same day.
Wow.
March 29th.
Really? Fascinating. And how old are you guys?
19. People say me and Brady and Nick could pass as brothers.
I would agree with that. I would agree.
Nick's just got that ramen on top of his head.
I've given Sean a little static about being the grandfather in this one, but yeah, he's definitely the elder statesman in this match. All 3 of these kids could be his kid. He's old enough to be all of their dads. All right, 3-0 in favor of Cam and Brady. I think that last round was a wicked wash, was it not?
I believe it was.
Yeah, it was a wicked wash
Still
brought to you by
3-0.
Wicked Cornhole.
I think it was a 5 spot.
It is 8-0. Scouring around the women's bracket right now. Lady Tornado playing her first match. She is ahead over Tina Edwards, 15-7. And try to pick up some women's action after the finals are done here.
Sean sneaks
Bag
into the
right there
wash.
by Sean. Snuck that inside door to wash out the round. Emily Downer steamrolling through the women's.
That's my partner.
Yeah. Gained a 22-1 victory in the first match, 23-3 in the second one. Lady Tornado is now out in front, 19-7.
Emily's right there.
Yeah, Emily has done a lot of damage, and now she's got to sit and wait before the next damage she inflicts on somebody else. It could actually be Lady Tornado too.
Oh,
If
really?
Lady Tornado wins her match and wins the next one, she'll run into Emily.
Somebody's waiting that many games.
Yeah, Emily fired through quickly, so
Right. Nick just launched another one off the bat. Brady does a good job bringing that one back in.
Brady's going to have to go far side. I'll go slick. Try and collect his bag. Throws a low line drive back. That bag's going to fall, and Nick's taking that in. He's not going in without that bag going in.
Oh,
Nick off to the left.
Nick's got to take his time. He's got to relax.
Well, this people say that, but it's not about slowing down and all that. It's about executing consistent shots
Right. I
on a
play
more
with Nick
regular
enough,
basis.
though. I know when he's when he needs to reset.
Yeah.
Opens the door.
Shaw with an opportunity to score right there, and he may have squandered the opportunity. Sean down the lane and in, going to wash that round out at 10. That is another wicked wash brought to you by Wicked Cornhill. Score here is 11-0 in favor of Brady and Cam. Brady and Cam only need to win one. This is game number 1. Sean and Nick are going to need to win 2. If it does work out so that Brady and Cam win this match, they're going to square off against Tony and Jacob. I think the oldest player in that match is going to be 20 years old. But I also think it's going to emphasize the point that the kids are taking over this game. Like, this is a young man's sport, and everybody is 30 and over has no hope for the future.
Right. And how many pro teams did we have here today? And Brady and Cam, one's a PDC. And,
Yeah. Well, I've already shared the heartbreaking story
about Brady at Worlds.
Yeah, exactly. And I was right there, and
That was gut wrenching.
it was very hard
One
to sit there
bag
and watch.
short.
Yep, he had an opportunity. I did that one bag against Rosie Streaker. He was at 18. He had an open board slide, could have gone in for 3, and he shanked it and went off the back.
I think there was
he ended up
another
losing.
round he could have won. He had to sneak it in the front, and he just came up short.
I mean, he had chances to win the game, and it didn't work out for him.
Sean's got to take those opportunities to score.
Oh, 15-0. Looks like the boys are running away with this one. I think this is another one of those cases of king seat syndrome where you're sitting for a while and you put on ice, and then you get called to a match, and you're off the pace. You're always a bag behind.
Well, Cam and Brady are in the king seat.
No, I know. I know, but Nick and Sean won their way up, and then they sat for a while. But you're right, though.
They were waiting for Tony and
right.
Jimmy's game
Right,
to finish up.
right. Nick and Sean are just off the pace in this one. Cam and Brady.
They seem unfazed.
Yeah, right, exactly. Unfazed and locked in. I think it's a lot easier to do that when you're in your 20s than it is when you're in your 40s. There's no doubt about it. When you get older, man, I'm telling you, things change.
Well, 3 out of 4 players here are still in their teens.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, bad hit by Nick. Brady's going to go in for 4. Yeah, I'm not going to say it's going to put it away, but I'm going to say that Nick's got to go in. He's got to go in. I wouldn't ML here. And that's going to be the match.
That's it.
All right. Brady Foster going to hit the Seagull money shot of the match. That was the game-winning bag. Brady and Cam are going to bust up Nick and Sean in this one. And they are moving on. Congratulations to Brady and Cam. They're going to win bracket B, while Nick and Sean finish second place here at Northeast Conference number 2. We're going to have the next and final match coming up here for you. It is going to be a single elimination format. We're going to have Brady and Cam versus Tony and Jacob. Are we breaking, or are we staying? We're going to break? All right, we'll be right back, folks. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the Tornado calling the match. I'm also going to be joined by ACL Pro Zach Stickney and Wicked Cornhole owner Bruce Taylor. We are in the Ultimate Championship match right here. And before we get too far in, we'd like to have Bruce give the sponsors a shout out for the final match here.
Yeah, we're wrapping up the day with some great sponsors supporting today's event. We have O'Connor Auto Park GMC, Maine's best selection of GM vehicles out of Augusta, Maine. O'Connor Auto Park is a full-service provider for GMC, Buick, Chevrolet, and Volkswagen. Reach out to Ryan and the crew at 207-622-3191 at O'Connor Auto Park GMC. We also have Allegiance Heat Pumps out of Lyman, Maine, specializes in quality installation and service of Mitsubishi electric heat pumps to efficiently heat and cool your home or your business. Your comfort is their top priority, and getting it done with your budget is an important goal of theirs. Call today for a free estimate. They're pledging allegiance to quality installation and service. Contact Allegiance at 207-347-9969. Want to throw two shout outs to Randy Baker, one of the directors for today. He's the Maine State Director, and he's also with HEC CPA. Established in 1964, Havelock, St. and Curran CPA have been operating a successful public accounting practice for over 50 years. Their principals and staff members have dedicated many hours developing the firm into what it is today. Their diverse clients range from the Aroostook County area into Greenville, down east up to Machias, and south to Lewiston area. In today's ever-changing and dynamic business climate, they pride themselves on knowing that they have served their clients with respect and professionalism. So for all your accounting needs, contact the team at Havelock, St. and Curran CPA at 207-945-5695. And this match is underway, so we're going to turn it over to Chris Tornatola calling the rounds. This is the championship of the world, right?
Yes, it is. It is the final match here at Northeast Conference number 2, coming here from Turf's Sports Complex in Portland, Maine. The first round was a 12-on-8 right there. That was a receiver fallbacker by Tony Smith. We haven't done the player introductions yet. We're going to do it right now. We're going to have Tony Smith, Jacob Trzynski versus Brady Foster, Cam D'Ambrosio. Jacob and Tony win bracket A, and Cam and Brady win bracket B in dominating fashion. And we have our finals match right here. So bracket A winner versus bracket B winner. This is going to be single elimination format right here. There will not be a best of 3. It will be a one-game match. And right now, Tony and Jacob out in front 4-0. And Jacob could be looking for another 4 spot right here. And Jacob's going to go in with a great cut shot right there. Brady going to try to minimize the damage here. He does not want this to be 6. Would like it to be 2 if it's going to be anything. And it's going to be 4. So Tony and Jacob strike for 4 in back-to-back frames to start this one. It is 8-0 already in favor of Tony and Jacob. We're hoping that this match continues on for a minute here, because we'd like to talk about how the youth is taking over the sport of cornhole, and you can see the best teams on display up here in the Northeast Conference are all 4 kids, and all 4 of these kids are special players. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely. You know, like anything else with athletics, and cornhole is a sport, you know, cornhole is for anybody. We have players of all ages excelling in this game. But as the years go on, we're observing a rise in the youth movement here, and including our own Zach Stickney. You know, it might not be about endurance, but it just might be about the ability to train and commit as a young player that separates the difference. And I think we're seeing that more and more. Would you agree, Chris?
100%. I mean, you know, I travel all around, and I'm telling you, the kids, as soon as I see the kids coming up to the boards, I'm like, oh, no, not a kid. Like, that's the last player I want to play. I'd rather play an older dude.
I know.
You know, I don't want to play these kids. They're pains in the tails, and they will gut you, and you know, and not think twice about it.
They can just see the game differently with different shots.
Yes, 100%. Like that bag right there, surprisingly, was a reverse cut by Brady. Jacob tries to go far side. He's off the back.
Doesn't like it a bit.
No,
All
Brady throws another reverse cut.
I think Brady should be shooting his last bag.
Yeah.
Trying to drag that one on the left.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Jacob's going to do here. Jacob's just going to maybe lay up on the board.
And he does.
Brady's got an airmail shot right here. If he hits this, He's going to go up. Hit in the pile. He's on the board for 4.
It was like a half-hearted airmail. It looks like he was going high and just decided to land it in the
You
front.
gotta fully commit when you shoot your air miles.
Yeah.
No, I mean, if Jacob's on the board here, they're going to get 1. It's not the worst thing in the world. He doesn't have to force the action.
Is he gonna try some crazy roll?
Yeah,
or air mail?
yeah. Well, who knows? He's going to try a roll bag. He hit into the pile. He landed his bag too high for that to hit and roll over. But it's going to be a 4-on-3 right there, and Cam and Brady going to take 1. It is now 8-3. Cam going to have first bag. Cam in the last round hit a great bag against Tony. He had a collect and a bully. Cam's first bag's off to the right here. Tony going to be looking for 2. Tony's not trying to win 2 points from you when he wins his rounds. Tony's trying to win the round by 7 to 10 points every round. And he does it by setting blockers and hoping that your bags kick. Cam's all over the place here in this one.
He is.
He's got to settle down.
Yeah, Cam's going to have to try to minimize the damage. You just go in. Oh, goodness.
Oh, not a great round for Cam D'Ambrosio.
Now,
at
Tony doesn't want to just throw this in. He wants to know if he can dirty bag and try and get more points. Tony's always on the hunt to get more than 2 or 4 or 6 or 8 or 10. So right now, Tony is at a +8, but he's trying to get 9, maybe 10 points. He wants to throw an airmail and dirty bag Cam's bags. And he said he's just going to go in. Well,
yep.
Cam caught a break there because that was looking at an 8 spot right there, which turned into a 6 because Tony pulled one of Cam's bags in. I know what Tony was thinking. Tony wanted to go for the airmail dirty bag right there. I'm not sure what made him decide to go against it. 6 is still a big number. It is 14-3. Jacob and Tony out in front.
Oh, Jacob off to the right.
Yep, Brady with a chance to take 2. Take it if you can get it. That bag's going to fall in.
For sure, especially if Brady's going to land this last one.
No.
Or it does.
Yeah,
Drops.
it fell in already.
All right, Brady hopefully getting 2 for himself on this one.
Oh!
And he misses.
Brady's bag hangs up on him. Tony and Jacob are really tough to score on, and you have to score points when you have opportunities. And if they miss one, you got to bury all 4 of them, because if you don't, you're not going to score. 10s don't score, and sometimes 12s don't either, but at least when you shoot at 12, your opponent's not going to score on you.
Bag.
Yeah. Nudges Tony a little bit off to the left.
Tony's happy with that right there.
Well, because Cam's a lefty, so it's harder for him to work around that pile.
Oh, good point.
Cam,
So he tried to roll, but it just
yeah,
kicks.
That's
there's a chance to
way
win
out of
around
play.
here. See what Tony does.
He's going up.
Oh,
And he
what a
does.
bag
He
by
drops
Tony.
all of them. That's why he's Tony Smith. What a great bag.
Round
Great
wash
start.
out at 10 for a Wicked Wash, brought to you by Wicked Cornhole. Folks, if you have any cornhole needs, reach out to Bruce and Stacy at wickedcornhole.com.
And Zach Stickney. If you call 978-851-7600, you're going to talk to ACL Pro and overall wonderful guy, Zach Stickney, who's with us today. Zach, thanks for joining us.
Of course, thanks for having me here.
By the way, I want to give some props to one of your other employees. Mike Marcelinus has been coming and visiting us for the past couple of weeks, and I'm assuming that he likes us. He keeps coming back.
Yeah, Mike likes to play, and he's
Yeah.
he's a huge part of the team. He works with Zach and I each and every day, and then much like Zach, there's a player in him that has to come out every night. I wish Stacey and I could play as much as these guys, but we have to cover the store so Zach and Mike can go out and play cornhole.
Well, if you do have a night free, we'd love for you to come visit us one of these nights.
We'd love to.
You know, so take the ride with Marcelinus or take the ride with Zach, and
I
all
definitely
4
need
of
to
you
start
guys
getting
come down.
back there.
What's that?
I have to start getting back there. Not
Yeah.
a little break.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you, we were talking about last Wednesday before you got on, but last Wednesday was great, you know, because, I mean, we had 7 pros in the house. And not to be overlooked, but, you know, and a lot of people don't know Derek Fatiga, but Derek Fatiga was a pro, an ACL pro, for probably 3 or 4 years. I think this year he's taking the year off. He took some time off to kind of refresh himself and whatnot, but now he's getting back into it. But he was an ACL pro from that North Carolina area where that featured, that features the Gore boys, Frank Modlin, Allison Peters,
Jamie Graham.
Yeah. I mean, he's down in that area, and I mean, he was getting top results in that crowd, So I'm super happy and super stoked that Derek just relocated to Fitchburg, Mass, and he's going to be a part of our group moving forward. But I mean, and that's just going to deepen the pot down at Woolhole. So if you're looking for, good competition, I mean, 7 pros to show up on a blind draw on a Wednesday night is pretty good. I mean, we got Emily Downer, myself, Jim Bottas, Tony, you, Derek, Jacob was there. Yeah, and Jacob was another one. Jacob doesn't come down very often. He did come down this past week because he was picking Tony up from the airport. But Tony specifically wanted to come, and I shouldn't let this out because I don't really want to advertise this, and I don't want this to be the reason that people come to us. But our airmail pot is starting at $12.35 a bag this week, and that's an attraction to some people. So not only do you get pro competition, but you're going to have a big airmail pot to buy into. And I'm telling you, these guys are buying hundreds, $200 worth of airmail. Last week, Tony bought, as Tony hits, a roll bag and an airmail. Great brunt work or airmail right there. I think Cam's going to be on the board to minimize this to 5. Tried to roll over, yeah. I think that's going to be a 5 spot right there.
Well, that's when being a lefty on the outside kind of hurts, yeah.
Makes it 19-3, correct?
Yep, 19-3. Tony and Jacob 2 points away from busting up Cam and Brady. And this one, Cam and Brady have had an exceptional day. They have not lost a match. They are in danger of losing here. It's not over yet, but they have their work cut out for them.
Well, he's going to have to pick that up.
Yeah, Jacob with a great cut bag. And that bag bounced out of the lane. Great cut bag by Trzynski. Brady coming down the lane. All his bags are jammed up.
He needs to throw that harder.
Yeah, well.
It's not much he can do. He's got to block it up so Jacob misses.
9-on-3 right now, so that's a good block right there. Brady's got to get 3 bags in here.
Got a bar of soap here.
Brady's going to go up. And you got 1 to go, and that's going to be the match. All right, Jacob Trzynski, Tony Smith. Jacob Trzynski going to hit the money shot of the match. That was a game-winning bag. Jacob and Tony are going to bust up Brady and Cam in this one. Tony and Jacob are going to be the overall champions of Northeast Conference number 2 here, while Cam and Brady finish in 2nd place. I want to thank the entire crew for allowing me to jump in. I want to thank Sean Haley. I want to thank Randy Baker. Got to thank Bruce Taylor, Zach Stickney, everybody that I had a chance to work with, the entire broadcast crew, Flume. We're going to do a promotion post about these guys. I want to get a picture with these guys. I want to give them as much props as I can, and I'm going to tell you that it was fantastic having me here, and they did a fantastic job on the cameras and broadcasting all of the games. And I think that I'm hoping that this is going to be the start of something great, and I'm going to hope that these guys just work their way up the ladder, and we're going to see them many more times down the road.
Yep, Flume Media is a great production company, and they've been dabbling and working hard and rising through the ranks on the high school sports level, and now entering the cornhole scene. It's been a great partnership. They were at Turf Wars. They're here this weekend, and they're a valuable asset here to the Northeast. So I want to thank them for a great production event, and we're going to go ahead and wrap up this entire weekend. I'd like to thank Chad and his crew. They're great to work with, aren't they? They made it easy for us.
Yes, they did.
Hey, they made me look good and sound good. That's almost impossible. So
the look good is the harder part for that, for sure.
I know it is. Lord knows.
All right.
But anyway, thank you to Flume.
Yes, I want to say one more thing real quick, just before we get off the air here. We're going to be going live on the Woolhole Cornhole page for the women's, seniors, and the juniors, probably mostly the women. So if anybody wants to watch a women's action from Northeast Conference number 2, pick us up on the Woolhole Cornhole page. And that's about it. And thank you to everybody and all of it. It was a great, fantastic weekend. I wish my results were a little bit better this weekend, but it is what it is, and we'll move on.
Well, it's great having you, Chris Tornatola from Woolhole, and thank you very much. And we're going to close up with some shout-outs to our sponsors that helped this event be possible. We have Maniacs Cornhole. John Clark stepped up and wanted to support bringing great media coverage to this event. So Maniacs Cornhole, our primary sponsor. You saw them on the boards today. You know what they do. You know who they are. And I'm getting attacked and hugged, but sorry. Anyway, so also want to throw a shout-out to Allegiance Heat Pumps. Thank you to Jake and his team for sponsoring today's event. We have HEC CPA and Arthurian & Son Quality Painting. And I would be remiss in missing out on Wiki Cornhole. So Wiki Cornhole, we did sponsor this event. We're happy to support it. We're proud to be working with Chad and his team. And I'd like to thank my wife, Stacy, for allowing me to come over here and get my dream coming true with announcing some games and calling some shots while she ran the booth over there. So thank you to everybody, and we're going to sign over and out. And I do appreciate you joining us, and hopefully you had fun watching this great event at the ACL Northeast Conference #2 here at Turf Sports Center in Portland, Maine. Over and out.